Chapter 1. His head hurt, throbbing as if it would split open. His body too, his hands and feet were restrained, and even the slightest movement of a finger sent waves of pain through him. Noah's breathing was labored, his thoughts muddled. He struggled to open his eyes, but everything before him was a blur. What had happened? He remembered being tired and hungry, falling into a lake, and then, what? Chaos reigned outside. Noises buzzed around him, yet they seemed muffled, as if coming from far away, like a membrane separating him from the world. How is he? Those bastards are just beasts, they could lay hands on such a small child. Luckily, we acted suddenly and caught them off guard. The toxic drugs they injected haven't fully taken effect yet, he can still be saved. He's already waking up. Have you found his records? Have the genetic tests been done? In a case this big, the big families in Ong City are all watching closely. We've found the records. And preliminary genetic testing is done. The detailed ABO test has been sent for analysis. We need to wait. This child is a little over 4 years old, born in this lab. The experimental notes show he reacts slowly to external stimuli. No one was sure if there was a defect at birth. The other side acted too fast, most of the lab's data was destroyed. The mother's genetic data was wiped, we only have the paternal one. The police are still interrogating them. Point 4. He doesn't look 4. The preliminary test confirmed the father. Then notify him and see how we should proceed. What's wrong? Why are you hesitating? We don't even need to notify him, his identity is special. When the results came out, we and he received them simultaneously. He's already on his way. But, a big family? It's already good that he's coming all the way for such a troublesome matter. The child will be easy to arrange after this. What's there to hesitate about? The match shows the child's father is Bai Sheng of the Bai family. Those guys are really bold. Picking a fight with the Bai family? Where did they get the genes? Messing with a top alpha, are they insane? And Bai Sheng of all people, haven't those fools learned from the Lu family's quick downfall in Ong City? These jumbled words kept pouring into Bai Noah's ears. The little one whimpered softly in discomfort. From the fragmented sentences, the little cub caught several key words: Ong City, Bai family, Bai Sheng, genetic experiments, father. The little cub was even more confused. There were many people around him. This place didn't seem like where he had been before, but these words sounded familiar. He must have heard them somewhere, and the place looked familiar too. Though he was young, he had experienced a lot. Bai Noah was a cub who had genuinely lived through an apocalypse. Born in a lab, he had lived alone since the age of 2, surviving mutated plants and animals, extreme weather, and harsh environments. Little Bai Noah had managed on his own for nearly 3 years without anyone to care for him. To survive, the little cub had tried his best, but he was still too small, too weak. His last memory was being tired, hungry, and running a high fever, fleeing from a mutated plant and falling into a polluted lake. So, did he die? Did he come to a new world? In a daze, the cub's past memories seemed to clear up a bit, as if the world was deliberately telling him his current situation. Little Bai Noah finally understood why these words felt familiar. This was a story he had heard from some researchers before he left the lab in his past life, the Bai family in Ong City. In this ABO world, they were a villainous family. Cold-blooded and ruthless in business, they showed no mercy to those they disliked, caring only about interests, never about feelings. The entire family were all top alphas, and they were obstacles in the future path of the main characters, both in business and romance. In the end, some died, some were crippled, and the Bai family vanished from Ong City, replaced by a new family. Bai Sheng was the third heir to the Bai family, exceptionally capable, outshining his siblings in every aspect. In that story, it was mentioned that after destroying an illegal lab, Bai Sheng briefly had a cub, but the cub soon died in the Bai family. Even though it was a stroke of bad luck for Bai Sheng, it became an excuse for the main characters to use regular people to boycott the Bai family later. Had Nono come to this world now? The little one turned his head and looked at his own hand. The lingering scars on it proved he had come entirely to this world, taking on this identity. But his family, it seemed they didn't like him. I in this new world, was Nono still alone? Would no one ever come to Nono? It's okay. Nono isn't sad. Nono is used to it. The restraints on the hospital bed had loosened. The cub, pale and weak, with sweat soaking his forehead, looked much smaller than an ordinary 4-year-old. He turned slightly, as if to cover the wounds on his hands, curling into a ball, completely insecure. The voices around him quieted. Everyone was looking at this little one. For no other reason than this little one was incredibly cute and beautiful, thin and frail. He didn't look for more like 2 or 3. His big, round, black eyes were full of confusion and moisture when they opened. Soft, slightly curly dark hair clung to his forehead. His face, delicate and pretty like a doll's, had a bit of baby fat. His breath was soft, his body temperature slightly elevated. His hands were cold, but his cheeks were faintly flushed. He looked at them, wary and a little scared. Anyone who saw this would have their heart melt. How could anyone lay a hand on such a little one? Little friend, a gentle female beta doctor leaned over the bed and called softly, her voice as gentle as possible, "Are you awake? Your temperature is going down. Would you like to sit up and have some water, eat a little something? Shall I help you up?" The voice was very soft. Little by Noah fluttered his lashes a few times, then was helped up by the adults around him. He thanked her so quietly that almost no one heard. When a warm cup of water was placed in his hands, the little guy froze for a second, staring at the water in the cup. The water here was clean and hot, and food. Ah, this world is amazing. On the corridor leading to the temporary rescue station of the destroyed lab, the man walked neither fast nor slowly. His dark eyes were icy and devoid of any emotion. He wore a black shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, looking as if he was in a bad mood. Lee followed behind him, accompanied by a team of bodyguards, also frowning deeply. Li reported quickly, "Boss, the caretakers are ready, and the smart AI butler is set up. Ready for your review at any time." "Wait here," Baixing responded casually. If not for his strong self-control, which kept his intense mint-scented pheromones from leaking at all, his irritable 3-level alpha pheromones would have flattened everyone present. After all, who would feel good receiving news out of the blue that, due to some illegal experiments, they had a child? The document said the little one was 4 years old. Baixing was thinking about when and who had managed to pull off such a thing, but there were traces to follow. The Bai family's genes were dominant and powerful. Every Bai family member is, without exception, a top alpha. They were strong, outstanding, and ambitious. There were crazy people who wanted to replicate the glory and power of the Bai family, and now, someone had actually created a 4-year-old cub of his own. Of course, the federal government had various solutions for such situations. And no matter what happened afterward, it was safer to keep a cub carrying Bai family genes under his watch. After all, it's not like he couldn't afford to raise one. Baixing made a quick decision and arrived before the other members of the Bai family could react, determined to arrange everything and take the cub away. But when he entered the room and saw the scene before him, Baixing paused. A federal medical team was crowded around a mobile bed. A small figure sat with his back to him. Hearing the sound, the little cub, clutching a small bowl with a little egg custard on his lip, turned to look back. The ridiculously cute little guy blinked, staring blankly at him, similar soft curly hair, similar features softer and cuter, like a tiny, adorable version of himself. He had to speak softly, or he might scare this little thing. That was Baixing's first thought. Baixing had never felt this way in his life. All his plans and strategies ground to a halt in an instant. As the medical staff approached him, Baixing was still somewhat bewildered, thinking, did I look like this when I was little? Xiao Bai Noa was a little nervous, especially the moment Baixing entered the door. The little cub couldn't help but inwardly gasp, he's so tall. As tall as several Nonos stacked on top of each other. Is this the family in this world? What should Nono say? Should he call him dad? But he looks a bit fierce, like he really doesn't like Nono. The little guy set down his bowl reluctantly, licked his lips, and thought nervously, it's so delicious. Nono wants another bowl. Baixing, right? The beta doctor who had spoken softly to Bai Noa just a moment ago walked over, a bit amazed by how quickly Bai Xing had handled the matter. According to the genetic test, this child is related to you. Someone should have briefed you on the situation on your way here. We saw that you've already completed the relevant procedures and have taken on the role of guardian. The child's treatment is finished. And a full checkup has been done. There are no major issues, just that he's still weak and needs rest and regular follow-ups. The doctor stepped aside, letting the intimidating Alpha pass. She took a deep breath before adding, the other suspects are still being questioned. Don't hesitate to contact us if you have any questions, Bai Xing acknowledged and walked up to the little cub. He bent down slightly, his cold eyes met the cub's round ones, and said in an official, businesslike tone, Bai Xing, your father. Is that how you introduce yourself? The little cub stared up at him blankly, introducing himself in a tiny voice, BLnovel. As for that, it was the name given to him by the kind old lady who had helped him, saying he was cute and soft like sticky rice. Bai Xing's presence was too strong, everyone around instinctively fell silent. Thinking of the Bai family's situation. They looked at the little cub with subtly changed expressions. They felt the Bai family wouldn't be good at raising children, and this generation was all single alphas, right? Would that be okay? But the very next second, that doctor watched Bai Xing stare at the little cub as if trying to solve a puzzle, as if wondering whether the kid could walk at all. When the cub didn't respond, he didn't mind. He reached out and lifted him up still in a sitting position, really lifted him completely horizontally, still in a sitting position. Suddenly airborne, the little cub yelped instinctively, flailing his hands to brace against Bai Xing's shoulders. Xiao BLnovel's eyes went wide. He was at a height that didn't belong to him, and the whole cub almost bristled. The little cub stiffened along with Bai Xing, who had lifted him casually but was now awkward due to inexperience. Wait, no. That's not how you hold a child. The beta doctor was surprised at first. Then quickly moved to correct Bai Xing's posture. Bai Xing pressed his lips together, adjusting his hold. He felt the soft, warm little thing clinging to him. It was too close. He had originally planned to just carry him off like this, or maybe he should have called assistant Lian, but despite the surprise, Bai Xing found he wasn't too repulsed that he hefted the cub way too light. Was this kid really 4 years old? He sneered inwardly. How? Those bastards actually managed to raise a Bai family child into such a weak little alpha. Had already decided the cub was an alpha. Bai Xing gently shifted the cub, burying his face in Bai Xing's chest. He looked up, still a bit weak and pale. BLnovel's small hand slowly grasped Bai Xing's shirt. His big eyes cautiously looked up at Bai Xing, curled up in his arms, watching his cautious, clumsy moves and serious expression. The anti-doctor beside them said, Mr. Bai, being a dad suddenly can be hard to adjust to. Hold him like this. And your cub will be comfortable. Family. Dad, can he have that? Finally, feeling anxious and uncertain since arriving, BLnovel gathered all his courage and whispered in a babyish voice, Dad. Bai Xing stiffened slightly and looked down at the cub who resembled him. After a moment, Bai Xing, who had everything planned out, averted his gaze and uttered a quiet First, blood ties were undeniable. He hadn't hesitated after receiving the news, planning to take the child and sort out everything else later. Second, this little thing was pitiful. And finally, he had to admit seeing the cub's eyes light up was kind of cute. That was all. Author's note. Dad, such a weak little alpha frowns. Cute omega cub. Dad, pre-reading notes. This is a long, daily life healing story about a cub growing up. ABO modern world with many private settings and lots of foreshadowing. Use your imagination. Don't question the logic too much. There is a couple listed in the main characters. Childhood friends, no romance until adulthood, slow burn after, and they're destined for each other. The synopsis shows that not all characters are perfect. If the free chapters feel uncomfortable, please leave promptly. Don't bring up other stories or announce you're dropping it. Thank you very much. Wishing you a pleasant read. Check the story announcement for update schedule and chapter count. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Those waiting outside could not hear what was being said inside. Assistant Lee was looking at his phone, his expression blank and businesslike, the typical no-nonsense Bai family beta. He wore black framed glasses, a strict, scholarly look, and having confirmed everything was set, he looked up only when he heard a noise. The beta had mentally prepared himself to watch over a 4-year-old kid, but when he looked up, he saw BLFiction coming out of the room. Holding a small bundle wrapped in a big medical coat that it was obvious BLFiction handled the bundle cautiously and stiffly. His handsome face, normally either blank or sarcastic, was unusually tight. That really caught assistantly off guard. Had worked for the BL group for years and was one of BLFiction's right-hand men. He knew a thing or two about the BL family. People in the BL family seemed born emotionally cold, not interested in finding partners. Most marriages were business arrangements. This generation had 5 heirs, the oldest 29 and the youngest 18, all still single. Every generation of the BL family tested out as top-tier alphas with off-the-charts pheromone levels. Sure, alphas and betas are a dime a dozen in this world, but top alphas are still hard to come by. Plus, alphas are naturally domineering, strong, and ambitious by nature. With top-tier abilities and alpha instincts, they grab every resource they can. So sibling relationships in the BL family were awful, especially in this generation. Even though they all still lived in the main residence compound, they were already scheming behind each other's backs. Not just between siblings, there was constant tension between fathers and sons, fathers and daughters too. BLFiction had the strongest pheromones, the most talent, and the worst temper of all the heirs. If he didn't get his way, he'd throw hands until he'd calmed down, which made him a truly unpredictable jerk. It was hard to picture him with an expression like that. BLiGLin assistant Listo remembered all the arrangements BLFiction had made on the way over. A 4-year-old kid showing up out of nowhere. No way BLFiction had any feelings for the kid. All the arrangements were just to keep the kid safe. Don't expect any fatherly warmth, but you go in with a sour face and come out with a totally changed expression. Since when was the boss so good at changing his tune? Of course, assistantly only dared to think that, after all, we working stiffs shouldn't let our feelings get in the way of work, but soon enough, assistantly found himself relating, "Boss, the car's here." No sooner had he said that than he saw the little bundle in BLFiction's arms shift. A tiny hand grabbed the edge of the coat and tugged it down a little. A pair of moist, bright black eyes peered out curiously. The round, cute little face, soft and pale, peeked out cautiously. When their eyes met, the kid, who seemed naturally sweet, gave him a warm, gentle smile, showing off 2 little dimples. Assistantly, hold on a second, what is this adorable little creature? The boss surprise kid? Are you sure this is a BL kid? Did the DNA test screw up or something? Assistantly almost bit his own tongue, sneaking glances back and forth between his boss and the kid. Assistantly was stunned. They actually look so alike. How come the boss' face was all sarcasm and spite, while the kid's was so pure and harmless and cute? Assistantly had never seen such a cute little thing that melted your heart like that. Don't squirm, BLFiction's voice came, lazy and a little cold. He reached out and pushed the little head that had poked out back down, then wrapped the coat up again. The new dad remembered what the medical staff said. The kid was still weak even though it was summer and warm out. Better not to let him catch any wind. The kid didn't say anything. From where he stood, assistantly could only see this little ghost in the white coat nodding his head cutely and snuggling back into BLFiction's arms. So well behaved that he was so soft and tiny in his arms. Looked like raising him might not be too hard. BLFiction was content with the little bundle head wrapped up. His original let him be plan apparently thrown out the window. He gave the bundle a little bounce, then took long strides out. Once they were gone, the Federation medical staff packed up and got ready to head out, yet a few still looked reluctantly at the direction the little one had gone. From finding him to handing him over to the BL family, it was too fast. Was the review really fully passed? Isn't it a bit too casual, otherwise? Send him to an orphanage or open him for adoption. A big family like the BL family would never agree to that. Or if we just cut it off cleanly, the crazy ones who created this situation for profit would let the little one bear the consequences. That would be cruel. The person packed up their things. Appeasing these top alphas is troublesome enough. Luckily, the success rate of this kind of research is too low and the technical requirements are high. Big families are cautious. Now that both sides seem to be getting along, and that Mr. BL is willing to take him home and raise him, it's the best outcome, but that little one looks very frail. Doesn't seem like a top alpha. Side effect of the experiment, probably. The hospital on the Bai family's side should do relevant tests. He's too young and still very weak. Everything depends on development until adulthood. It's hard to judge specific physical traits, and this lab doesn't have the conditions to test them. But we should still make an ABO determination as soon as possible. Understood. Baixing carried the little one back to the main courtyard of the Bai family estate that it was called a main courtyard. But it was actually like a small villa area. Several classical-looking small buildings were scattered in the large courtyard. Generally, only the true power holders of the Bai family actually owned this place that and the last generation's power transition, Baixing's father one. This generation has not yet settled who tops the ranks, and since none of the 5 heirs are married, they have not moved out officially yet. Baixing is 25 this year and is considered the most likely winner of this generation. The black sedan had just stopped, and the butler of the Bai family estate was already waiting outside Baixing's residence. Third master, the butler, often called Chang, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with graying hair but sharp eyes. He had obviously heard about the little one and, at the instruction of Bai's father, who was currently out of the country, came specifically to see what was happening, but his attitude made it clear that the Bai family, including Bai Qian, the current patriarch gradually delegating power, was indifferent to this sudden child. After all, the Bai family had always let their own children fend for themselves. Top alphas displayed their talents from a very young age. They were geniuses in various fields. The older generation never interfered in the conflicts among the younger ones, resulting in unusually distant family ties. Thus, many outsiders were pessimistic about the Bai family's future. The butler didn't need to think too hard to foresee the situation of the next generation of Bai family members. Their pheromones were becoming stronger, their talents higher, and internal conflicts and suppression would only intensify. Like sharp stones grinding against each other, leaving no room for buffer, this was certainly dangerous, but between top alphas, outsiders should not meddle. However, he hadn't even finished speaking when Baixing looked at him and interrupted. Keep your voice down. Uncle Chang. We'll talk later. The butler instinctively fell silent. His usually professional smile showed a rare trace of bewilderment that he watched as Baixing carried the small bundle and walked into the house, looking rather pleased. The staff assigned to care for him indoors had already arrived, all watching the tiny figure bundled up in Baixing's arms. The clothes slipped down a little, vaguely showing the situation under the loose coat. Though the face wasn't clearly visible, one could see the little one holding on to Daddy's neck, chin resting on Baixing's shoulder, making the already rounded chin appear even plumper. He showed no reaction to the outside world, breathing steadily, clearly fast asleep. Not only had Third Master personally carried him back, but this little one had actually fallen asleep in Baixing's arms. Only belatedly did it dawn on Steward Chang. Did Third Master seem quite attentive to this little one? It didn't feel like he was just bringing him home to let him run wild. Steward Chang followed Baixing inside, watching as Baixing placed the little one on the bed and gave instructions to the servants hired to care for him. The little one was still asleep, curled up into a tiny shrimp under the blanket that in the end, Steward Chang didn't linger long. He quickly left and went to report to the family head. Bai Qian, currently handling affairs abroad, merely glanced at the report casually. The stern-faced, meticulous middle-aged man sat in a suit on the hotel sofa, his laptop screen showing real-time changes in various financial data. After listening to Steward Chang's report, he raised an eyebrow with slight interest. Are you saying that boy Baixing put a smart monitor near that cheap little brat of his? Planning to keep an eye on him any time? He sure has the leisure for that. Looks like the eldest's recent moves haven't caused him much trouble, sir. Do you need me to do anything about this? No need. Baixing can clean up his own mess. I don't want to get involved in their affairs at their age. As for his cub, I have no interest that he had already raised 5 alpha cubs and had no desire to raise a 6th, especially since this cheap grandson seemed a bit weak. He might take a look at him when he returned home in a few days. With that casual thought, Bai Qian ended the call and coldly refocused on the computer screen in front of him. The little cub slept for quite a while. He was brought back around noon and didn't wake up until nearly dusk. Bai Noah got out of bed sleepily, his black curly hair a tousled mess. He looked around the unfamiliar room. It was a bed with temporary safety rails on the sides, and a soft mattress underneath. Little by Noah sank into it like it was something rare, dazedly and curiously pressing his little hand on it. So soft. Where is this? How long has Noah been asleep? Where's Daddy? The little one slowly crawled up, peering out over the safety rail with his small hands gripping the edge. He heard the rustling sound of wheels moving. Little by Noah blinked a few times. Next to the bed was a narrow path, and a mobile monitor glowing red seemed to have detected something. A capsule-shaped mini monitor, about the size of a palm, rolled along laboriously over to the cub. It was a wheeled mini monitor that could automatically follow a person. Families with little ones often kept a couple around to keep an eye on their safety, with footage transmitted in real time to the parents' phones. Most kids would be used to this, but for little by Noah, this world was completely foreign. Not just the technology here, even clean water and fresh food were things by Noah had never seen before, let alone this glowing red monster. The cub took 2 steps back. The monitor kept its distance, then advanced 2 steps forward. The little cub's hair slowly bristled. Meanwhile, in the study, Bai Sheng had just received a notification that the cub was awake. He opened the video feed and immediately saw the little one head just brought back, bracing his tiny hands on the bed rail, slipping over it, and hopping down. Huh? He jumped off the bed. Could he actually climb over a railing that tall? Startled, Bai Sheng quickly left the study to check if the little one was hurt, but when he opened the door, he saw a scene in the hallway. The little one was running ahead, scampering, while the auto-follow mini-monitor whirred behind him. Cub runs, monitor chases. The cub is trapped. Bai Sheng, hearing the sound, the little one turned and spotted Bai Sheng. Little by Noah made a quick decision, deciding that Daddy was tall and definitely strong enough to beat the monster chasing him. So the cub ran over to Bai Sheng, instinctively. Bai Sheng bent down and opened his arms. He watched as the little one crashed into his arms like a flapping baby bird. Then the little one looked up, clutching his clothes and shrinking fully into his chest, and reported in a soft, cautious baby voice, "Daddy, it chased Noah. Noah didn't do anything to it. It's mean." Author's note: Grandpa abroad at this moment. A cub? Bai Sheng can handle it himself. Not my problem. The monitor, having lost its target, searching. Noah, sad face. JPG little cub peeking. Little monitor, found. JPG Noah. It's those small wheeled monitor cameras sold on Taobao kind that zoom around funnily when you see the video. And also, Noah had been living alone for quite a while and has some quirky apocalypse survival skills. Chapter 3 It's just a monitor. Bai Sheng picked up the little guy, checking him all over, making sure he hadn't hurt himself. Before reaching down to grab the dumb robot that had lost its target and started circling his feet. The monitor connects to me. I can talk to you through it. Bai Noah's little head was buried in his father's arms, and from Bai Sheng's angle, he could only see the fluffy back of the little guy's head. Hearing Bai Sheng say this, the little guy, who had been on high alert in the post-apocalyptic world, turned his head from Bai Sheng's embrace to look at the mobile monitor with its wheels still spinning in the air, held by Bai Sheng. Little Bai Noah still clung to Bai Sheng's chest, a bit nervous as he watched. As an alpha, he's way too soft, and he's also easily startled. And Bai Sheng wasn't quite sure was this him being clingy. Although Bai Sheng didn't remember if he had looked like this little guy when he was young, one thing he knew for sure, he never would have thrown himself into an adult's arms for comfort like this, even though this little soft bundle felt nice to hold. This wouldn't do. Bai Sheng mentally ran through his parenting plan, and casually pressed the monitor's power button. The red light immediately went dark, and the monitor went dead. Before he could make his next move, he heard the little guy's milky voice instinctively exclaim, "Dad, you're so cool. You turned it off just like that." The words Bai Sheng was about to say to make the little guy stand on his own and tell him he couldn't just be clingy like that got stuck in his throat. He coughed softly. "It's just turning off a monitor. What's so great about that?" Had gotten tons of praise growing up, but who would be happy about such a strange compliment? Bai Sheng picked up the kid and said softly, "Don't climb over the bed railing on your own." "Never mind, it's not like you'll listen." Bai Sheng's voice was low, his handsome brows slightly thoughtful. He decided to have someone raise the bed railing higher later. Behind him, the servants who'd been notified also showed up. Actually, they should have come earlier and stayed near the kids' room, but today Bai Sheng was at the old mansion instead of the company. He didn't like being disturbed, and since he was keeping an eye on things from the study on the second floor, the servants hadn't stayed on the second floor and arrived a bit late. The servants who knew Bai Sheng were staring at him, confused. Hadn't the young master just climbed over the bed railing? So why does third master look like he's smiling? The servants working for the Bai family knew about the family's cold dynamics. Were they really mocking a little kid like this? They shouldn't get involved, but the little master is so freaking cute, they shouldn't interfere in the master's private affairs. But the little master is so freaking cute. The maid looked at little Bai Noah's ridiculously cute face, fidgeting with her clothes. The kid had noticed the strangers and was hiding in his dad's arms, peeking out half his head from over his shoulder. The servants, this is too cute, maybe they should secretly try to make his life a bit better. Meanwhile, Bai Sheng had already settled the kid in his arms and glanced at the time. Third master, dinner is ready. Take him to dinner, Bai Sheng said, starting to put the kid down. Bai Sheng never ate on time. He had work to do. Had just come out of the study because the kid falling off the bed startled him. The servants were used to this. They stepped forward, ready to respond, when they heard the kid's milky voice. Did you already eat, Dad? No, but Dad isn't hungry right now. Little Bai Noah didn't get it at in the post-apocalyptic world. Finding food was hard. Everything had mutated. Even the water was contaminated. In all his few years, had rarely had a full stomach. The little guy's idea of happiness was simple. To him, having a full belly was the most important and happiest thing, but Dad didn't seem to think so. The little guy gathered his courage and reached out to touch Bai Sheng's brow. They had only met for the first time today, but maybe it was the blood bond. The kid felt an instinctive closeness to Bai Sheng. The kid held on to Bai Sheng's neck, not letting him put him down. Dad, you've gotta eat. Eating is the most important thing. Nono loves eating. Someone who didn't like eating, this kid just couldn't get it. Bai Sheng had a little sticky kid glued to him. Of course, not to mention an elite alpha strength. Even an ordinary person could peel this little guy off, but Bai Sheng didn't move. He held the kid's body. He was still awkward at holding a kid. He met those round, stubbornly determined eyes. The kid was still pale and frail. His cheeks looked chubby, but it was just baby fat. His body was thin and tiny. Nothing like a proper 4-year-old. His stomach was growling. Yet he was holding on to Bai Sheng's neck, refusing to let go, still being clingy. Bai Sheng thought, and again he realized actually didn't mind it. This feeling was very strange. Alphas are naturally aggressive, not just about rejecting other alphas' pheromones, but also driven by strong possessiveness and ambition. They seek uniqueness, wanting to be one of a kind, which often shows up as competitiveness and can sometimes be overwhelming. But Bai Sheng was feeling something for the first time in this little guy's eyes. He was special, someone to depend on and get close to. The pillar holding up this frail little body. The little guy cared about him a lot. How strange. If he got this feeling from his siblings, he'd think they were just trying to gross him out. But getting it from this little guy, he only felt a little, soft-hearted. Without even thinking, he carried the little one downstairs, putting work aside for the moment, and took him to eat. Bai Sheng sat down at the table, watching the little one obediently swinging his 2 short legs beside him. He felt like he must have lost his mind, probably not expecting him to actually come down to eat. The dishes on the table were all light and healthy foods for children: vegetable porridge, stir-fried cabbage with shrimp, stir-fried broccoli, carrot, tofu, and egg custard. Maybe in case the little one had dietary restrictions, the kitchen had prepared a variety of kid-friendly dishes. Bai Noah had never seen such a spread. His big eyes widened, unable to take it all in. What's this? What's that? Can it really smell this good? Food, is all this for Nono to eat? The little one couldn't help glancing at Bai Sheng. In the past, food had been a rare and precious resource. When eating with others, you couldn't just think of yourself. What's wrong? Bai Sheng was scooping vegetable porridge into a bowl when he noticed the little one looking at him. Need someone to feed you? A 4-year-old asking to be fed? Wasn't that too spoiled? But, his little arms really couldn't reach. Before Bai Noah could react, Bai Sheng had already brought a spoonful of porridge to his lips. Bai Noah opened his mouth instinctively. The porridge was warm and at just the right temperature, its sweet and savory flavor stimulating the little one's taste buds. After swallowing the first bite, the little one's eyes lit up. He couldn't help leaning forward, nearly falling off the chair. Bai Sheng set down the porridge bowl and steadied him, frowning, "Didn't I tell you to prepare everything? Isn't there a high chair?" "There is, third master. Some things just came in and haven't been set up yet. I'll go get it." "Never mind." Bai Sheng looked at the little one, then at the bowl in his hand, and waved dismissively. It was just one meal by the time it was set up. The food would be cold. He lifted the little one onto his lap, though still uncomfortable holding a child. Then he picked up the bowl again and said casually, "Eat up." Bai Noah sat sideways in Bai Sheng's arms, gripping his father's clothes. He looked up at Bai Sheng's face that in the apocalypse, a small child like him was a burden. No one had ever been this good to Nono before, but if Dad was so good, why did they say he was a villain? Why did they say he would die in the end? The little one pouted, his eyes welling up with tears, but he didn't cry, because the food was so fragrant and delicious. Bai Sheng fed the little one, bite after bite. Bai Sheng felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. The little one hadn't even swallowed the current mouthful before his eyes were already eagerly fixed on the next spoonful. He ate like he might cry from joy. "Are you that hungry?" And Bai Sheng overheard the servants in the corridor whispering to each other. "The young master doesn't seem picky. He eats everything." That was true. Even Bai Sheng had foods he disliked, but the little one didn't. The little one truly ate everything, the kind of child that's so easy to raise. Bai Sheng peeled a shrimp and popped it into the little one's mouth. The little one chewed with his cheeks puffed out. After swallowing, his eyes shone brightly, and his voice was light and happy. "Nono has never seen these before. They're so delicious, Dad." Then he looked up, his little milk voice content, holding up his unused spoon. "Dad, you eat too." Nono has always said that. Eating is the best thing in the world, never eaten before, but Bai Sheng, who had just been thinking how easy this little one was to raise, paused. He had only skimmed the little one's health records, the details of his past in the lab were very general, and he hadn't pursued it. Now, the smile around his eyes and lips faded slightly. He looked down and noticed the little one was even staring at the shrimp shells that had been discarded. If an adult hadn't peeled them, he might have thought the shells were meant to be eaten too. Author's note: little one, Dad, you're amazing. Adoring gaze. Dad, what's so amazing about that? Trying hard to suppress a smile. Servants, the little one fell, and third master is laughing. The Bai family isn't even pretending anymore. Some amusing misunderstandings. Chapter 4 Wanting to eat the shrimp shell along with the meat was clearly not the correct way of thinking for a normal child, but Xiao Bai Noah was not a normal child. He still had many shallow scars on his body. Bai Sheng saw them and understood this, but after confirming that Bai Noah had truly never experienced a normal child's life, and might never have eaten proper meals even in the lab, Bai Sheng couldn't help but frown that he did know that these illegal research institutes often kept a low profile to avoid detection, with daily meals consisting of instant canned food, nutrition supplemented by pills, and brainwashing slogans about enduring hardship to make money. If that was the case for them, then it was even worse for a child like this little one, born there as an unregistered child. Of course, before bringing the little one back, Bai Sheng had already gone through all the procedures, and the child's household registration was now under his name. Although he hadn't planned to care much about the child at first, he had looked into the basic information, but he still felt a bit angry. Bai Sheng was handsome, but not in a soft and sunny way. He had a certain sharp, indifferent, and commanding presence of someone in control. When he frowned, the atmosphere around him would involuntarily grow heavy, but his low mood didn't last long. The little one had already scooped a spoonful of rice with his own spoon, trying to feed it to Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng's attention was forced to shift, and as he opened his mouth, he thought to himself, since he was now the father, he should indeed get a clearer understanding of this little one's past, and a more thorough medical checkup was needed. After a moment, Bai Sheng had already eaten his fill. He put down his utensils and looked down at the little one, whose eyes were still bright, and asked tentatively, "Are you full?" Bai Sheng belatedly realized that this little one ate quite a lot, and very quickly. This was even with him controlling the pace. If the little one had been left to eat on his own, he would have gulped it all down in 2 mouthfuls. The little cub, still holding his spoon, blinked hesitantly. The little one had never eaten his fill before. If there was food, he would stuff as much as possible into his stomach. In fact, Bai Noa could still eat more, but he wasn't sure if he should say he was full now, but it smelled so good and tasted so delicious. Xiao Bai Noa's eyes were still bright, licking his lips and looking on eagerly. Bai Xing reached out and touched the little one's belly. It was already round and full. He was definitely full, maybe even a bit too full. Bai Xing stopped asking. He took a tissue, wiped the little one's face, picked him up, and placed him on the soft sofa in the living room. The third young master of the Bai family, a man of precision and planning, glanced at his watch. Sit still for 30 minutes, then move around to help you digest. Bai Xing's place wasn't decorated in the old mansion's retro style, it leaned toward a comfortable, minimalist modern style. The black and white genuine leather sofa was so soft that the tiny cub sank into it. The little one blinked his big eyes curiously. Little cubs always have many questions about the world. Daddy, why do I need to sit still? Exercising immediately after a meal is bad for the stomach. Seeing the innocent, questioning look on the little one's face, Bai Xing casually stroked his curly hair. It means if you don't rest after eating, your stomach will hurt. Xiao Bai Noa nodded, his eyes sparkling, looking even more adoring. His small voice rose, and he generously praised, Daddy, you know so much. Bai Xing, who had planned to leave the little one there and have the servants take him for exercise when the time came, ended up sitting with him for the full half hour, then holding his hand and walking around the yard to help with digestion. Summer hadn't officially started yet, so it got dark early. Outside, it was pitch black, and the streetlights of the Bai family's old mansion illuminated patches here and there. In the small garden outside Bai Xing's residence, warm light cast two shadows, one long, one short. As they circled the garden, outside the garden, a white luxury sedan slowly passed by from the perimeter. The windows were tinted and rolled up. Only a pair of dark eyes quietly watched the scene, raising an eyebrow in slight surprise at Bai Xing's actions. The car quickly drove away. Bai Xing didn't even look up. After all, he knew who was inside. The grandparents didn't live here. His parents were abroad, his second brother was out of the province, his younger sister rarely came back, and his youngest brother was only 18, in a competition training camp. The only one who could be coming back at this hour was his eldest brother Bai Jingyun. As luck would have it, the two most at odds among the Bai family's current generation were Bai Sheng and Bai Jingyun. So Bai Xing didn't even bother acknowledging him. He led the little one around in circles, his expression turning colder. Xiao Bai Noa was holding his hand. At first, his steps couldn't quite keep up with Bai Xing's pace, but Bai Xing quickly adjusted his stride, watching the little one trot beside him with his short legs. His hand was held, and it felt warm. The little one looked up at this parent who was so enormously tall to him. No one had ever been this good to him. Being able to eat his fill was already a huge blessing, and no one cared whether he felt comfortable or his stomach hurt after eating. In the post-apocalyptic way of thinking, being able to eat your fill was enough. What more could you ask for? Just then, Bai Xing's phone buzzed. He glanced at the message. Aunt Phone, watch him. Let him exercise for the full time before doing anything else. When it's time, put him to bed. I have work to do. Yes, third master, the older, kind-faced servant spoke, smiling softly and gently at Xiao Bai Noa. Young master, my surname is Feng. You can come to me for anything. The third master has work to do now, so he's asked me to take you for a walk. All right. When the stranger suddenly spoke, the little one hid behind Bai Sheng, blinking his big eyes and staring curiously at Aunt Feng. Bai Noa wasn't good at interacting with others, but Aunt Feng looked very kind and approachable, much like the adults who had helped him during the apocalypse. The little one looked up at his dad, then back at Aunt Feng, and broke into a smile, showing two dimples and calling out in his sweet voice, Grandma Feng. Aunt Feng paused. Good heavens! How could such an adorable little thing exist? She felt like she was walking on air as she took the soft little hand from Bai Sheng, and the tiny cub looked up at her, still soft and cute, not quite understanding the meaning of work, but reluctantly gazing at his dad. Daddy, go ahead with your work. No can take care of himself. Aunt Feng's face was almost sore from smiling. Little master. Too adorable, she had never seen such a cute and well-behaved child. Bai Xing indeed had urgent documents to deal with, so he casually ruffled the little one's curly hair and walked towards the study. After Bai Xing's figure disappeared, the little cub withdrew his gaze, followed Aunt Feng, walked a few more circles around the area, and also got a general idea of who the servants were. when it was about time to go inside, and Feng took the little one's hand and led him inside. "Does young master want something to drink? Juice? Honey water? Or would plain warm water be enough? Oh right, there's also milk." Noah could even understand the concept of juice. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, the probability of plants mutating was the lowest, but honey water, the little one blinked. He thought for a moment it came from bees, right? Xiao Noah had seen mutated bees, and they were terrifying. Could something like that produce anything tasty here? The little one was still new here and a bit nervous. So he answered softly, "No wants warm water, Grandma Feng." Then he blinked again, "The rest are for Daddy." No will bring the juice to Daddy, okay, Aunt Feng." Good heavens, what good karma did the third master have to suddenly bring back such an adorable and well-behaved child? Her voice unconsciously turned syrupy, while the servants behind her craned their necks to watch, and she spoke in a gentle tone. "Of course, young master. The juice is freshly squeezed. Would you like to come to the kitchen and see?" Most of the fruits here were ones the little cub had never seen before. He watched in amazement as the juicer made a whir sound, turning all the pulp into a paste, and even held up the strainer to help with the filtering. After the orange juice was ready, the little one took a tiny sip, and his eyes instantly lit up. His little hands leaned on the edge of the kitchen counter, and he looked at the juicer with admiration. "So delicious, wow. This world is really too good, isn't it? How can it be this tasty and delicious? This is heaven." After a moment, there were 2 knocks on the study door. Without looking up, Baixing said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Baixing quickly dealt with the matter at hand and looked up at the door. There was no one at the door. Baixing blinked slowly as he remembered there was a little person in the house now. He shifted his gaze downward and saw the little one holding a baby silicone cup, with big eyes sparkling as he trotted over to him. The servant stood nearby, watching from the study doorway. Since the silicone cup wouldn't hurt him if he dropped it, Baixing didn't get up. He just reached out and pushed against the desk edge, letting the swivel chair roll back a bit. "What's up, Daddy?" "Juice." The little one held the cup up high as if offering a treasure. No made it. No held the strainer. "For Daddy." Baixing was stunned for a moment before taking the cup of orange juice. Baixing wasn't interested in this kind of sweet, sugary juice drink, but he still took a sip, and the sweet and sour taste spread in his mouth. It wasn't unpleasant. What should he say at this point? Should he offer some praise? Baixing wasn't very sure, but before he could think of what to say, after delivering the juice, the little one obediently left Baixing to his work, trotted out of the room, and even closed the door behind him. The room fell silent again. Baixing, holding the cup of juice, pinched the bridge of his nose that he felt a bit dazed. Was a child of this age supposed to be like this? He thought for a moment, picked up his phone, scrolled through his business contacts, and selected a contact. Meanwhile, in another upscale villa area in the city center, Xiaoyu, who was watching his 2 little alphas cause havoc, had veins bulging on his forehead that he cleared his throat. About to assert his paternal authority, but the next second, a special notification on his phone surprised him, making him raise his eyebrows. That he had set special ringtones for his major business partners, and at this hour, no one should be sending him messages. Xiaoyu ignored the noise of the 2 mischievous 5-year-old alphas behind him and glanced at his phone. It was Baixing. Wait. At this hour? Baixing was Xiaoyu's biggest business partner. They had also been classmates before, but their relationship wasn't particularly close, not to the point of discussing personal matters. But Baixing, I heard you have a pair of 5-year-old twin sons. And they're both alphas? Xiaoyu, yeah. Bai-san, why are you just suddenly asking about this? Baixing, are children of this age all very well behaved? Xiaoyu paused, unable to believe his eyes, and looked at the message on the screen again. At that moment, a toy flew right over his head. His 2 dutiful sons were arguing. I threw it higher. I even threw it right over Dad's head. I threw it higher. Just you wait, he'll throw it and show you. Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly as a toy flew past his shoulder. His expression didn't change. He lowered his head and replied with absolute certainty. Ha, don't joke around. A 5-year-old alpha cub is a little devil. Little devil. Baixing finished his work 3 hours later, well into the night. He stood up, stretched his body, and then looked at the message on his phone with suspicion. Did Xiaoyu get a bootleg alpha cub? He's clearly so well behaved. He put his phone aside and walked out of the study. Third Master. Has BLnovel gone to bed? The young master went to sleep over an hour ago. He's in his room. Baisheng responded with a hum and walked toward the little one's room. Baisheng had only intended to take a quick look. Little BLnovel was indeed asleep, but he was still curled up in that insecure posture. Like a cub without much sense of security. At that moment, his soft curly black hair was damp with sweat, sticking pitifully to his forehead. Why is he sweating so much? Is he having a nightmare? Baisheng frowned and sat down by the bed. The next moment, he heard a very soft, sob-like babyish voice. His heart felt like it was hit. In his nightmare, he was softly calling out, "Daddy." Author's note: Dad was so dazed by how good the cub was that he actually questioned it. The reply he got: "You're raising a bootleg alpha." He said it with conviction. Xiaoyu. Ha, I don't know who's the one raising a bootleg alpha. That's completely backwards. Later, when he found out Baisheng was raising a cute little omega. Xiaoyu, damn. Chapter 5 This was the first good night's sleep the little cub had gotten since arriving in this time period. It was a normal night, a completely soft bed, a warm blanket. No need to keep his nerves constantly tense, probably because he had relaxed. BLnovel began to drift off, his thoughts fuzzy. The fragmented memories from that story, those vague images, appeared in the little cub's dream. In the dream, BLnovel was still holding his father's hand, walking in the courtyard at night. The air had no strange smell, the wind was pleasant, and the big hand holding his felt very warm. There was no moment better than this. The little cub thought that he really had a family now, but the next second, the warmth in his hand vanished instantly. The urgent blare of a car's horn pierced the sky, and Baisheng lay battered and bloody after a car crash. This was the fate the villain family was destined to face in the book. Within the Bai family, there was internal strife. Bai Jingyun, the eldest son of the Bai family, took advantage of Baisheng's eccentric and ruthless nature, which had earned him many enemies. When Baisheng suddenly had a cub, bringing unexpected changes to his schedule, Bai Jingyun accidentally tipped off Baisheng's enemy. The enemy, hellbent on taking him down with him, caused permanent damage to Baisheng's brain, making Baisheng even more violent and ferocious, showing no mercy to his siblings. What had been internal squabbles and rivalry escalated, kicking off the Bai family's downfall. The little cub had just thought there was no better moment than this, but the scene suddenly reminded him of how the villain Bai family wound up. In the dream, BLnovel grew anxious that he reached out his little hand, reaching out desperately toward Baisheng. "Dad, Dad. Nono's hands are so cold. Daddy, please hold Nono's hand, okay?" The little cub shouted in his heart, and murmured it out loud in his sleep. Someone gently shook him. BLnovel? BLnovel, the little one, who had been sleeping restlessly, opened his eyes all at once, still groggy, but with fear lingering in his big, watery eyes. "Dad." Little BLnovel looked up and saw Baisheng sitting on the bed, looking down at him. Baisheng had pushed aside the bed's guardrail, and his hand rested on the little cub. The small monitor by the bedside was quietly working, and the warm night light next to it cast a glow that softened Baisheng's usually sharp features, even his harshness seeming to melt into something gentle. "Awake. Had a nightmare?" Baisheng gently shook the little cub awake, hesitated, then picked up the tiny cub and held him in his arms. He grabbed some baby wipes from the nightstand to wipe the sweat off the little one's head. That he had to admit that raising such a little one was not what he had imagined. The word dad had never meant anything to him before, but when this little guy called him that, it felt like some kind of magic. Baisheng's body was very warm. The little cub, drenched in sweat, was held in his arms, and his hands warmed up. And so did his whole body. Kids run out of steam quickly. He was still groggy and sleepy. He instinctively grabbed Baisheng's clothes with his little hands, his big eyes wide, dazed and slow to snap out of it. Baisheng reached under the little one's clothes, felt the sweat and frowned. "Change your clothes before going back to sleep." Even a first-time parent knew a kid couldn't sleep all sweaty like that. "Dad," the little one slowly came back to his senses, still clinging to Bai Xing's clothes, looking up at him obediently and asked, "Dad, can you always be okay? And never get hurt? It hurts a lot, and No doesn't want Dad to be hurt." Bai Xing, who was wrapping the little one in a blanket to go get a towel and clean clothes, raised an eyebrow. "What's gonna happen to me?" The little cub didn't know how to describe the blurry, scary scene from his dream. He stretched out his little hand, gesturing vaguely. But he didn't really know much. The dream just brought back hazy memories of the Bai family's tragic downfall, but now, these things hadn't happened yet. So after gesturing for a while, Bai Xing caught his hand and tucked it back under the blanket. Finally, all he could do was puff out his cheeks and, sleepy and mumbling, blurt out the answer, "Dad's big brother is bad, uncle is a bad guy." Bai Xing, who had fetched the small clothes prepared by the servant, looked puzzled. Bai Xing couldn't follow the little one's random train of thought. He was amazed at how tiny the clothes in his hand were, feeling like they were only as big as two of his palms. He was still holding them up, wondering if the size was right, when he heard this unexpected remark that he had to agree. But where did the kid get that idea? But it was probably because of the nightmare. Bai Xing didn't bother trying to correct the little cub's thinking. He lifted the little one out from under the blanket, wiped off the sweat, clumsily dressed him in new pajamas, and tucked him back into the blanket. Bai Xing yawned lazily. He lowered his eyes, leaned against the headboard, and subconsciously lowered his voice, meeting the little one's gaze, somewhat awkwardly, copying what he'd seen on TV and online. He reached over and gently patted the little one's back. "All right, go to sleep." The little cub, now in new pajamas, held the edge of the blanket with both little hands, listening to Bai Xing's drowsy voice. The little one pursed his lips. Family was so wonderful and warm. Had finally found it, and he didn't want to lose it. His years in the apocalypse had taught him that others couldn't be relied on. He had to protect himself at all times. But now Dad, the little one's eyes were barely open from sleepiness, but he still spoke seriously in a baby voice. No will protect Dad from now on. Dad was a big villain, so No was the villain's cub, and No would protect Dad. Huh? What was he saying? Bai Xing looked at his cub, who was stubbornly fighting off sleep, and heard the little one's words. He wanted to laugh. He reached out and pinched the little one's cheek. So soft. After saying this, the little cub finally couldn't hold on. Children fall asleep in seconds. The next moment, his breathing became steady and even. Bai Xing leaned against the headboard with a smile, his attitude casual, with the arrogance typical of the Bai family, and gently poked his little one's cheek again. "Don't joke around, it's obvious. Dad protects the baby." "That I am not joking." The little one woke up very early the next day. The sky was just barely getting light when the little one had already climbed out of bed. That he had slept early, slept a lot, and had a rare good night's sleep, making the little one look energetic. The usual weakness and pallor on his face seemed to have faded. The little one didn't know exactly when or under what circumstances Dad would get into trouble. So there was only one way: wherever Dad is, No will be. No will watch over Dad to make sure he stays safe. The little one had just grabbed the railing on the high-side bed, still trying to figure out what to do. The moving monitoring light on the other side flickered again, and in less than half a minute, the room door was pushed open. Aunt Fong stood outside, somewhat surprised. "Young master, are you already awake?" "Grandma Fong." The little one blinked his eyes and reached out his small hand. "Help No. Help No. No can't get out. Pick me up." Seeing the adorable little one with messy curls asking for a hug early in the morning, Aunt Fong quickly stepped in and scooped up the little one, thinking there couldn't be anything happier in the world. Once on the ground, the little one looked up and sweetly thanked her. "Thank you, Grandma Fong." "Where is Dad?" "Third master is still asleep," Aunt Fong said, taking the little one's hand and leading him to the wardrobe to pick out clothes. It wasn't that Bai Xing got up late. The little one had simply woken up too early. Aunt Fong helped the little one get dressed and asked with a smile. "Do you want breakfast now? Or wait a bit?" No will wait for Dad to eat together," the little one said in a sweet, milky voice, tugging at Aunt Fong's clothes. "All right, when third master wakes up, Grandma will come and call No. Okay, the little one nodded vigorously, beaming a big smile. After the smart home system detected that the person in bed was up, the curtains slowly opened, letting in rays of sunlight. Outside in the yard, the servants were watering the plants, and clear droplets splashed into the air, catching the morning light and shimmering. Xiao Bai Noa blinked. Grandma Feng, what are they doing out there? Watering the plants. Would you like to go out and see? A moment later, Xiao Bai Noa was led by Aunt Feng into the yard, with a small auto-following camera trailing behind him. The little one pattered ahead, and the monitor rolled along behind. That it was not yet fully summer, and the yard was mostly filled with flowers blooming at the end of spring. Some precious summer roses had already budded, covered in crystal-clear dewdrops, and a fresh scent filled the air. The little one had actually seen very few ordinary plants, let alone ornamental flowers of this kind. As he looked around, he greeted the servants in the yard, his tiny form so adorable it made everyone's hearts melt. Aunt Feng watched from a distance, not following too closely. Today, there were no dangerous power tools or farm implements in the yard, just some water hoses. And there were servants all around, plus the little camera trailing after the little one. So there was no safety concern. After wandering around for a few minutes, the little one heard noises coming from outside the yard. He curiously peered out. At that moment, a tall man with a towel around his neck was jogging slowly from the other end of the road toward them. The man's facial features were somewhat similar to Dad's, but he looked fiercer and bullier, with no expression on his face. The little one curiously stuck out his head to watch, then heard someone greet him as eldest young master. Bai Noa thought for a second. Dad is third master, so eldest young master must be the big uncle, the bad big uncle. Instantly alert, the little one's already round eyes went even wider. The passing top-tier alpha sensed a gaze locked on him. Bai Jingyun turned his head and saw a soft, adorable little one who was shorter than the ornamental flower pot in the yard. The little one seemed to want to hide behind the flower pot, but his soft, fluffy curls swaying in the breeze completely gave him away. Not to mention now, the little one, stare. There was nothing unpleasant about that stare. The little one's eyes were so clear, without any competitive edge, just soft and adorable. Bai Jingyun, momentarily unsure how to react. What the hell? Ha, so this is what Bai Sheng's genes spit out. Bai Jingyun's expression was cold, tinged with irritation. That he didn't like children, and among his siblings, he despised Bai Sheng the most, the one who always outshone him. Knowing that Bai Sheng had been set up and ended up with a kid that came out of nowhere, he was sure that the rest of the Bai family, except him, was laughing at Bai Sheng. Isn't he capable and perfect in every way? So how did such a screw-up happen? Yesterday, catching just a glimpse, he only saw the little one's profile. Today, seeing the full face. Bai Jingyun stared at that pathetic little face for a few seconds and gave a slight sneer. Nothing special. Bai Jingyun, out for his morning jog, slowed his pace, jogged in place a few times, and asked coldly, "What are you looking at?" "Ah, woo." The little one was startled and instinctively stepped back a step. He was essentially a well-behaved kid, and he had just been staring at someone and even called his uncle a bad guy. At this moment, he wanted to act tough, but he was still soft-hearted. "Big uncle, No is looking at you, No will watch you. You're not allowed to hurt Daddy." Bai Jingyun fell silent for 2 seconds after hearing the little one's words. Of course, he just felt that his conflict with Bai Sheng was not worth taking out on a little kid. Bai Jingyun suddenly changed direction and jogged closer to the little one. Xiao Bai Noa didn't react in time. Bai Jingyun suddenly lifted him. The little cub's feet dangled in the air. He let out a surprised yelp and was then set down behind him. Bai Jingyun withdrew his hand, glanced at the rose branches now farther from the little one, silently cursed Bai Sheng again, then turned around and ran away coldly without another word, ignoring the child. The servants were all watching, so nothing could go wrong, and Xiao Bai Noa blinked his eyes, let out a puzzled huh, looked at the thorny branches beside him, then at Bai Jingyun's retreating back. "Bad big uncle. Is this right? Don't move. Stay right there." Behind him, Bai Sheng's voice suddenly came. The little one's eyes lit up. "Daddy." He turned to look. No one. The little one looked around. Bai Sheng spoke again, this time from the small camera following behind Bai Noa. "What did he say to you?" This was Bai Sheng, who had just woken up and groggily checked the surveillance. Only to find that his child was already awake and wandering around the garden. He saw that Bai Jingyun guy's back and jerked awake. "Wow, Daddy." The little one crouched down and held the small camera high with both hands. "Daddy, are you trapped inside this?" The sweet little voice was irresistible. The villa door swung open. "I am here." Bai Sheng was still in his pajamas, his voice sleepy, his fluffy curly hair the same fluffy, messy curls as Xiao Bai Nua, soft in the sunlight. Obviously, he had rushed over. Right after waking up, Daddy, Daddy, Xiao Bai Nua had been staring at the small camera, but when he heard the voice ahead, he put down the camera and toddled over to Bai Sheng, his arms already outstretched for a hug. Slow down. Why are you up so early? Bai Sheng yawned again and crouched down. The little one bumped into him, wrapped his arms around his neck, and said in a milky but serious voice, "No wants to protect Daddy, does so?" Bai Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Wherever Daddy is, No will be, but what if I have to go to work?" The little cub said in a milky voice, No will go to work too, just like Daddy. What job can such a little kid do? Bai Sheng pinched his cheek. Are you a little sticky candy? Author's note, the early-torized healthy kid. No protects Daddy, the dad who doesn't eat on time and wakes up later than his kid. Are you a little sticky candy, kid, candy? Is it yummy? Eyes lighting up, self-disciplined big uncle. Cold face display, light cough. Bai Sheng's jeans are nothing to write home about. Chapter 6. What is cowhide candy, Dad? The beautiful little one in Bai Sheng's arms blinked, curiously asking Bai Sheng. The beautiful little one still carried the morning chill on his clothes, his eyes full of longing that he didn't know what it was, but as long as it could go into his mouth. No thought it must be good, that is it tasty. Bai Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words that he reached out and touched the little one's tiny belly. Come eat if you're hungry. Bai Sheng scooped up the little guy in one go. Bai Sheng had just woken up. Seeing Bai Jingyun, he hurried downstairs. He was still in his pajamas, his black curls messy, looking a bit drowsy. He held the toddler easily with one hand, his forearm muscles slightly flexed. That was the strength and reliability of a top-tier alpha. From now on, stay away from that person you just saw. Although Bai Sheng didn't think his older brother would be insane enough to lay a hand on a 4-year-old, nearly 5-year-old child, no one could say for sure what the future held. Little Bai Noah blinked, obediently nodded, and said in a soft, tender voice while hugging his neck, No only follows Dad. No will protect Dad. Don't worry. No has that phrase etched in his brain. Bai Sheng, who was about to hand the little one to Aunt Feng, who had been waiting eagerly behind him, paused. A subtle expression crossed Bai Sheng's face, but his body acted honestly, tightening his hold on the little one just slightly. A soft, light little toddler clung to him. This little one had actually been a bit reserved at first. Although he called him Dad from the very first time, there was a clear nervousness and unease in his voice. He was carefully testing, but because he had so little in the past and was so young, he was too easily satisfied. In just one day, that gap had vanished completely, as if they had been living together for a long time, not just 2 short days. Most importantly, this little thing was way too good at being adorable. How could he be so good at being adorable? Which toddler grows up acting this cute? Even little beta kids would be more reserved, never this sweet. Bai Sheng hadn't seen many toddlers, so though he vaguely sensed something off, he didn't think much of it that moment. The new dad's mind was filled with not just how cuddly this little one was, but also damn, if he already couldn't resist hugging him, what would he do when it came time to start his training plan for this little one? All sorts of training obviously needed to begin early. He never realized that a toddler had been holding in his arms all day since their first meeting would never be allowed to go out and face the hardships of fighting and killing training. Bai Sheng felt his mind was a bit fuzzy. Finally, he peeled off the little cowhide candy stuck to him, handed him to Aunt Feng, who had been watching eagerly for a long time, and went upstairs to wash up and change. 10 minutes later, feeling like had finally woken up, Bai Sheng sat at the dining table. The little toddler had already been placed in his high chair, holding his little spoon, staring intently at the food on the table, having completely forgotten about protecting Dad just moments ago. A soft, sticky rice porridge gave off a fragrant aroma, at just the right temperature, slightly hot but not uncomfortably so, fluffy, soft youtiao and steamed buns, along with eggs soaked in savory sauce. These were foods little Bai Noah had never seen before, but they smelled wonderful and looked delicious. Bai Sheng served the little one some porridge, peeled an egg and broke it up, and placed it in the bowl in front of him. The steamed bun was still a bit hot, so Aunt Feng guided softly from behind, telling Bai Sheng to first break it open from the middle and let it cool a bit before giving it to the little one. Bai Sheng's movements were a bit casual and unfamiliar. A top alpha, who usually wasn't so meticulous with himself, really didn't know how to raise a child, but it didn't matter. Top alphas had strong learning abilities, and he was very wealthy. He had always believed that success in anything depended only on whether you were truly serious about it. For example, raising a child. If you say you have issues with education, that might be understandable, but if you say you simply can't raise him well, that would be laughable. Putting money and effort into it, and for things you don't know how to do, you can hire someone who knows how to take care of children to supervise and guide you. There's nothing that can't be done well. So even if Bai Sheng was inexperienced and looked casual, from the moment he took charge of this little one, he hadn't made any mistakes. Bai Sheng woke up early today, so he seemed a bit sluggish. Due to his past habits, his peak energy and workout times weren't in the morning, and sometimes he skipped breakfast. Only an alpha's physique could handle such a lifestyle. Anyone else with this kind of work intensity and schedule would have probably collapsed by now. Bai Sheng casually took a bite of the steamed bun and turned his head to look at the little guy, because he hadn't been exposed to many other toddlers. And with today's big data algorithms, as long as you don't look, such content rarely appears in your feed. Bai Sheng didn't really know if toddlers of this age were all like little Bai No trouble at mealtimes. Every bite was eaten joyfully, eyes sparkling. And although young, he ate neatly, not at all messy, really easy to take care of. Bai Sheng sighed in admiration, wiped a bit of porridge from the little one's mouth, and handed him half a steamed bun that had cooled down. The soft, fair little guy held the half bun, as soft and white as himself, took a big bite, and let out a delicious wow, his little body swinging unconsciously with happiness, as if countless little flowers were about to bloom around him. Watching the little toddler eat, Bai Sheng unconsciously ate quite a bit himself. Until he was about to leave, Bai Sheng still thought this little one was very easy to take care of. Yes, until he was about to leave, standing at the door. Bai Sheng looked down at the little one clinging to his leg and refusing to let go. Well-fed and content, the thought of protecting Dad had returned to little Bai Noah's mind. Bai Noah, Bai Sheng reached out, trying to pick him up. Stay home and listen to Aunt Fong. Dad will be back at noon. No wants to go with Dad. No has to protect Dad. The little one hugged Bai Sheng's leg tighter, and Daddy needs to find lots of people to protect himself. Bai Sheng exerted a little force and finally lifted the little one up. If Daddy is finding so many people to protect himself, then why do you need to go along? No has to keep an eye on you, Xiao. Bai Noah said in a babyish, matter-of-fact tone. Who knows if Daddy might slack off sometimes. After all, Daddy doesn't get up as early as No. He doesn't eat on time and is still sleeping when Bad Uncle is working out. It's really up to No to keep an eye on things. The little cub, being held up by the scruff of his clothes, reached out his hand. Bai Sheng instinctively scooped Bai Noah into his arms, feeling the cub's small arms skillfully wrap around his neck. Anxiao. Bai Noah, holding on to Bai Sheng's neck, said softly. If No is always by Daddy's side, then when Daddy needs No can help Daddy. If that dream situation happens again, this time No can reach out and hold Daddy's hand. Bai Sheng clearly heard several muffled ahs from the servants in the living room behind him. Simeon's heart just melted. Bai Sheng had to admit he was a little melty. Was it the strange magic of blood ties? No, it must be the strange magic of this little cub. At least at this moment, Bai Sheng understood why children can keep their parents anchored. He had only been a father for 2 days. Bai Sheng made one last attempt. The workplace isn't fun. Daddy is going to work, earn money, and support you. The cub blinked, holding Bai Sheng tightly. The little one didn't understand what working meant, but cleverly mimicked him, though his baby voice couldn't sound serious. No doesn't play. Work. Don't need money. Support Daddy. Bai Sheng, capitalist glee. Hold on, don't get excited yet. This is his own cub. Bai Sheng compromised. That he made sure the car had a baby seat installed, and then, holding this clingy little thing, put on his shoes, then opened the door. Before leaving, he couldn't help muttering, do you really think going to work is such a good thing? But kids are like that. They probably just need reassurance. It'll probably get better in a bit. Just let him tag along. But if this little guy is following, he definitely needs more security people around him. Adults are fine, but with a child, everything needs to be more thorough. Assistantly, waiting outside the door, eyed his boss' unusual look today. Assistantly, do you still remember the free-range plan you talked about before? You were so adamant before bringing the young master back. Assistantly had a lot to complain about, but facing his immediate superior, he didn't dare tell Su Chuan not to come to the old mansion. Go directly to the company. Bai Xing strapped the little one into the baby seat in the back and offhandedly said to assistantly. Su Chuan was the manager of a private hospital under Bai Xing and also Bai Xing's personal doctor. The Bai family's businesses flourished everywhere, especially in the medical field. Even the second young master of the Bai family, Bai Liang, had a medical background. The 5 Bai family heirs all had considerable assets and connections in this area, which was also one of the fields where their points of conflict frequently arose, although a lot of information had been shared yesterday, for the detailed physical examination and special testing. It was of course better to see and judge in person. Assistantly nodded in agreement and was about to close the car door for Bai Xing. But as he bent down slightly and met the little one's eyes, he saw a pair of bright big eyes. The small hand was grasping the edge of the seatbelt strap. Seeing him, the little one's eyes crinkled and spoke in a tender baby voice, "Uncle Li, good morning." Assistantly, good morning, young master." As assistantly turned around, he couldn't help clenching his fist and sighing. No matter how many times he saw it, could this really be his boss kid? The morning grumpiness was almost blown away. This cuteness was just too much. The Bai group building, under Bai Xing, assistant and secretary work group chat. Report: the big boss who was absent yesterday came to work today. The workaholic actually didn't come yesterday. Truly rare. Today we have a cooperation to discuss with the Xie family. The boss definitely has to come. By the way, how's that cooperation project with the Yu family going? After changing the contact person, it's been fairly smooth. The Yu family's situation, I really don't want to talk about it. I'm tired of all the gossip. Even now, old Master Yu is still holding up the entire company. Of course. Did you think every family is like the Bai family? I can't take it anymore. My current resentment could fuel an army of sword demons. I'm going downstairs to buy a coffee. Does anyone need one? I need one. Bring me a hot iced Americano. The extra is the delivery fee, okay? No, girl, are you crazy? Hot and iced Americano. Is that human language? Gone crazy from overwork? You dare to say that, and they dare to go along with it. Sent wrong. Ha ha ha, it's okay. The early bird clerk will be forgiving. He'll definitely respond. After all, last time he added ice cubes to hot tea, and no one batted an eye. This world really has gone crazy. That I think I've gone crazy too. What's wrong? Brother Jean. Weren't you waiting for the boss? The boss came to work holding a child who looks about 2 or 3 years old. Brother Li said it's the boss' own child. And Dr. Su has also arrived. They'll be heading up soon. You'll be able to see in a moment. Wow, is the little boss this cute? Meanwhile, the group had already gotten into the elevator. Little Bai Noah was still held in Bai Xing's arms. Dr. Su Chuan, who had changed his route upon receiving the notice, looked no older than 30 or so, and was now curiously standing by, observing the little one. Bai Noah was now holding with one hand the small monitor his dad had given him. Obviously, as a newbie dad, although Bai Xing didn't know what might go wrong, he decided to keep a close eye on the little one's every move. You can play with this monitor later. The AI voice is activated, and it's called Dodo. When Dad goes to talk about work later, you can ask it anything you don't understand. Bai Xing, acting as if no one else was around, held the little child in his arms and spoke to him. He had already turned on the voice switch on the monitor and demonstrated how it worked. Hello, Do-Do-U.as. The little one stared wide-eyed. The monitor in little Bai Noah's arms spoke in a mechanical female voice. I'm here. Wow. Dad, you're so amazing. You can talk to a machine. The little one held the small monitor and spun it around to look at it. Where does the sound come from? How can it talk? Dad, why can it answer Nono's questions? Does it know as much as Dad does? Can Nono ask it anything? The little one was a little chatterbox in disguise and 100% curious little kid. That soft, clingy way he had with his dad made Dr. Su Chuan, standing by, frown in slight confusion. He was still observing. Bai Xing only picked a few of those innocent questions to answer. letting the little one chatter away beside him, until a keyword seemed to trigger it. Monitor. Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. The little one blinked, looked down at the monitor, and said, Are you talking to Nono? Monitor. Yes, I'm talking to you. Little by Noah blinked a few times, suddenly at a loss for what to say. After a few seconds of silence between the two, it spoke again. I'm sorry, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Little by Noah. Nono was asking if you were talking to Nono. Monitor. Yes, I'm talking to you. A few more seconds later. I'm sorry, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Both were very polite, each waiting for the other to speak. Thus a child and an AI idiot fell into a subtle loop, by Sheng, that wasn't necessary. The little one was too good, too polite, and with his baby voice was determined to keep the loop going. Having lost count of how many times he had heard it, Bai Sheng reached out and, as the elevator arrived and the doors opened, pinched by Noah's little mouth shut, physical mouth shut. JPG author's note, Bai Sheng, look at my well-behaved, authentic A-grade cub. Su Chuan, an A-grade cub. Something feels a bit off. Chapter 7 Xiao Bai Noah's mouth was pinched shut, and he blinked, letting out a couple of muffled sounds, but in the end, after a moment of silence, the monitoring AI automatically ended the conversation, awaiting the next voice wake up. That weird, subtle, polite yet kinda stupid loop finally ended. Dr. Su Chuan was also charmed. Unable to help turning his head and barely holding back his laughter. Next time, if you don't have any questions, don't talk to it. It'll turn off by itself in a bit. Bai Sheng let go and shifted the little one higher in his arm. They looked really close. The little boy whispered softly, Okay, Dad. Xiao Bai Noah licked his lips. Su Chuan followed Bai Sheng onto the top floor of the bike group. The place had been busy since early morning, with contracts, orders, and RD decisions being made. Boss, good morning, boss, the leftover matters from yesterday have been handled. President Xiao wants to talk about further cooperation to break into the overseas market. Bai Sheng stepped out of the elevator with Xiao Bai Noah in his arms, and voices rang out one after another. At the same time, curious glances couldn't help but drift toward the little child. The Xie family company was coming today to discuss cooperation, and Li Jilin, also known as Assistant Li, was busy with the arrangements, so he hadn't come up with Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng responded casually, glanced at the time, and untied the strap from his wrist. That it turned out to be a small transparent water bottle with a straw, meant to hang around the neck, with cute prints on it. The water inside was almost finished. It looked totally out of place on Bai Sheng, but Bai Sheng's aura was too strong, and with the kid in his arms drawing everyone's attention, no one immediately noticed. Bai Sheng held out the water bottle. Tao Fei, get some warm water. Yes, boss. The woman who responded was an alpha. She had also been staring at the little one in Bai Sheng's arms, but the kid was hugging his dad's neck and only peeking out a tiny bit because of all the strangers, yet even that tiny peek was enough to melt hearts. Where had the boss found such an adorable kid? And he just called the boss Dad. Boss, how did you secretly have such a cute kid? Where did you order him? Give us a link. The break room was right there. Bai Sheng just didn't want to put the kid down, so he randomly picked someone. The warm little water bottle was filled and returned in less than half a minute. This time, Xiao Bai Noah finally straightened up and reached out his small hand. With soft black curls, big black eyes, and a porcelain white face, he was stunningly cute and adorable. The female alpha assistant, who was usually a bit dense, froze too. That cute look was practically a one-shot kill for any alpha, especially when he said in a soft, sweet voice, Thank you, Auntie. Then he took a big sip from the cup, narrowing his eyes in satisfaction. By the time Bai Sheng had carried Bai Noah into the office, Tao Fei was still standing there in a daze. Wow, he really is the young master, looks a lot like the boss, but it's strange the boss is handsome in a sharp, harsh way, but on the young master, it becomes so soft and cute. Did anyone record that? I want to hear Auntie again. We uncles want to be acknowledged too. They kept working, just as efficient, but whispered among themselves until someone noticed Tao Fei still spacing out. Tao Fei looked down at her hands, snapped out of it, and dramatically joked with a coworker, I touched it. I touched it. So soft. The cup was small, the hand was small, everything was small, so cute. I'm never washing my hands again. This is a blessing. This is what I deserve for getting up early for work. Well, she had completely lost it. Inside the office, since Su Chuan was there, Bai Xing only handled some less important documents. Over on the other side, Su Chuan was examining the little kid. The young child had such a good temperament. After only a few minutes on the floor with Su Chuan, he was already calling him Uncle Su Chuan sweetly. He lifted his arm when asked, raised his head when told, and cooperated perfectly. This left Su Chuan a bit thrown off. Since he had expected Bai Xing's kid to be a little demon king, his suspicion grew even stronger. Is this really an alpha cub? This subtle intuition, probably sharpened by dealing with so many patients, was kicking in. He even dared to guess more boldly. Even though he had Bai's genes, maybe BLnovel wasn't an alpha at all. Could he be a beta? Or an omega? After all, Su Chuan noticed that the little one had a surprisingly strong impact on alphas, but an omega? Su Chuan didn't dare go there, because omegas were super rare, especially little omega kids. Every one of them would receive special care, and families who had an omega baby even got special perks. Of course, the Bai family had never needed those, not to mention that the Bai family only had top-tier alphas. If a little omega were born, by the time he grew up, his pheromone levels would probably break national records, right? But everything was still unknown, and Su Chuan didn't dare make hasty guesses. After all, ABO personalities certainly have differences, but due to varying levels of pheromones, rigidly categorizing by personality would just be stereotyping. The true secondary gender development does not occur until after the age of 18, when all aspects mature and stabilize, before actual differentiation. Determining the secondary gender is not straightforward. It requires blood collection and step-by-step analysis to confirm during early childhood. The equipment and instruments involved are large and complex, typically managed directly by the state through a census process after birth, with all data filed in archives to prevent crimes against minors. Private hospitals also possess the equipment, and given the Bai Group's resources, the Bai family's private hospitals boast even more advanced equipment, but every use must be reported to the higher-ups. However, little BLnovel's case was different. The Bai family's application got approved in seconds, and while the national authorities were running their own assessment, their equipment would be quicker, so Su Chuan showed up the next day, and that's why BLnovel's secondary gender wasn't determined in that lab.as. For why little BLnovel wasn't taken straight to the hospital, Bai Xing had seen that research lab. It was oppressive and gloomy. Almost like a haunted house converted from a hospital. Although little BLnovel didn't show much emotion about the research institute, the top alpha's keen instincts made him try to avoid taking the little one to a hospital. Having taken every precaution already, Su Chuan didn't bring much professional equipment, but when he took out the blood collection needle and sterilization kit, Bai Xing only heard a clatter. He looked up and saw the startled little cub knocking over the water cup he had been holding, then stumbling backward and almost tripping over a monitoring drone he couldn't dodge in time. But the little one moved quickly, steadying himself after just a brief wobble and retreating swiftly. What's wrong? Bai Xing instinctively reached out. Little BLnovel instinctively flinched back, but upon seeing Bai Xing's outstretched hand, he stumbled into his arms. Daddy, the little one's soft voice trembled with panic, and his parents scooped him up. Over there, Su Chuan, who had only made a tentative move and hadn't even unwrapped the packaging, exchanged a helpless look with Bai Xing. Bai Xing's brows furrowed darkly. The slight little body in his arms was trembling. This wasn't just a kid's normal fear of shots. It felt more like he had experienced something far more terrifying, leaving the whole cub completely panicked. The relief had felt earlier, thinking this little one had a good nature and hadn't faced too many bad things, evaporated. Bai Xing pressed his lips together tightly. He looked down at the little one in his arms. Little BLnovel was afraid of needles. He was extremely afraid of needles. It wasn't the pain of the injection itself, but the sight of unknown drugs being injected into his body, the fear of their unknown effects and consequences. Those injections always made him drowsy, and as he slept, the people around him disappeared, leaving only No by himself. Even a mature adult fears the unknown, let alone a child just a few years old. The little one pouted, tears spilling over, and kept burrowing into Bai Xing's arms, his little voice trembling. Daddy, needles. No doesn't like needles. No needles, okay. No will be good. Bai Xing almost instinctively agreed, but Su Chuan, over there, widened his eyes and couldn't help but cough lightly. Bai Sheng, almost carried away by the cub's feelings. Bai Sheng reined in his casual demeanor, held the little one fully in his arms and said seriously that we need to do a blood test. Daddy promises, just this one. Nono closes his eyes and counts to 5, and it'll be over. When you open your eyes, Daddy will still be here, okay? His voice was surprisingly gentle. Little Bai Noa could hear it and feel it. The cub looked up at Bai Sheng, his big eyes red-rimmed, still obedient. He sniffled and spoke softly, as if very aggrieved but afraid to say it loudly. Nono is scared, but before, Nono never said it. And no one ever listened to Nono. Bai Sheng couldn't take it anymore. He stood up. The Bai family's third young master was ready to kick the doctor out. Su Chuan, who was nearly shooed away. But Nono believes in Daddy. Because Daddy was the first person to treat Nono so well, the little one ultimately saved Su Chuan. Bai Sheng grabbed his suit jacket and covered the little one with it as the kid was about to burrow into his shirt. His dark eyes locked onto Su Chuan. Su Chuan felt like the back of his head was being stared through. He swiftly and precisely disinfected, collected the blood, and packed the sample before breathing a sigh of relief. Then he stood up and looked at the parent holding the cotton ball for the cub, hesitating as if he had more to say, but to his dismay, the cub who had been calling him uncle just moments earlier was now reluctant to let him get close. That he still softly called uncle, but only one eye peeped out from his father's clothes. He was scared. But he knew Su Chuan wasn't a bad person, and the little one was trying hard to push through it, but there was no need to make a child like that do that. No one had the heart to trouble a kid like this. Su Chuan felt the same. Su Chuan let out a sigh. He decided to leave early to avoid putting too much pressure on the little one. But before leaving, he couldn't help reminding Bai Sheng, because he kept hearing the boss refer to the cub as an alpha cub as if he really hoped his child would be an alpha. Boss, what if it's not an alpha? What if you've actually hit the jackpot and you've got a cute little omega instead, huh? Bai Sheng, who had never interacted with omegas except for his own biological mother who he barely spent time with, didn't understand what Su Chuan meant. His first thought was that Su Chuan, judging from experience, thought his cub wouldn't be a top alpha, underestimating the Bai family genes, wasn't he? But looking at the cub hiding in his clothes. Bai Sheng hesitated for a moment, then quickly convinced himself, even if not a top alpha, he could still raise a regular alpha cub. Besides, the pheromone level wouldn't stabilize until adulthood. This guy's thinking was so set in stone that he never even considered the Bai genes could produce a beta or omega. That he thought, wasn't it just a stronger alpha or a weaker one? With him around, who could possibly bully his cub? So he simply held the little one tighter, wrapping the cub snugly, and replied casually, "What does it matter? No matter what, isn't he still my own dear child?" After receiving the response, Su Chuan looked at the third young master of the Bai family, who had changed so much in just 2 days. He nodded, satisfied that he had made his point and that he couldn't produce any other evidence, and that saying too much would backfire, so he quickly left. The room fell silent again. The little one had obviously heard what Bai Sheng had just said. Xiao Bai Noa pouted. Facing Bai Sheng on his lap, his little arms wrapped around Bai Sheng's waist, nestled against his chest, with Bai Sheng's suit jacket draped over his back, Bai Sheng didn't speak, just kept stroking the cub's back, over and over, the newbie dad awkwardly comforting the cub. Following Aunt Feng's earlier advice, Bai Sheng really wanted to tell his little cub that he could tell him anything, whether he was upset, didn't want something, or anything else, and that he wanted him to speak up about everything, but he had just drawn blood from the little one, who had already shown he was uncomfortable. Although it was a necessary procedure, Bai Sheng still felt that now was not the time to tell Xiao Bai Noa such things. The next moment, he heard the cub softly call out, "Dad." Bai Sheng looked down. From beneath his suit jacket, he saw what he believed to be the brightest eyes in the world. Those eyes looked up at him, full of trust and dependence, and then said softly. Nono was a little scared, but Dad called Nono. Nono likes it when Dad calls him that, not Bai Noa, but Nana, such a term of endearment. Nono loves it. Bai Sheng's eyes widened slightly as the suit little ghost said softly and earnestly, "Nono is good. Can Dad always call me that from now on?" Author's note, Su Chuan, boss, you know, right? It might not be an alpha. Implication, you might have hit the jackpot. Bai Sheng, got it. What alpha cub can't I raise? No one would dare bully my cub anyway. Su Chuan feels that the boss got the hint, satisfied. Bai Sheng completely missed it. By Corp employees, such an adorable cub. Is there a link to Bai 1? Crying Chapter 8. Although this little one has a good temperament and personality, and is surprisingly clingy without being repulsive, so you might not notice it at first. It truly is a very sensitive child. He's just over 4 years old, small and looks like only 2 or 3, but he's very smart, curious, observant, and even possesses a sense of discretion beyond his age. Just as after Bai Sheng first took the initiative to call him No, the little cub cautiously, with a hint of anticipation, spoke up, as if confirming that Bai Sheng could accept such a nickname. This little suit ghost reflected in Bai Sheng's eyes. The top-tier alpha, who was uninterested in close bonds with siblings, parents, or grandparents, looked at his cub, his Adam's apple bobbing that he had always believed he didn't need emotions as a driving force. The Bai family itself was a brutal battlefield that required rationality, but what spread through his chest felt like heartache. This feeling was too unfamiliar for Bai Sheng. So his reaction to this feeling was clumsy. That he gave a casual response, reached out as the little one's eyes gradually lit up, and ruffled the cub's naturally curly hair. With the cub lying on his chest, Bai Sheng said, his posture relaxed and casual, being your dad is a lifetime commitment. No, that he meant that there was no need to be anxious or weak now. The future had plenty of time for him to grow, and there was still a lot of time for the father and son to understand what being a father truly meant. Xiao Bai Noa blinked his eyes. Even though he came from an apocalypse, the cub's world was pure and simple, so he couldn't fully grasp the adult's implication that he just said in a childish voice. Then No will be dad's No forever. Hearing this, Bai Sheng couldn't help but curl his lips, pinched the cub's cheek, and the handsome and sharp guy snorted with a laugh. Oh, Dad heard that. The top-tier alpha's entire aura softened, and his mood gradually improved. A knock came at the office door. Assistant Tao Fei came in, holding a multinational contract from earlier. Her work had some flaws due to that bunch of shoddy workers abroad, so she was a bit nervous when reporting. The mid to high-level female alpha was sharp-featured and usually decisive. But now she was cursing those foreign jerks in her mind. After entering, her gaze instinctively wandered, trying to spot the suddenly appeared little young master for some moral support. She had just handed over the contract, looked around, and was puzzled, then lowered her head and saw a small bundle in Bai Sheng's arms. The tiny cub, as if wronged, was pressed completely against his father's chest, wrapped in Bai Sheng's suit jacket, only the top of his soft hair visible to her, seeming to sense he was discovered. The cub, who had just had blood drawn and was on the verge of tears, feeling a bit embarrassed, slid completely into Bai Sheng's suit jacket, shrinking into his father's arms. A tiny bundle. Tao Fei's eyes went wide. What is this? This is, what? This kind of adorable, heartwarming parent-child scene is free for a poor working stiff like her to see. Ah. I'm dying. Tao Fei thought expressionlessly. That I am dead and have no regrets. The contract proposal had been picked up and flipped through. The office was quiet, only the sound of Bai Sheng flipping pages. After a moment, he made a few marks, operated the computer for a while, and then handed back the expedited plan to Tao Fei. Overall, it's not a big issue. Follow up and refine it. Tao Fei snapped out of it, responded subconsciously, then paused slightly. The boss is so chill about this kind of screw-up. Although Bai Sheng usually doesn't like to scold, as a top-tier alpha, when he's annoyed, a little pheromone leaks out, and that almost brain-stabbing mint scent always makes them feel like they're facing a major threat. But now, even though he clearly saw the flaws of those foreign amateurs and the negligence of the dispatched members, the boss, who only pursues efficiency, showed no emotional reaction. Tao Fei, who left Bai Sheng's office with the documents, raised her hand and looked at the hand the little cub had touched when she handed over the water bottle earlier. This must be all thanks to the little young master. It must be the young master's touch that brought good luck. She returned to her desk. Under everyone's curious gaze, she blurted out passionately, hands together, that I hope the boss brings the young master to work every day. Norman, everyone, fine, work has completely driven them nuts. Who isn't? Meanwhile, Assistant Lee had already gone upstairs, passed by their office door, and knocked on Bai Sheng's office door. He was a little surprised after entering, seeing the small cub lying in the boss' arms. As an excellent assistant, after a brief moment of shock, Li professionally reported that Xiaoyu of the Xia family, a business partner, had arrived downstairs. Before Bai Sheng could say anything, the little cub who had been lying on his chest pushed himself up and climbed down from his father's lap, and obediently said, "Dad, you go ahead." "No, we'll wait here for Dad." Bai Sheng looked at the small monitor, then at the cub's little water bottle. "I'll have someone watch you. You can play around here by yourself, but don't go downstairs or bother the uncles and aunties working." "No. The cub nodded firmly. No, we'll wait for Dad to come back." Assistantly watched Bai Sheng's rising lips and silently crossed out all of Bai Sheng's previous arrangements for this cub. From now on, this kid was their little boss. Downstairs, Xiaoyu had just gotten out of the car. The man, dressed like a high flyer, glanced sideways and said to his assistant, "Don't you think that on these last few business trips, there's been a car always parked at that intersection over there, has there been?" The assistant turned around, looking blank. "Forget it, can't see from here." "Probably someone with an odd work schedule." Xiaoyu waved a hand dismissively and looked up at the Bai Corporation building before him. The Xia family was another major powerhouse in city. Although Xiaoyu was neither the only son nor the eldest son, as an alpha with an extremely high pheromone rating, he was usually very perceptive and held considerable influence in the business world. This time, he came not only to discuss business with Bai Sheng but also to correct Bai Sheng's misconception about 5-year-old alpha pups. Xiaoyu, father of twin alpha pups whose home was in chaos every single day, rubbed his dark circles. Yesterday, his two precious sons decided to race horses in the middle of the night. Each riding their toy horses, they quietly tried to jump from the bedroom bed while their parents were asleep. They successfully jumped over his wife but landed one after another on his stomach. No matter. He was happy, too happy. Xiaoyu clenched his jaw slightly, recalling Bai Sheng's words about counterfeit A pups. He straightened his tie. Today, he was going to clear his sons' names, the most alpha of all alpha pups. Then Xiaoyu saw Bai Sheng coming downstairs to greet him in a businesslike manner. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. He felt like something was off about Bai Sheng. Wait a minute. Bai Sheng, who was always meticulous about his appearance and whose clothes were never wrinkled, had a somewhat crumpled shirt today, and weirdly, although it was subtle, Xiaoyu prided himself on his observational skills. Bai Sheng was definitely smiling, right? That kind of shrewd and sharp capitalist smile could only mean it was a trap. It was already past 10, almost 11 o'clock. The business meeting in the conference room downstairs was still ongoing. The tense atmosphere on the top floor had eased a bit, and some employees had started thinking about what to eat for lunch. Little Bai Noah was being watched by his secretary Ant. He took a walk around his father's office, chatted back and forth with the voice AI in the mini camera for a long time, and then came out of Bai Sheng's office. Most of the time, little Bai Noah was very quiet and well-behaved. He was a sensible and considerate baby. In the office, the uncles and aunties were still busy working, the sound of keyboard typing mixed with their occasional conversations. Little Bai Noah didn't understand what they were doing, but he thought the uncles and aunties were very impressive. He also noticed they were drinking some kind of muddy-looking black water that smelled odd. Oh my god, could that stuff really be drunk? The little pup was full of question marks. Behind him, the secretary Ant was watching with an adoring expression. The little guy poked just his little head around the doorframe and peeked inside. Then again, the noise in the office gradually died down. No one knew who noticed the little guy first. They couldn't help but glance at him out of the corners of their eyes. At the door, the little guy only poked his little head in, curiously gripping the door frame. His big eyes sparkled, and his little curly hair swayed as he moved his head. As everyone inside was mentally screaming "Oh my god," he carefully pulled his little head back and lowered his voice, but in the deliberately quietened office environment, his tiny baby voice could still be heard loud and clear. "Auntie, the uncles and aunties are busy. Noah won't disturb them anymore." What kind of ridiculously cute baby was this? The sounds from outside gradually died down. After finishing what they were doing, a few people quietly crept to the door to peek outside. The little pup was brought into the break room, followed by a little tail. The break room had a slight slope, and the mini security camera rolling behind the pup couldn't make it up the slope. The camera backed up half a meter, hesitated, and then backed up a bit more. Its system program, hard to tell if it was smart or just dumb, had it shouting help. Help. As it tried to run up the slope, coming, the little guy's baby voice responded. The little guy scooped up the mini camera. Do, it'll bring you inside, thank you. The little pup set the camera down on the floor of the break room, squatted down, and said with a serious but smiling face, "You're welcome." That was absolutely meltingly adorable. There was someone else in the break room. She was staring blankly at this scene, holding a cup of coffee in her hand. She clearly had no idea how to interact with children and seemed a bit flustered. "Young little master. Do you want some candy?" The secretary auntie, who had been jealous of Tao Fei for being so close to the little young master, took a piece of milk candy from the dish beside her. She crouched down and tried to hand it to the little pup. Little by Noah blinked. He was too short to see how many candies were on the table, so he couldn't tell. Candy. Though he hadn't seen this kind of packaging before, the little pup knew what candy was. Candy was an extremely precious resource back in the apocalypse. The little guy looked at the candy in her hand, then at the coffee she was holding. Noticing the little pup's gaze, the secretary aunt instinctively pulled her hand back a little. "Kids can't drink this. It's bitter." "Then why does auntie drink it?" Noah really doesn't like bitter things. Grown-ups were so strange. Little by Noah blinked, reluctantly gave the Candace colorful wrapper one last look, then reached out and gently pushed away the hand holding the candy. He smiled shyly. His baby voice soft. "Auntie should treat herself. Eat the candy. Candy is sweet, candy is such a precious thing, auntie should eat it." Noah doesn't need it." The secretary aunt looked at the candy, feeling the spot where that little hand had just touched her. "Auntie is about to tear up, baby." Author's note: workers, feeling like a warm corpse. Dad, corners of his mouth absolutely unstoppable. Assistantly, "Do you still recall your strategy and arrangements?" "Xiaoyu, about to see the cute pup, I feel like I'm already a corpse shattered." Why me of all people? Chapter 9 The corporate culture of the Bai family business somewhat mirrors the Bai family itself, strictly professional, with little personal warmth, though with generous compensation and ample benefits. Most of the employees here are rational A and B types, many of whom are single, rarely encountering such a soft and well-behaved child. Coffee is a must-have for most office workers, who have long grown accustomed to its bitterness and can down it without flinching, but in a child's world, bitter flavors are unwelcome. They are to be gently pushed back, with a soft plea to treat yourself better and eat more sweets. Even knowing he's too young to understand, everyone is still moved. Where did this precious child come from? Is he dreaming? Clutching the candy, he quickly snaps out of it. "There are plenty more here." Auntie secretary quickly speaks, reaching for the plate and placing it before the little one. On the floral patterned ceramic plate are fresh candies that were just restocked, their wrappers beautifully delicate. Auntie secretary picks a few and places them in the little one's palm. She's never raised a kid, so she doesn't dare give him too many, afraid of making a mistake. Xiao Bai Noor, who has always known that candy is a precious resource, something a child like him could never have, stares wide-eyed that a poor kid strikes it rich. The little one nearly twirls, holding the candies. "Wow. Can No really eat all these?" He looks up at Auntie secretary, big eyes sparkling. "Of course," Auntie secretary replies with a smile. The little one holds the candies in both small hands, his joy overflowing. No child can resist candy, but Xiao Bai Noah picks and chooses among the candies, selecting only 2 milk candies that he had already heard the voices behind him. Turning his head, he beams with curved brows. "Uncles and aunties, would you like some candy too? You've all drunk so much bitter coffee." Coming from a post-apocalyptic world, this little guy has no idea candy is everywhere here. In his eyes, while there is a whole plate of candies, there are also many uncles and aunties. If No takes too many, they won't have enough to share. He's not a greedy baby. He'll take just one. And then give one to daddy. The little one stuffs the 2 candies into his small pocket and looks at the employees lingering by the doorway, staring at him with hopeful eyes. "I can't, this is too cute." By the time assistantly quickly wraps up the meeting upstairs and passes by the break room, he sees a group of people lined up one by one, solemnly holding out candies in their hands. They're usually professional, rational faces twisted into weirdly happy, distorted expressions. Assistantly is startled, stepping back. His usually inscrutable face shows confusion and bewilderment, even a hint of disgust at their expressions. what are you doing? Have those candies been blessed? But assistantly quickly figures out what's going on. Uncle Lee, a child's voice emerges from the crowd, the tiny tot patters over to him with a dada sound. His big eyes shine brightly, the small drone following behind. He raises his hand, a candy in his palm. Uncle. Would you like some candy? Assistantly looks down at the young master. So that's it. He had vaguely anticipated going through this phase, all thoughts of plans, training schedules, and steering this kid toward a future path are thrown out the window. Doubt the boss, question the boss, understand the boss, become the boss. A few seconds later, assistantly crouches down, trying to keep a straight face as he looks at the candy in his own hand, thinking, this one should be enshrined. Maybe praying to it will keep the boss in a good mood. Having received the candy, assistantly quickly gets up and hurries off again. The elevator on the top floor opens again, Baixing enters, followed by Xiaoyu. They are heading out for lunch together, and Baixing has come to pick up Xiao by Noah. Xiaoyu has insisted on tagging along, one hand in his pocket, his expression confused or rather, he's been dazed from the start. Recently, the Xia and Bai families have been negotiating a partnership. So they've been in closer contact. Though he doesn't know everything about Baixing, Xiaoyu is aware of major events in the Bai family. Then Baixing tells him that he now has a kid. He doesn't know many people with a 4 or 5-year-old type kid. Xiaoyu is speechless. Xiaoyu nearly chokes on his own saliva. A whirlwind of cliché lover, running off with a child, secret baby floods his mind before he learns the truth. It's because of the illegal research institute mentioned in the news. Good thing he didn't voice those thoughts. He can still salvage some dignity. So, regarding the A-type child's personality, the two have a heated debate after the meeting, which means Xiaoyu is heated, while Baixing stays calm. Given the Bai family's genes, Xiaoyu never doubted that Baixing's child would be an A-type, but just listening to Baixing describe him, Xiaoyu starts to crack. Impossible. It doesn't exist. Baixing must be embellishing it. There's no such well-behaved A-type child. Not quite 5 yet. That still doesn't change things. I just showed you the photos, didn't I? You saw what an A-type child can do. If you haven't experienced it yet, it's probably just the beginning. Xiaoyu holds up his phone, ticking off his own son's mischief as if he's listing a treasured series of disasters, with an expression that says, I've been through it, and you can't miss out. Come on, how can you call yourself a real parent without having your home torn apart by an A-type child? The two aren't usually this close, but thanks to today's topic of children, they become quite familiar. Xiaoyu even sighs inwardly. Baixing seems more human today. Haven't started what? Baixing looks at him, wrecking the house. He just got home, so he's not used to it yet. A-type kids have tons of energy. They can run wild at an amusement park all day. You'll see soon enough. Speaking of which, have you chosen a kindergarten for him? Xiaoyu shrugs. He's very clingy. I haven't thought that far ahead. Then let me recommend the one I chose. Both my kids are there, and the Yu family's kid is there too. They play well together, so they can get to know each other and have someone to look out for when school starts. Yu family. Ha! Baixing let out a sharp, mocking laugh at those two words. The Bai and Yu families didn't get along. On top of that, a few troublemakers from the Yu side had provoked Baixing before, and had dealt with them. Though they rarely crossed paths in business, the animosity was clear. Some of the Yu clan are a real headache, and I don't like them either. But that little A kid is okay, a bit wild and proud, but talented. Compared to my own kids, he's reliable. Not a bad kid in nature. Xiaoyu wasn't bothered by Baixing's sneer. He responded briefly. Though he and Baixing weren't close, he knew Baixing wasn't the type to hold a child accountable for adult wrongdoings. Then, from a distance, he spotted a little head poking out from a room. Before Xiaoyu could make out the face, the little one had already rounded the corner from the break room, toddling on his short little legs. Daddy! The little cub's eyes lit up at the sight of his father. He ran over and hugged Baixing's leg, his small hand fumbling in his pocket. Daddy, Daddy, the uncles and aunties were so nice. They even gave Nono candy. Nono saved some for Daddy. The little guy was eager to share, wanting to tell Baixing everything he'd done that morning. then he noticed Xiaoyu, whose eyes were practically popping out. A strange uncle. The cub blinked his big eyes. He handed the candy head taken from his pocket to Bai Sheng, then quietly hid a little behind him. Still polite, he said in a soft voice, "Uncle." Xiaoyu was floored. "Wait. What did this cub just do? You're telling me this cub didn't charge at his parent like a little cannonball and slam into his stomach? Instead, he patted over and hugged Bai Sheng's leg, and he didn't hold up a bug or frog head caught outside for his parent to see. He didn't even hold up a mud ball rolled into a ball and try to feed his parent medicine. He gave candy instead. How could it be candy? And he even called me uncle on the first meeting." Xiaoyu was floored. Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. Xiaoyu trembled, his expression twisting as he struggled to keep a smile on his lips. He managed a response, "Daddy, are you done working?" Bai Sheng picked up the little one. "Taking you out to eat." "Eating? Great." The little guy's eyes lit up. "No likes eating." Bai Sheng held the little one out, putting the toffee the cub had handed him into his pocket, remembering Aunt Feng's warning about kids eating too many sweets, but before he could ask, the well-behaved cub in his arms smacked his little lips in satisfaction. "Daddy, the candy was delicious." "How many did you eat today?" Bai Sheng glanced at Xiaoyu, who was following behind, still staring in disbelief at the cub in his arms. He asked casually. "1. Xiao Bai Noa raised a finger and smiled as he held up a 1. Nono shared the candies with the uncles and Auntie Son each. "This one Nono specially saved for Daddy." Bai Sheng paused. The candy in his pocket suddenly carried more meaning. It was a candy that a cub who kept saying how delicious it was had specially left for him. Bai Sheng's gaze softened. Xiaoyu's face fell. This can't be right. The restaurant was a high-end private room arranged by assistantly. The dishes were specially chosen for their light and healthy flavors. Xiaoyu felt uneasy throughout the meal, even though the food was perfectly to his taste. It was just that he couldn't stop looking at the cub over there, eating his food obediently and earnestly. The cub sat in his baby chair holding a spoon, and Bai Sheng placed dishes one by one into the bowl in front of him. The cub happily closed his eyes as he ate, and each one slowly. His table manners were neat and refined, and he was well behaved the entire meal, completely different from Xiaoyu's two kids at home, who wolfed down their food like a whirlwind and acted like they had ADHD. Xiaoyu was stunned again. Bai Sheng had already gotten advice from Aunt Feng on portion control, so although the little guy was still eyeing the food wistfully, Bai Sheng had already wiped his mouth clean and set a fruit platter in front of him. The cub's eyes brightened with each piece he ate. He seemed to catch Xiaoyu's mournful stare. The cub, with cheeks full of fruit, looked up, and meeting Xiaoyu's gaze, the little guy tilted his head, looking sweet and innocent, and asked softly, "Uncle, do you want some fruit?" And he carefully used his small blunt fork to pick up a piece of apple and offered it to him. Xiaoyu accepted the apple. "Critical damage, thank you." No. Xiaoyu felt like he was floating. Just then, his phone rang. It was a video call from his family. He finished the apple and stepped out of the private room to take the call. The call went through. As soon as he answered, he saw on the screen two grimy cubs tangled together and rolling on the floor, who had clearly been fighting again. His wife Shirlin was saying, her head aching, "Have someone order another little horse toy." They broke one and started fighting. Did they roll into a mud puddle? Xiaoyu looked at his two precious sons, savoring the apple's sweetness, thinking about that well-behaved little one from earlier. Shirlin was about to speak when she looked up and saw tears streaming down Xiaoyu's face. "Shirlin." Wife Xiaoyu choked out a sob. "We both have alpha kids, but my life is so hard. How come Bai Sheng gets such a good one?" Author's note, Bai Sheng. "That's just how my alpha kid is." Xiaoyu, "Impossible. There's no alpha that well-behaved." "You'll see later." Then little Nono dealt Uncle Xia a crushing blow over just one meal. Xiaoyu, "I hate it." Crying loudly. Chapter 10 Shirlin on the video call was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong with you? Did something get to you?" The gentle voice of the female Omega came through, making Xiaoyu even more tearful. Xiaoyu gestured as he told his wife how clean and adorable the other family's kid was during meals, how he'd offer you fruit instead of mud balls, and wouldn't get up in the middle of the night to bounce on his dad's stomach. The more he talked, the more miserable he felt. Listening to Xiaoyu, Shirlin fell silent for a moment too. Even the Omega, who usually was gentle with her own cubs, was thrown off. "Does a cub like that even exist, Dad?" "Dad, Big brother broke my little horse, you were the one twisting that handle back and forth. It was already about to break. I barely touched it, well. You still touched my little horse secretly. On the other end of the video, the commotion of the twin alpha cubs fighting faintly reached Xiao's ears, then he heard his gentle wife yell in a loud voice, Xia Qing. Xiao. Stop rolling on the floor. Dad will have the little horse delivered soon. Stop fighting. Xiao. Don't pull your brother's hair. Chaos erupted on that side, and the screen spun around. A moment later, Sherlin's face reappeared on the screen, clearly pissed off. She spoke quickly, all right, Xiao, quickly order the little horse to be sent home. I'll go separate those two. Okay, honey. Those two boys are really strong, careful not to get hurt. Have the nanny break them up. Xiao kept giving reminders, but the video call had already ended. Xiao let out a long breath. He found the manufacturer for that little horse toy and skillfully called to place an order. And requested they bring one from stock for fast delivery. He ordered two. Both must be identical in style and color. This was to prevent squabbles over differing versions or manufacturing flaws. Don't ask how he knows, take it from experience. After handling all that, the father, experienced enough to break your heart, returned to the private room. Looking at Bai Sheng's well-behaved cub, he felt like he had lost all strength and means, and even lost the desire to eat or discuss business. After the meal, there were still a few things to finalize. Bai Sheng and Xiao talked. Little Bai Noah obediently held the small monitor that was running low on battery, placed it carefully and neatly on the charging dock, and said in a serious, babyish voice, almost forgot to feed you, Do. The little cub watched the monitor charging for a while, then yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. He looked around, and when his father waved him over, he toddled back to his dad. Reaching out his hands to be held by Bai Sheng, Daddy, can we do the same as this morning? Xiao's eyes were almost glued to the little guy. He watched as Bai Sheng picked up the cub, a tiny ball curled up in his arms. Bai Sheng, now a little practiced, wrapped the little one in his suit jacket, patted him twice, and said softly, go to sleep. The creases right there. Xiao suddenly remembered the situation when he first met Bai Sheng earlier today. How? You get to hold such an adorable cub even at work? I want a cub like that. I want a baby like that. If I could have such a baby, I'd trade every contract going smoothly for a baby like that. Xiao muttered in his mind, greedily coveting everything, until Bai Sheng spoke to him again. Xiao let slip. Give me the cub, Bai Sheng. What? Xiao. Xiao shook his head violently. No, nothing. I'm off today, don't mind me. He let out a breath, his eyes softening a bit, full and drowsy. Yeah. Probably. Bai Sheng, who hadn't spent much time with this little guy, looked down at the cub already closing his eyes in his arms. He vaguely remembered that the little one had been sleeping around this time yesterday. You're about to make everyone in the office jealous. Xiao lowered his voice, resting his chin on his hand. After bonding over the whole kid talk thing, the two fathers had clearly gotten closer. Do you have any idea how well-behaved and easy to handle this cub of yours is? Xiao watched as a natural, proud expression appeared on Bai Sheng's usually languid and caustic face. But the next second, Bai Sheng lowered his eyes, his voice also dropping. Send me that kindergarten info you mentioned earlier. Sure, no problem. I'll send the background check info too. Bai Sheng nodded. Thanks. Did you just say thanks? That's a first. Xiao smiled, and also, it's okay for our kids to spend time together, right? Bai Sheng leaned back in his chair. Looking down at the cub lying in his arms, gradually falling asleep wrapped in his scent, because little Bai Noah's situation was so different from his own childhood. Bai Sheng had been proud since he was young, often viewing peers as imbeciles and not bothering to interact with them. He almost had no friends and never saw that as a problem. But now, facing this cub, as a father, he was uncharacteristically at a loss. Just don't be mad if my kids make yours a troublemaker. Then Xiao thought for a moment, thinking of his two little monkeys at home, and scratched his cheek with a guilty look. It's fine. I actually want him to be a bit more mischievous. Bai Sheng had also noticed that his own cub was too well-behaved, and really insecure. Are you flexing? Wow, Bai San, for real. Xiao widened his eyes in surprise. To be honest, I didn't intend to take care of him at first. Bai Xing didn't even bat an eye at Xie Ye's surprise. He just propped his chin on his hand and said lazily, but now, seeing how different he is from other alpha cubs, and how those bastards have startled him, the more I think about it, the more it grates on me. And no matter what, this little guy is his own kid. Those people, they sure have skills. Xie Yu keenly caught the sharp, suffocating hint of peppermint in the air that he looked up and saw the danger and gloom on Bai Xing's already forbidding face, but the little cub in his arms only stirred slightly. And the already suppressed pheromone scent vanished completely. Bai Xing leaned back in his chair, shedding the cloak of rationality and indifference. Xie Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. Bai San, Xie Yu sighed, now not just envious of Bai Xing for having such a well-behaved cub. He remarked, a little taken aback, for a Bai. You actually seem like you'd make a decent father. A good father. He didn't see the need for such pointless praise. Bai Xing, never one for family ties, quirked an eyebrow, reached out, and pinched the face of the cub in his arms. That I am just ticked off, so I figured I'd whip this kid into shape. After all, he looks too easy to bully, right? How could his cub be such an easy mark, too lazy to call Bai Xing on his bull? Xie Yu balled his fist, practically eager. Don't worry, you'll get what it's like to have a real 5-year-old alpha cub soon enough. Xie Yu fantasized about a rosy future, feeling a little better. Misery loves company. We're all in this together. After dinner, Xie Yu left, and Bai Xing quickly carried the little one back to the break room to rest. Meanwhile, in another Bai group building dedicated to RD, on the top floor, Bai Jingyun, the eldest son of the Bai family, stood coldly to the side in front of him. Federal police officers subdued a thrashing man and escorted him away. Through the man's yelling, Bai Jingyun stayed stone-faced. As mentioned before, the Bai family puts profits above everything and has offended many, so naturally, the Bai family faces payback. Now and then, someone sneaks into the company, using their job to wreak havoc, like this guy here. His parents were gamblers, and their business got caught up in the Bai family's fallout, eventually going bankrupt. His parents committed suicide, leaving him and his brother adrift. You cold-hearted bastards of the Bai family. Do you even have feelings? Bai Jingyun raised his icy face a fraction, his dead black eyes stared at the man, totally blank. Gamblers get no sympathy. Blame your folks, not Bai Corp. My parents deserve to die, so that's your excuse to wipe us out and set us up. My brother and I just wanted to survive. In the end, you had to suck us dry and leave us homeless. I'm telling you, you stuck up. Heartless bays are the real losers. As the guy got hauled off, Bai Jingyun turned pitiful. Don't make me laugh. Weird theories from weirdos. Who the hell sympathizes with gamblers? Bai Jingyun never flinched. So what if he had no feelings? Big deal, boss. The old man booked a flight for tomorrow, should be back tomorrow evening, Bai Jingyun's assistant said beside him. Bai Jingyun nodded. What about that guy who's been trying to mess with Bai Xing? He vanished after getting third master's itinerary. Bai Jingyun grunted, but felt none of the expected satisfaction from stirring up trouble for his brother. He checked the time, feeling unusually tired. Let's head back to the compound. They got back early. Bai Jingyun dealt with some paperwork in his room and heard that Bai Xing was already home. That he was a bit surprised Bai Xing came back so early, but when he heard Bai Xing took the kid to work, it clicked. Did the little brat drive him home early? Bai Jingyun, who'd barely ever dealt with kids, thought sunset, then decided to head out to the courtyard. His courtyard had a little nook set up as a bar counter where he could make some drinks. Sometimes, in the quiet, doing something manual helped him unwind. That in a rare mood, Bai Jingyun grabbed some drinks, sliced a lemon, and let his mind wander. Just then, he heard the rumble of wheels. That he looked up and locked eyes with the little kid toddling down the path. Little Bai Noah had just woken from his nap and was out with Aunt Fong for some pre-dinner exercise. Bai Xing was working in the study. A little monitoring drone trailed the cub, its wheels whirring softly. Aunt Fong, sticking close, was shocked to see the eldest son lounging outside and quickly texted Bai Xing. Little Bai Noah's eyes widened as he looked at Bai Jingyun, whom he had met that morning. The kid remembered what his dad told him. His soft curls bounced as he eyed his uncle warily, then his attention snagged on the lemon slices Bai Jingyun was cutting. Smells good. No, never saw this before. He's a bad uncle. No, shouldn't talk to him. but he moved no away from the knife this morning. Two thoughts: good uncle and bad uncle battled in the little cub's head. In the end, his curiosity got the better of him. What are you doing? He clung to the small railing, speaking in a soft, milky voice, watching Bai Jingyan's actions. Bai Jingyan looked at the tiny cub, noticing he was staring at the lemon slices. He quirked an eyebrow, picked up 2 slices, and walked out from behind the bar, cutting lemons. That he certainly wouldn't vent his dislike for Bai Sheng on this little one. He expressionlessly popped a slice of lemon into his own mouth, then held another out to the little one, just saying, "What? Want to try it?" The tiny cub blinked, looking at Bai Jingyan's expressionless face, then at the lemon slice, tilting his small head. "Eldest master, please don't." Feeling the pressure of facing an apex alpha, Aunt Fong stepped forward, about to say something. Then she saw the little cub lean in and lick the lemon slice. Aunt Fong, as for the little cub, he had just finished a fierce inner struggle. Is this a bad guy? Yes. But now he doesn't seem that bad. No. That doesn't feel right either, but No was so curious. The world has so many interesting things he's never seen before, and he had eaten them all. Besides, it smelled so good. The cub, who had zero resistance to food, thought to himself, No will just lick it, just one lick. 2 seconds later, the cub, his little face scrunched up from the sourness, let out a wail and turned around, reaching for Aunt Fong to hold him. Daddy, you were right. This uncle, he is a bad guy. Uncle's lemon can beat people. Author's note: No. Everything in this world tastes good. Cheers uncle, want some lemon? No. Everything in this world tastes good, except for lemons. Bursting into tears. Let's all blame the bad uncle together. Chapter 11. Bai Jingyan, who had let the little cub down, also showed a slightly sour, twisted expression, but he laughed at the astonishment on Aunt Fong's face. This kid didn't inherit any of Bai Sheng's slyness at all. Was way too honest, wasn't he? Didn't your dad ever tell you to stay away from me? Bai Jingyan's usually expressionless face wore a faint smile, as if amused or mocking. That I won't go easy on a kid like you, young master. Teasing a little kid like this is a bit much. Aunt Fong never expected Bai Jingyan to tease the cub like this. Though licking a lemon slice was just a mischievous prank, Aunt Fong's heart ached for this little cub. She was just an ordinary beta, and facing these top alphas, especially one who seemed hostile to them, took a lot of courage. But from the past 2 days, it was clear that Xiao Bai Noa was extremely well behaved, a quiet, never fussy, poor little thing who'd never had anything of his own. She should have taken a detour, but that wouldn't work either. In the old mansion, one could easily run into any of the young masters and ladies, and encounters were inevitably. It was impossible to avoid running into someone. Before Bai Jingyan could speak, he heard the little one's usual soft, sweet voice. Bad uncle. No had thought that anyone who gave him food couldn't be bad. No was almost ready to trust you, but you made No lose so bad. The childish, tender voice rose at the end from the sourness, but he didn't cry. He just hugged Aunt Fong and protested in a babyish voice. A subtle emotion flickered across Bai Jingyan's face. Uncle, oh, right. This little one would indeed call him uncle, watching the little cub scrunch up his face, protesting so softly. The Bai family had never had anyone so soft and sweet. Bai Jingyan was used to coldness, mockery, and many other emotions. Suddenly faced with this soft little cub, his expression slightly relaxed. He touched the tip of his nose, feeling a weird twinge of guilt. Before Aunt Fong could retreat with the cub in her arms, Bai Jingyan stepped aside slightly, blocking her path. He stared at the cute little face and muttered, a little surprised, "Isn't that a bit much? It was just a lick. Was it really that sour?" Bai Jingyan suddenly remembered children's taste buds seemed to be more sensitive than adults. That he didn't really give a damn about a kid's feelings, but since had started it, he wasn't about to make him cry, was he? Bai Jingyan leaned in for a look. That he wasn't crying. Seeing the cub's wide-eyed accusation, this little thing didn't seem afraid of him at all. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Jingyan saw a figure at the end of the path. His eyes went cold again. He reached out, like he was about to take the cub from Aunt Fong. "You can't take a joke." As he spoke, his hand was only halfway out when it was smacked away. A sharp slap. Bai Jingyan's hand was smacked away. He silently stepped back and glanced at his instantly reddened hand. He looked up at Bai Sheng, whose clothes were a bit disheveled and who was frowning at him with irritation. Bai Jingyun was genuinely surprised not by Bai Xing's force, but by how fast he had arrived, clearly agitated. This guy had only been with the kid a few days, and now he cares this much. Bai Jingyun looked back at the little cub, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes, then the next second, the little rascal, whom he thought would definitely make a fuss, let out a whimper and reached out to Bai Sheng, calling softly, "Dad, Dad." He was taken by Bai Sheng, and his tattling voice was ridiculously cute. "Dad, Dad." That thing earlier was that called lemon? Halfway through, the cub, still fixated on the sour taste in his mouth, paused for 2 seconds. After being hit by the lemon, he almost forgot the culprit's name, looking uncertainly at Bai Jingyun. Bai Jingyun. "Lemon, thank you." The polite little one nodded instinctively in thanks, then turned back to keep complaining, tilting his face up. "Dad, Dad, Uncle's lemon hit me." Bai Sheng, "Lemons can't hit people." "Never mind." Bai Sheng adjusted the cub in his arms and looked at Bai Jingyun. Their eyes met, both laced with mockery. Big brother certainly has the leisure to bully a kid. Bai Sheng's lips curled into a sharp smile. His voice, "I see why did I ask the company that's slow these days." "Not as slow as you," Bai Jingyun replied. His expression unchanged. "You've even got time to raise a kid." Bai Sheng couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with Bai Jingyun. His relationship with his eldest brother was the worst of all. He didn't have any real feelings about this brother, but since childhood, Bai Jingyun had disliked him. Bai Sheng understood as the eldest son of the Bai family, being outdone in everything and hearing about it all the time would naturally make anyone resentful. But Bai Sheng wasn't about to give in because of some messy family ties. So he just warned, "No is easily scared. If you have something to say to me, big brother, come straight to me. There's no need to scare No in the morning. We're brothers, no need to pretend, right?" Bai Sheng held the little one securely, thinking to himself that he shouldn't have agreed when the cub wanted to take a turn around the old mansion. Just walking in the small garden would have been fine even with someone watching. Accidents could happen, but he had overestimated Bai Jingyun. Bai Sheng's eyes grew colder. He had originally thought that Bai Jingyun, no matter what, wouldn't resort to pressuring him or laying a hand on a child. "Morning." Bai Jingyun coldly stared at Bai Sheng, not even bothering to explain. The little one, who had been tattling in his father's arms, lifted his head. The sourness had passed, and he sensed the tense atmosphere between his father and his uncle. The cub blinked. Suddenly, in a moment when no one dared to speak, he piped up softly, "Daddy." In the morning, No was too close to the thorns. It was Uncle who moved No aside. Even though Uncle was a bad uncle, No is a fair and truthful little cub. Holding onto Bai Sheng's neck, the cub's voice was soft, but still sounding a bit resentful as he tattled again. "But just now, Uncle's lemon hit No, serious yet lispy, talking about being hit by a lemon and all that." It was ridiculously cute. Bai Sheng and Bai Jingyun's gazes both landed on the little cub's face. The two, who had been at odds since childhood, were both momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere strangely softened and eased. Bai Sheng finally couldn't resist tousling the little cub's curly hair, then weighed the light bundle in his arms. "Where would a lemon get hands and feet to hit you? We're not coming here to hang around next time, let's go home for dinner." Bai Sheng couldn't be bothered to talk to Bai Jingyun anymore. He turned and left, carrying the cub. Bai Jingyun was left watching the little one being carried off by Bai Sheng, a slightly complicated expression on his face. Bai Jingyun saw from a distance the cub stick out his tongue and mumble vaguely to his father. It hit No's tongue, then Bai Sheng popped a piece of milk candy into the cub's mouth. The little one, who had been so upset moments before, instantly perked up. Happily hugging Bai Sheng's neck and snuggling close. "Eat." No likes eating. That in an instant, he forgot everything that had just happened. Are kids' moods always this changeable? Just a moment ago, he was calling him a bad uncle without letting up. Watching them leave, Bai Jingyun slowly made his way back to the small bar. The child's milky voice gradually faded away. The sky darkened, the sunset disappeared, and as the lights came on, only the cold white glow of the lampposts in Bai Jingyun's courtyard remained. Silence fell again. At that moment, the world seemed split into two different colors. Bai Jingyun continued slicing the lemon, his expression icy. Was he thinking about that little one? Of course, he had already said he wasn't the type to lay a hand on a child, and since the other was Bai Sheng's cub, he naturally wouldn't have any special feelings for him. He was just irritated that today's prank had gone a bit too far. Bai Jingyan lowered his eyes to the lemon slices on the table. The slice the little cub had licked was already thrown away. Instead of mixing a drink, he picked up another lemon slice and put it in his mouth. That's really sour. They were almost at the doorstep. Bai Xing was still talking to the little one that the cub held the small monitor in his hands, and Aunt Feng was still following behind, listening to the third master's unusually grumbling monologue. See. Outside, everyone is a bad person. Bai Xing said this while casually pinching the cub's cheek. The cub was savoring the milk candy in his mouth. He didn't chew, just bulged one cheek, held Bai Xing's neck, and though it was unclear if he fully understood, he vaguely repeated his father's last words in his milky voice. Bad person, Bai Xing continued, here. Only daddy is good to you. So don't get curious and get too close to others. Tomorrow, your grandfather is coming back. In the afternoon, well, go eat at the house in the middle. You don't need to talk to your uncle, and you don't need to pay attention to your grandfather. If you want to make friends, daddy has found you some playmates your age. He'll take you to meet them. The little cub squinted blissfully. Meet, Bai Xing squinted, pinching his cub's little cheek again. Did this little one really understand? Why did it feel like the cub had been enchanted by the candy? Did you understand what daddy just said? Xiao Bai Nua blinked, still holding the candy in his mouth, and nodded vigorously. No heard everything. The cub, cheeks puffed, smiled with curved eyes. Compared to his slightly cautious attitude before, he was now much more affectionate, being so obedient. Not afraid daddy might trick you. Or say nonsense to fool you. Bai Xing looked at this easygoing cub, who even tattled about being hit by a lemon in such an adorable way. He really worried that the little one might get bullied someday. The cub blinked, still mumbling a bit. It's okay. No will always stand by daddy's side anyway. Even if he had to be the villain cub, he'd stand by daddy's side, always stand by my side. Bai Xing was stunned for a moment. He averted his eyes slightly and asked as he pushed open the door, then what's with that silly smile? The little one gestured with his little hands, because today No got to eat 2 pieces of candy. No is so happy today. The cub, smelling of milk candy, tentatively hugged his parent's neck again. Seeing that Bai Xing didn't resist, he held on a bit tighter and continued, Daddy gave his candy to No. No really likes Daddy. Author's note, No, 2 sentences to turn his dad into putty in his hands. JPG Uncle, so sour, don't get me wrong, I'm talking about the lemon. Chapter 12 to a little cub. His world is still very small, and a piece of candy is the most wonderful thing in the world. Bai Xing was suddenly taken aback by that really like daddy declaration. The cub was direct and passionate in expressing it, and the scent of milk candy on him smelled better than all the pheromone perfumes Bai Xing had ever smelled. You're that easy to bribe, couldn't someone just lure you away with a whole jar of candy? Bai Xing carried the little one to eat, tapping his little head. Not much going on in that little head of yours, huh? Although it was a slightly complaining tone. Aunt Feng, who followed behind and entered the door, looked up and gave a silent smile. Third master was clearly very happy, his lips were curved upward. The next morning, Bai Xing still didn't wake up earlier than his cub. It had only been 2 days, but he had already become somewhat skilled at getting up sleepily, checking the monitor, then fetching the cub from outside. Before washing up and eating, when going out, the cub clung to him as usual, tightly hugging his leg, carrying the tiny monitor that was really just for show, wanting to go to work with him. Having struggled yesterday, Bai Xing readily gave in today and carried the cub into the car to go to work. Meanwhile, in country M, in a high-end luxury building, a woman in a black dress with a beige shawl was followed by several bodyguards. Looking at the merchandise nonchalantly, she looked somewhat old but well preserved. Apart from a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes and lips, her age was almost impossible to guess. The Omega suppression necklace around her neck indicated her secondary gender. She was a very rare Omega in the world, and a high-level Omega who had to wear such a suppression necklace at all times to keep her potent pheromones from leaking unintentionally. Madam, you haven't replied to the master yet, after answering a phone call. The bodyguard beside her stepped forward and asked softly. The female Omega turned around, her beautiful eyes with a hint of coldness. She was Chenji, the wife of Bai Qian, the current head of the Bai family, who married into the Bai family through a business marriage that I still have many places to visit. Tell him to go back by himself. It's not some business event, and he insists on me following. Tell him I'm not going back with him. As for Bai Xing having a little cub, I already know. What's there to see? I'm not interested. Besides, I think there's something wrong with the Bai family's genes, or maybe Bai Qian is just not capable. A whole bunch of alphas. I've already raised 5 alphas. What's so interesting about a new little alpha cub? I'm tired of it. Anyway, all the Bai family people are the same. Ji, who badmouthed her husband and her 5 children together, waved her hand, not forgetting to speculate that Bai Qian was no good. At the airport. After receiving Ji's reply, Bai Qian's expression turned even colder, and he let out an unreadable snort. Bai Qian was in his 50s, but as a top alpha, his strong pheromones made him look like a dignified middle-aged man. However, due to injuries when he was young, his figure was somewhat thinner compared to other alphas of the same age. Now in a bad mood, his face looked darker and more menacing. Fine, stay here if that's what she wants. Bai Qian walked towards the interior of the airport, his assistant quickly followed. Boss, go directly back to the old mansion after landing. Today, only the eldest master and the third master should be in the old mansion, right? And the third master's little boy. The assistant saw Bai Qian's expression turn even colder. I know about that cub. I don't know who the maternal side is. That Bai Xing is a laughingstock. In this generation, he is the most capable. But he's the one who fell for it. Knowing there was little family affection within the Bai family, the assistant dared not say more, and followed Bai Qian onto the plane. It was already dinner time when the plane landed and they returned to the old mansion. Sitting on the sofa in the main building of the old mansion, Bai Qian suddenly looked up. What? Bai Xing took that little cub to work. Yes, that's how it is. I heard it from Aunt Feng over there. The assistant was also a bit stunned when he heard the news earlier, and now seeing Bai Qian frown, he broke out in a cold sweat that he also couldn't understand what the third master was thinking. He had only brought the cub back for a few days, and the Bai family hospital hadn't even issued a detailed medical report yet he directly took him to the company. Are you kidding me? Bai Xing is completely out of line. What kind of place is the company? Is that any place for a child to play? Bai Qian frowned out of habit and patted the armrest of the chair, then frowned again. Are you sure about that? Did Bai Xing really take that little guy there? This didn't sound like Bai Xing's style. Yes, and the third master. Before the assistant could finish speaking, there was no need to say more. The door was pushed open, and the sound of servants calling the third master came from below. The assistant looked back. Bai Xing walked slowly, matching the cub's pace, leading a small curly-haired cub by the hand as they entered, having received a warm welcome from the secretarial assistant department of Bai Xing's company again. Xiao Bai Noah, who had brought home several pieces of candy today, firmly remembered his father's words. Only daddy is good to Noah here. Don't care what others say. The small cub, because he had a candy in his mouth, had slightly puffed cheeks and bright big eyes. He followed his parents' steps with pattering sounds. Noah is fine, Noah is very smart. Noah remembered everything. Candy is so yummy, and it's time to eat. Noah is going to eat. Getting to be full every meal is such happiness. Then, a shadow loomed in front of him. As Bai Xing casually said Dad, the little cub looked up and blinked. The little guy even stepped back 2 steps. The Bai family members were all too tall for this little one. When close, the cub almost couldn't see their faces clearly. At this moment, Bai Qian, frowning, had already walked up to the cub with an imposing presence and looked down at him. Bai Qian could hardly believe his eyes at such a soft little thing. Although he knew the cub was underdeveloped, seeing him in person made him realize how small he was, and he needed Bai Xing to hold his hand while walking, and was clinging tightly to Bai Xing's side. Don't be ridiculous. Bai Qian's frown deepened. Foreign alpha cub who would have to compete fiercely in the Bai family in the future. Wasn't this very bad? And Xiao Bai Noah, still holding the candy, stepped back 2 steps to see Bai Qian's face clearly. He slightly turned, hid behind his father, poked out his little head, and let out a milky little sigh. Grandpa, you are so tall. Noah can't see Grandpa clearly. Bai Qian's lips, which had just moved slightly, tightened again that he looked at the little fellow's soft, trembling curls as he spoke and gestured. Was it his imagination? Why did it look so soft and touchable? Bai Qian gave a low cough. After all, this was a child of the Bai family. He shifted his gaze slightly, his voice sounding a bit cold and stern. If you eat well and exercise, you'll grow this tall too. The little guy instantly looked up. Really, Daddy? Bai Xing looked at his own father with some surprise. Yes, given Bai Qian's past educational principles for Bai family heirs, his attitude toward the little cub was already quite gentle. And no matter how strict or scary a person was, they couldn't help but soften up in front of this little guy. As Bai Xing had personally experienced, then, Bai Xing heard the door behind him open again. He reached out and picked up his cub, replying lazily, "Of course." Bai Qian's eyes widened for a moment. He didn't even pay attention to the eldest son who had just entered, only thinking, Bai Xing actually picked up this cub, but indeed, the little guy was kind of cute. Bai Qian could sort of understand Bai Xing's unusual behavior over the past 2 days. Bai Jingyun entered with just a brief greeting. His demeanor was even colder than yesterday, and today he didn't even look at little Bai Noa in Bai Xing's arms, walking straight past Bai Noa into the room. When he noticed that his father's attention was all on the little one in Bai Xing's arms, he curled his lips in a silent, mocking smile. That in the past, because Bai Xing was the most capable, his father had placed high hopes on him. Now, was he even this concerned about Bai Xing's cub? But looking at the little thing's naturally naive and dazed appearance, the old man was probably going to be disappointed. Bai Xing didn't even lift his eyelids. He just reached out and poked his little cub's slightly puffed cheek. "All right." Bai Qian snapped back to attention, ignoring the tension between his eldest and third sons. "Let's eat first. We'll talk about company matters after the meal." Bai Qian paused briefly, then looked again at the little cub in Bai Xing's arms, adding, "And other matters." Bai Qian was observing little Bai Noa. The kitchen in the main building had specially prepared a baby meal, served separately in front of the little cub, at just the right temperature. As soon as little Bai Noa saw the food, he forgot everything else. He was now holding his spoon, eating happily. He had just taken a bite of shrimp egg custard. The soft, delicate custard was filled with fresh shrimp, no fishy smell. Only the rich fragrance of eggs and the sweet freshness of shrimp meat. With a little soy sauce and sesame oil, the little guy scooped up a spoonful of custard and shrimp into his mouth, his eyes narrowing in bliss. Bai Qian usually ate very little. He had undergone major stomach surgery, and combined with psychological factors, he never had much appetite. But today, watching the little one eat, he unknowingly consumed quite a bit of food. He was briefly dazed, then suddenly frowned again. Bai Xing was watching the little one eat. Bai Qian was watching the little one eat. On the other side, Bai Jingyun also lifted his eyes slightly, watching the little guy eat spoonful after spoonful into his mouth, with such bliss that if he had a tail behind him, it would probably be wagging like a propeller. Was it really that delicious? Bai Qian suddenly came to his senses and noticed that Bai Xing was still carefully picking out suitable food and placing it into the little cub's bowl. Wasn't this a bit too indulgent for the Bai family? Bai Qian frowned deeply. This kind of. How could it work? He wanted to say that such a weak alpha couldn't survive the increasingly fierce competition among the Bai family generation after generation, wanted to say that as a parent, Bai Xing should be strict with his cub, and also wanted to ask why the checkup report wasn't done yet, but just as he started to speak, the little one looked up suddenly. Little Bai Noa had a bit of food residue at the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head, his round little face full of confusion. The cub didn't understand what Grandpa wanted to say. With so much delicious food in front of him, what could be more important than eating? Little Bai Noa looked around, noticed everyone was staring at him, looked around blankly. Then at his own little bowl. Only he had this dish. No understood. Grandpa, here. The cub worked hard to scoop out a shrimp, propped himself up, and with effort, put it into Bai Qian's bowl. No need to be jealous of the shrimp in Nono's bowl. Nono shares with you. Bai Qian looked down at the shrimp he had received. Before Bai Xing could laugh, little Bai Noa had already picked through his own bowl, selected one, and put it into his father's bowl, then said in a voice he thought was quiet, "Nono gave Daddy the biggest one." Bai Xing, "Daddy thanks you." "Not done yet." Little Bai Noa looked around, then used his own spoon to stab a shrimp in his bowl a few times, cutting out a tiny piece of shrimp. Then, with a serious little face, he struggled to stand up and put that tiny piece of shrimp into the bowl of his bewildered uncle. Everyone has some, uncle doesn't. How pitiful. Nono gives bad uncle the smallest piece, watching the little cub distribute shrimp. Bai Qian's eyebrows twitched. Bai Qian, who is coveting your shrimp? Wait, what was I just about to say? Author's note, Noazai, Grandpa, no need to be jealous, Nono shares with you. Proud Bai Qian, who's jealous? Noazai, Daddy, this is Nono's carefully selected big shrimp. Confetti confetti confetti. Bai Sheng, Daddy thanks you. Noazai, everyone has some, uncle doesn't, so pitiful, but Nono can't bear to give uncle a whole one. Struggling to cut shrimp, giving uncle a tiny piece. Bai Jingyun, Chapter 13. Bai Qian, who had completely forgotten what he wanted to say after the little one's antics, twitched the corners of his mouth. He met Xiao Bai Noa's big, bright eyes. The little one was holding his fork, and after just standing up from his chair to give Bai Jingyun the small shrimp piece, he had been pulled back down by Bai Sheng and now looked at them expectantly. As if they were really craving that shrimp in his bowl. This is baby food, you know. Light, low oil. Low salt baby food. Adults don't crave it. Bai Qian finally swallowed that shrimp as if taking poison, his face grim under Bai Sheng's somewhat puzzled gaze. Bai Sheng, if you don't want to eat it, then don't. The old man, wiping his little one's mouth with a napkin, thought rather unkindly, and casually stuffed that big piece of shrimp into his own mouth. The taste was indeed okay, but nothing special. Is it tasty? The cub squinted his eyes in a smile and looked at the adults expectantly. They say you don't hit a smiling face. Especially such a tiny, exquisite cub. The somewhat cold and harsh words on Bai Qian's tongue hovered there, then he finally said, it's okay. As for the adult stubbornness, the well-behaved little eater Xiao Bai Noa wasn't annoyed. After distributing the shrimp, he immersed himself in the meal again. Occasionally he made exclamations, calling out Daddy, this is so yummy. Meanwhile, Bai Jingyun looked at the small shrimp piece in his bowl with a strange expression. The eldest young master of the Bai family, who was usually quick-witted and good at thinking, felt his brain freeze a bit. What does this mean? Did Bai Sheng just poison this shrimp piece in that instant? Planning to kill him? No, no, no. Although the internal strife in the Bai family was fierce, such means weren't allowed. Or was it to humiliate him? The Bai family members had always couldn't stand each other. The second brother spent all day in the lab with his experiments, and the fourth sister never came home after adulthood, saying she had nothing in common with them. As for the youngest, he was just a freshman this year, the latest to enter the Bai family battleground and also the most hot-tempered. He ran some clubs and commuted between school and his clubs. In short, none of them were worry-free. Now another little one had arrived. Bai Jinjian's expression was strange. Especially since the little cub didn't even give him an expectant look. He thought for a few seconds, then finally shoveled his rice expressionlessly, pushing the small shrimp piece aside, but whatever it was, he didn't need it. Meanwhile, Bai Qian, who had repeatedly failed to say what he wanted, felt numbed. He also ate in silence, but by the end of the meal, he was even more numbed. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Does he usually eat this much? It's almost as much as I eat. Bai Sheng was wiping the little one's mouth. Actually, the little one could still eat more, but Bai Sheng knew it was almost at the limit Aunt Feng had mentioned, so he stopped the cub from eating further. That's because you eat too little. Bai Sheng lifted the little cub off the chair and set him on the floor, satisfied to see that Bai Noa's face seemed a bit rosier from being fed by him over the past couple of days. This amount won't make him overeat. Bai Qian was startled, then realized true enough. He hadn't seen a little cub in nearly 20 years, and he himself had a small appetite due to his after-effects. In his memory, alpha cubs indeed had big appetites, and even cubs of similar ages used to fight during meals, but the little one in front of him was too different from the Bai family cubs he remembered. He was also thin and pale, which made Bai Qian subconsciously think that he didn't eat much. Alright, he couldn't think about these things anymore. Bai Qian came back to his senses a bit. You too, come with me to the study. Saying this, he also cleaned his hands with a towel, stood up, and without looking at the little one, turned and went upstairs with a stern expression. Bai Sheng handed the small monitor to the little cub and told him to play in the main hall or the adjacent open-air balcony, and that he would come get him later. This was the main building, with other servants watching. So Bai Xing wasn't worried about the little one hurting himself, but seeing the little one blinking, holding the small monitor, and looking as if he wanted to say something, he bent down and gently asked the cub what was wrong. Xiao Bai Noa was a perceptive cub. He noticed that both grandpa and uncle were in a bad mood. He whispered to his dad, "Daddy, did Nono give grandpa 2 little shrimp? Is grandpa not full?" Bai Xing was taken aback. The little cub's way of thinking was different from adults, so it took him a moment to react. Looking at the earnest, baby-voiced little cub and thinking that the stiff old man was accused of stealing baby food and still not had enough, he found it a little funny, but in the little one's eyes, grandpa, who had eaten that shrimp, looked even more unhappy, but Nono only had that one small bowl, and that mean uncle he ate it at the very end. The little cub wrinkled his nose and reached out to hug his father's neck. Grandma Feng said it's best eaten hot. Bai Xing couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Daddy." The cub blinked, then his little head got rubbed twice. The little cub heard his father say in a lazy, cheerful tone, "Yeah, they're all bad." Bai Jingyun, who hadn't gone upstairs yet, "Hey, bad-mouthing me right to my face? Not even pretending now." The conversation in the study didn't last long. Bai Jingyun finished going over various matters first and left earlier than Bai Sheng. When he came downstairs, he saw the cub playing on the open-air balcony. The little one wore a beige little jacket, his curly hair soft in the warm light, looking at the flowers here and there, so cute that the servants in the main building let out all sorts of odd sounds, which Bai Jingyun could hear even from a distance. Behind Xiao Bai Noa, the familiar small monitor was still following the little one around. It's clearly just a cold machine, but for a child of this age, it's like having a playmate. Whenever he sees something new, he calls out "Hello, Do-Do," and calls the little monitor over to look together. Eventually, he listens to the little monitor reciting plant science from Baidu Baiki, looking utterly confused. After hearing it, he clearly didn't understand much, but he still raised his little hand and applauded for the little monitor. Bai Jingyun, what is this? Is the main thing emotional value? Bai Jingyun kept walking down the stairs and watched the little one. The little one happily looked over, his little hand not yet raised, but when he saw clearly who was coming down, he blinked, pouted, put his hand down, and then sat down on the small chair by the door. Turning his back to him and also turning the little monitor that was facing him to the other side, Bai Jingyun, logically, Bai Jingyun, having been snubbed, should have left without looking back. But perhaps because of yesterday's guilt or the puzzling shrimp from today, Bai Jingyun paused for a moment and finally changed direction, walking toward the little one. Nono had just heard the sound behind him and thought it was his father coming down. He was about to let his father also see the novelty he had discovered, but unexpectedly realized it was Big Uncle. The toddler instantly recalled his father's words and withdrew his hand. His father said, "Don't look at Uncle." So, the little guy deliberately adjusted the direction of his little monitor's camera. The little one almost curled himself into a ball, but Bai Jingyun still came over. He crouched down beside the toddler and turned to look at him, even crouched down. The tall man from the Bai family was still a head taller than the tiny toddler. That piece of shrimp, what did it mean? You should have learned your lesson before, right? Bai Jingyun's voice was cold and firm, yet low, and he asked directly like that. Then he heard the little one speak in a soft, sweet voice, trying to turn his little head away. "Nono doesn't talk to bad uncle." That look of Daddy said not to mind bad people was both amusing and exasperating. Was it because you couldn't finish it, so you gave it to me? Or was it because that piece of shrimp didn't catch the little guy's fancy? Bai Jingyun looked ahead and spoke again, "But it's fine if you don't want to answer." Bai Jingyun thought, in the future, he probably won't have many chances to interact with this little guy. So why did he come over for no reason? Like had lost his mind? Bai Jingyun was about to stand up, but the next second, the little one's sweet baby voice came over, "But everyone had some. And Uncle didn't. Wouldn't that be unfair?" "What?" Bai Jingyun was stunned. He looked down at the little one. The little toddler swung his 2 short legs on the chair and finally looked up at Bai Jingyun, and also, Bad Uncle was looking at Nono too, and in the end, Bad Uncle ate it, didn't he? Because Uncle was also looking at Nono, so Nono gave it. It's that simple. Was I looking at this little one all along? Bai Jingyun was left speechless. He felt a bit dazed. Competition in the Bai family has always been brutal. There's no such thing as everyone getting a share. If you compete for the highest position. If you want something, you must be the first. What kind of family heir is the eldest son if he can't even outdo his younger siblings? Bai Jingyun had heard this kind of talk many times, but in the end, he did eat the shrimp. He had initially pushed aside that he had many cold and ruthless words and many unpleasant methods, but faced with such a little one, he found himself at a loss at this moment. He even found it hard to relate to his past self when he first heard that Bai Xing had such a toddler. The scorn and amusement inside him almost spilled over, but now, he even had a bizarre thought for a moment: why wasn't I the one they targeted back then? No. That kind of thought is way too weird. As if to cover it up, Bai Jingyun picked up an orange from the fruit plate beside him, peeled it deftly and handed a segment to the little one. That he said concisely, "My apology, peeling an orange for you as an apology for yesterday's matter." Then he saw the toddler's little face scrunch up, as though scarred, shrinking back and shaking his head vigorously. No doesn't want it, it's sweet. No doesn't believe it. The toddler hugged the little monitor and stared at him. Warily, Bai Jingyun pinched a segment of orange, put it in his mouth, and chewed. Really, I'm not lying to you. But yesterday, Uncle also tricked No with lemon like this. Uncle also ate a whole slice and then came to trick No. No has seen through it. No is a smart child, and No thinks Uncle has a problem with his sense of taste or has weird taste. No only believes in Daddy. No's daddy is the best. Anyway, No won't believe a single punctuation mark of what you say. The little one seemed about to suggest that Bai Jingyun see a doctor for his taste buds. What do you mean I have weird taste? Bai Jingyun's eyebrows twitched. For the first time in his life, he tasted the feeling of the boy who cried wolf. And he already heard the sound behind him. He also heard Bai Xing's light, cheerful footsteps. Of course he's in a good mood. Compared to the weird-tasting bad uncle, being called No's best daddy is just so, well, pleasing to hear, right? Author's note: Noah Zai, look at the lemon, the orange, the uncle all the same, exactly like yesterday. Hugging the baby monitor tight. Uncle, today's oranges are a bit sour. 2.1 Ticket to the kid-chasing crematorium. Step right in. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Bai Xing had already walked over slowly, although he didn't think his cub had anything to say to Bai Jingyun, or that there would be any further communication between them in the future, but hearing the little cub's words still made him feel happy. He was about to speak when suddenly he saw his little one staring at a certain spot on the open-air balcony, his expression turning strange and subtle. Amid a faint buzzing sound, with Bai Xing confused and Bai Jingyun dazed, little Bai Noah flew up. He jumped 3 feet in the air, then, quite agilely and keenly, he scurried over to Bai Xing, grabbing his clothes and trying to climb up. Daddy, the tiny cub was frightened, his tiny voice trembling a little. If there was one thing little Bai Noah feared most in the apocalypse world, it was swarms of mutant insects. He had been injured because of these bugs before, and many scars on his body were from that time. Back then, the little cub barely escaped, but since then, he's been traumatized by these types of insects. A cub flew over to him. Bai Xing scooped up his little one. He noticed his kid was pretty agile, or rather, he had vaguely sensed it before when the little guy climbed over the crib rails that, logically, a child his age shouldn't be able to climb. He picked up the little one. What's wrong? Did you see something? He looked toward the beetle that was flying in following the light. The beetle, realizing the light inside was brighter, flapped its wings trying to fly further in. Bai Xing, seeing the bug zoom toward him, flinched a bit, took a half step back, then said, "It's just a bug." Bai Jingyun also shot up, stepped back, his face still cold and hard, and for once, he agreed with Bai Xing. "It's just a bug." So from the perspective of the butler nearby, who was watching little Bai Noah. The scene was both funny and awkward. Did the Bai family have any weak spots? Yes, they really did. The whole Bai family was kinda scared of bugs. The old house had regular bug spraying, but sometimes insects still flew in, so occasionally this happened. Watching Bai Xing and Bai Jingyun act tough, and then seeing little Bai Noah, who was shaking in his dad's arms and, after hearing his dad's words, just lifted his little face a bit and said in a tiny voice, "Daddy's so brave." The old butler wanted to laugh. "What do you mean? It's just a bug." Obviously, they were all dodging the bugs. Such a weird Bai family gene, the butler thought as he quickly took care of the beetle that had flown in. Bai Xing relaxed a little, ruffled Xiao Bai Noah's curly hair, picked up the little monitor that was spinning in circles, unable to find its kid and trying to call its parents, then holding the cub who had buried his face in his arms. Turned and left the old mansion's main building without saying bye to Bai Jingyun. Bai Jingyun followed right behind. After walking about 100 or so meters, Bai Xing frowned, stopped, and turned to Bai Jingyun, and gave a cold, sarcastic smile. What? Big brother, something else? Bai Jingyun kept walking, brushing past Bai Xing, only glancing at the little cub still patting his chest in relief, peeking out from his dad's arms. He looked once and then looked away. You gonna take him to work with you from now on? Bai Jingyun looked back at the path ahead, feeling this weird emotion in his chest, so he spoke again. Then you'd better beef up your security. Bai Jingyun told himself he didn't give a damn about Bai Xing, but as he had said before, this kind of beef shouldn't involve such a young kid. Besides, Bai Jingyun thought, the orange apology didn't work. And he still hadn't figured out how to make it up next time. This was totally not like Bai Jingyun to say. Bai Xing looked up, surprised, and the little cub blinked. Poking his head out from his dad's arms, he asked his father in a tiny voice, Daddy, bad uncle isn't so bad, is he? Bai Xing hugged the cub and turned a corner, saying simply, Lemon. After a couple seconds, the cub remembered the grudge. Uncle's bad, hey. Bai Jingyun stopped, turned to watch the big and small figures walk away, his face cold. Finally, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Have someone watch that guy who was causing trouble for Bai Xing before. Where is he now? What is he doing? Why has he been quiet? Push him. No, if you find him, keep him under control. Bai Jingyun's handsome features were especially sharp in the light of the street lamps. Those guys who were targeting Bai Xing could cause him some minor trouble. And with the backing of many noble families waiting for the Bai family to fall, they turned a blind eye to such scheming, but that overly soft and weak cub didn't seem like he could withstand any storms. Consider it an apology for teasing the little one into licking a lemon, and for that sentence everyone has one. Big uncle doesn't have any, but big uncle was watching Nono, so Nono gave you a gift. Bai Jingyun had to admit. Facing such simple, sincere, and direct childlike words, he was a bit touched. At the Xie family, Xiaoyu, who had already discussed the basic situation of the kindergarten Bai Xing had chosen, was sitting in front of his computer, thinking about having these kids meet next time during a collaboration talk. But although he had boasted like that before, facing his own two little monkeys, Xiaoyu felt a bit uncertain. Could his two little brats actually make friends smoothly with that adorable little one and help him become a bit more lively? Outside there was a ruckus. This is mine. Are your eyes broken? Look, this has my label. It's clearly my label. You remembered wrong. I'm going to eat your cake today. Try it. Xiaoyu looked like his soul had left his body, thinking, oh, is it the war over after dinner mini cakes today? Then the twin cubs were disciplined by their gentle mother. By the time Xiaoyu came out ready to intervene, he saw the two cubs sitting in a row, their cute and delicate little round faces tense, both holding a hint of dissatisfaction as they obediently gripped their small spoons and ate the cake in front of them. A flustered Sherlin saw Xiaoyu come out and waved her hand. You watch them, my sister is still waiting for me online. Xiaoyu quickly said, go ahead, dear, I'll make sure they behave. As soon as the gentle but effective mother left, Xie Qing and Xiaoyu, the two cubs, seemed to break free from their seals. They glared at each other, clearly on the verge of another conflict. Their father, who had no authority, plopped down beside his two cubs and cleared his throat. I have something to tell you. Both cubs, their faces full of cream, looked up at him simultaneously. Do you remember Uncle Bai? He has a new little one at home, who will be transferring to your kindergarten. When Daddy takes you to meet him ahead of time, see if you can be friends. Okay. Xie Qing, the older twin, looked up suspiciously at his dad with his small face. Dad, you didn't sell me and my brother while negotiating a deal, did you? Look at what you're saying. Even if I sold the two of you, Mom wouldn't agree, Xiaoyu said indignantly. Xiaoyu picked up a tissue to wipe the faces of his two cubs, who were messy from eating. New friend. Meanwhile, the younger twin, Xiaoyu, who was clearly more mischievous and energetic, jumped up immediately. I am going to tell Brother Yen that our mischief squad is getting a new member. Sit down and finish eating. Why are you jumping up like a monkey? Wait. What did you just say about a squad? Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. This guy, who had originally planned to let Baixing experience the power of real cubs, looked at his own two cubs, then thought back to the little cub who had obediently called him uncle before Bai-san. Are you sure this is the kind of cub you want? Huh, when you have real cubs, they'll laugh at the right moment. No, sympathize with you then. Time passed until the next afternoon, when the Bai Group building let out for the day that in recent days, the gloomy working atmosphere in the Bai Group building where Baixing worked had eased somewhat, because the little cub had started to slowly explore downstairs, like a kitten exploring new territory, cautiously poking his head around his parents' turf. There was no need to worry about safety, nor about some clueless person bothering the little cub, after all. Xiao Bai Noa had a little tail following him, a small drone trailing the little cub.it took voice commands and sometimes fell, needing the little one to help it up, seeming a bit dumb, but everyone knew it was a pair of eyes, the eyes of a large beast standing behind its little tiger, casually watching what its cub was up to. Although it was also a novel way to watch over the workers, the little cub had good sense. He didn't run into busy areas, mostly just wandered around public spaces that already had real-time surveillance. Moreover, he was excessively delicate and cute, speaking with a soft, childish voice full of innocence. If you gave him a piece of candy, he would hold it up and be happy for a long time. The employees were completely smitten. Things like uncle and auntie are so great, this candy is so delicious, Nono likes it a lot, Nono wants to take it to daddy. Auntie, you dropped something, look, Nono picked it up for you, here you go. These are the cookies Grandma Fong made for Nono, share them with uncle and auntie. What is this? What is this? This is what they deserved for working hard, boss. Is there really no purchase link for little Noa Noa? Please, we really need it. When Xiao Bai Noa skipped along beside his father, holding his hand, out of the company building, the employees couldn't help but keep their eyes on the little one. It was at this moment that the incident occurred. In the past few days, security measures had been strengthened, with bodyguards and assistants always around. And because Bai Jingyun, instead of his usual casual provocation, had pushed them, the extremist enemies who had been waiting for an opportunity became impatient. The roar of a car suddenly sounded, and at a moment when everyone was relaxed, it charged in from an extremely tricky angle, and almost the moment the sound rang out, the very alert Xiao Bai Noa, who had been walking beside his father telling him about today's events, immediately turned his head to look in that direction. Daddy, during the apocalypse, Xiao Bai Noa had seen vehicles before, but the little one, who had lived alone and been considered a burden by others, had never really gotten close to vehicles. Now suddenly seeing the car charging over their dreams seemed to overlap with reality. The little one's little voice suddenly became a bit sharp. Just as Bai Sheng was thinking the hospital should have results tonight, and in his moment of distraction, he saw that small body trying to stand in front of him. The little cub moved too fast, and Bai Sheng almost lost his grip on the little one's hand. What are you doing? In that instant, Bai Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly lifted the little one and retreated to the side. The bodyguards on that side had already moved quickly. Amidst the noise and commotion, the backup vehicle had already driven in front of Bai Sheng and the little one, blocking them. Assistantly acted even faster. Amidst greater noise, he calmly and decisively drove Bai Sheng's black sedan, blocking the oncoming car's reckless charge. Some people were calling the police, some were screaming. Amidst all the uproar, Bai Sheng was holding the trembling little cub in his arms, unable to focus on anything else. Didn't Daddy teach you to dodge immediately when you see a car coming? This wasn't a game. Bai Sheng frowned. He felt the cub in his arms clinging to his neck, his little hands cold and trembling. No, maybe he himself was trembling too. The little one was scared, but if he was so scared, why did he do that just now? His little voice trembled. The little cub only knew that the Bai family were all villains and would die. He only vaguely understood, but didn't know how to explain. Nono could be slow sometimes, he had never owned anything before. So he whispered, hugging Bai Sheng's neck tightly, and said to his protector, because Nono said, Nono will protect Daddy. Author's note, Xiaoyu, whenever I think that Bai Sheng's cub will also become like mine, I am very happy. No, very sympathetic. Cheers Bai Sheng. Let you have one more night of happiness. Chapter 15 Nono will protect Daddy. This babyish sentence, which Bai Sheng had once dismissed as an ordinary, fleeting remark, now echoed in his mind. Thinking of the little one who had stood in front of him amid the roar of the car engine, an electric shock seemed to shoot through Bai Xing's spine, thighs, and arms, sending a tingling sensation that made his hair stand on end. His hands, already trembling slightly, began to shake even more. For Bai Sheng, this was a strange, overwhelming emotion, not from a fully rational adult whose motives he would need to scrutinize, but from a tiny cub who depended on him wholeheartedly, trusted him, and saw him as his guiding light. The little cub was terrified. Even a young child with a weak sense of danger couldn't withstand such a shock, let alone Xiao Bai Nuo, who was naturally cautious and quick to dodge at the first sign of trouble. Now, a car far larger than the cub itself charged at them without hesitation, pushing the cub past his threshold of fear. Xiao Bai Nuo's body trembled with instinctive fear, but the little cub hugged his father's neck, burying his face in the hollow of his father's neck, wondering if this counted as protecting daddy. Daddy is fine. The daddy from the dream was fake, not lying in a pool of blood at the accident scene. Bai Xing opened his mouth, but the man who was usually eloquent, sarcastic, and sharp-tongued suddenly found himself at a loss for words. In such a chaotic situation, clearly this wasn't the time for more talking. That he tightened his arms around Xiao Bai Nuo and stepped forward. The out-of-control car was boxed in by assistantly and the bodyguard vehicles. It tried to escape but couldn't break free. The tires screeched harshly as white smoke rose. Someone had already smashed the car window, pulled open the door, and dragged the man out, pinning him down. Bai Xing glanced at the man's wild, hateful eyes. The man was screaming, ranting, cursing the Bai Corporation, cursing Bai Xing. To be honest, Bai Xing didn't even recognize him. Bai Xing turned, looked at assistantly stepping out of the car, and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, boss." The custom vehicle was designed with this in mind, with comprehensive safety measures. Assistantly remained calm, rolling up his sleeves, his black hair slightly disheveled from the impact. He glanced at the little cub in Bai Xing's arms with a complicated expression. To be safe. Well, I'll go to the hospital for a checkup later. The bonus will be credited to your cards. If you have any trouble, let the company know in time. Bai Xing's voice was icy, brimming with anger, completely unlike his usual slightly teasing, careless tone. Check if anyone's injured, and see who else is behind this. Get to the bottom of it. Bai Xing naturally recalled Bai Jingyan's earlier warning, but knowing Bai Jingyan, he wouldn't do something so thankless. At most, he'd just tip him off about something. The real puppeteer, beyond this madman's own insanity, was likely those families hoping for the downfall of the Bai family. They'd better hope their actions were flawless, leaving no trace. Bai Xing lowered his eyes as the sky was just starting to darken. The sound of police sirens grew closer in the distance. Amidst the noise, he looked down, his side profile cold and fierce. But his eyes softened slightly when they met the little cub in his arms. He gently stroked the little one's back, assistantly watched, let out a slow breath as he looked at their little young master. Before, Bai Xing had taken the little cub in out of pity and because he was well behaved, thinking it would be easy. But now, this newbie dad, angered by the near accident involving his own child, had fully revealed his emotion, tenderness, and vulnerability. Of course, that was only natural. Assistantly thought that no one could dislike such a obedient little cub. He had expected it, but the boss had fallen for the kid faster than he expected. The federal government moved quickly, handcuffing the man and sending him to the police station. Since the specifics needed investigation, and because Bai Sheng and the others had to cooperate with statements, the police asked a few questions and had someone from the Bai Corporation assist them. Then they let Bai Xing take the little cub to dinner first, before returning for a statement later. They hadn't even finished their meal when Bai Xing received the news. They had found the man's information and motive. He was a paranoid man with a genetic condition, like some online crackpots, a true madman. Since childhood, he believed himself extraordinary, confident, arrogant, and thought he could easily rise to the top in business. He looked down on the Bai family, believing their current success was just due to the accumulation of past generations. He tried to compete with the Bai family, throwing all the money he'd earned in other areas into the attempt, but the result was obvious. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Bai Xing didn't even remember the man before he was crushed by the Bai Corporation's relentless momentum. Frustrated, he attacked and slandered Bai Xing online. only to receive several legal letters from Bai Xing's formidable legal team. Coupled with his all-or-nothing gamble and heavy debts, his partner left him, and his family went from praise to disdain. So he went off the deep end. According to surveillance, the man was somewhat clever. He had been patiently lurking in some blind spots near the Bai Corporation building for weeks, waiting for Bai Xing to let his guard down, but he hadn't expected Bai Xing's security to increase day by day. Even with easily trackable schedules, Bai Xing never traveled alone. As the days passed, it became harder to make a move, so he finally took the reckless decision to act when Bai Xing was leaving the office building but hadn't yet gotten into his car. Psycho, Bai Xing had seen too many conspiracies and schemes. Faced with such a simple, violent, and unpredictable attack, he curled his lip and muttered a curse. 2 seconds later, he realized his little cub was still beside him. Cursing didn't seem appropriate. He frowned involuntarily, glancing at the little one eating obediently, persistently, meanwhile, felt a lingering fear. Sometimes no matter how many precautions you take, you can still be caught out by such a straightforward approach. Persistently also knew that Bai Xing's previous security hadn't been strong. Bai Xing himself was a top-tier alpha, unbeatable in close combat. But after bringing this little cub back, his schedule had become more complicated because of the child. If not for the little young master insisting on sticking to Bai Xing at work recently, prompting Bai Xing to beef up security, today's situation would have been much harder to control. The man's car was modified, with strong power and tough materials. Ordinary cars couldn't have stopped it. Persistently also looked at the little cub. Xiao Bai Noah had relaxed a little. But he was still scared. Even though he usually loved eating more than anything, now he wasn't enthusiastic. He just held his tiny spoon, mechanically shoveling rice into his mouth. If you can't eat, then don't, Bai Xing said, pulling the little cub back into his arms. Should Daddy take you home first? No. The little cub glanced at the leftover food on his plate, then shook his little head, reaching out to hug Bai Xing's neck, and said softly, No wants to stay with Daddy, young master. The boss has to give a statement and take care of some things. How about I take you back? Assistantly suggested. Xiao Bai Noah blinked, his little hands loosened. Daddy was busy, so, the little cub instinctively made himself small, because he was used to it. Almost unconsciously, he was about to say his usual obedient lines, but Bai Xing cut him off. Book a room at the Bai Corporation Hotel nearby, assistantly asked. Just one? Yeah, Bai Xing nodded. Picking up the little cub. He ignored the messages from his Bai family members and spoke to the little one. Daddy can let Aunt Fong come over to watch you, okay? The hotel is very close to where Daddy is. You can rest there. If I finish early, they'll take you back. If it's late, well, stay overnight at the hotel. The little cub blinked again, then nodded his small head with effort. Bai Xing let out a chuckle, in his usual tone as if nothing had happened, poking the cub's cheek and saying casually, Clingy little thing. Aunt Fong had already heard the news and arrived quickly. Bai Xing went to handle the remaining matters. Aunt Fong watched the little cub eat 2 pieces of fruit. He seemed either frightened or tired, and the cub went to bed early. Before Bai Xing finished dealing with things and came to the hotel room, he had been watching the little cub on the monitor, and before Bai Xing arrived. Xiao Bai Noah was having a nightmare. He dreamed of his own wretched life in the apocalypse, where they called him a little burden and some saw him as a food source. Even when he received brief kindness, it wasn't safe. He had to stay on constant alert, always feeling completely alone. He also dreamed of those researchers casually saying the Bai family had fallen and Bai Xing had died early. The little guy was drenched in sweat, then he was shaken awake by Bai Xing. No, Bai Xing knew the little cub had nightmares, and with today's fright, he was mentally prepared. But just a moment ago, the monitor showed the cub was fine. Barely a minute after Bai Xing sat down, the cub's expression turned pained, and Bai Xing was startled. Then the cub, opening his eyes and blearily making out Bai Xing's face, couldn't tell dream from reality for a moment. He hadn't cried when scared earlier, but now he burst into loud sobs, reaching out for a hug. Daddy. Daddy. Bai Xing bent down to let the little guy hug his neck. Before he could panic, he heard the cub sob, Villain, Daddy, don't die. Woo. No doesn't want to be alone. Don't be alone anymore. No is actually a little afraid of loneliness. Bai Xing. Huh? I'm a capitalist, sure, but I'm still a person, right? I'm not exactly a villain, am I? Bai Sheng, torn between laughter and tears, was about to ask the little guy what nightmare he had, and thought it looked like he'd have to sleep with this frightened cub tonight. Sigh, cubs are so clingy, can't help it, but the next moment, his cheek touched the little cub's forehead, and was startled by how hot it was. He lifted the little guy up and quickly said, seeing Aunt Feng's slightly panicked expression, "Quick, grab the clothes. We're going to the hospital." When a child is frightened, it can cause a fever, and a child's fever can get serious. About 10 minutes later, the evening calm of the Bai family hospital was broken in an instant. Meanwhile, in the special instrument room, the assessment of the cub's pheromones was a complex and rigorous task. Dr. Su Chuan, fully suited in protective gear, was performing the final procedure. Hearing the machine ding, he left the inner room and walked outside. When the machine stopped, Su Chuan took off his mask and cap, and said to the nurse beside him, "Are the results out? Transfer them to the computer, and also bring me the printed copies." Author's note: Noah Zai, Daddy, the big villain. Wu would add, "You're such a filial son." Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The printer was working, and the file was being transferred over from the computer. Dr. Su Chuan was reading through the various data item by item, checking if there were any remaining issues. Wait a minute, he suddenly paused. Wasn't the expression of these pheromones a bit off, a genetic disease? No. The system hadn't flagged any errors. And with this kind of expression, despite his extensive experience, it was indeed rare to encounter an omega, let alone an omega cub undergoing future pheromone testing at their hospital. So Dr. Su Chuan didn't react immediately. He had just gotten the results and hadn't yet looked at the last line of the conclusion. As he continued reading, he abruptly stood up, startling everyone around him. His eyes widened in shock, because the last line of the report clearly read, "In summary, this cub is an omega cub suffering from nutritional deficiency, developmental deficiencies, and a weakened immune system, requiring special care." If he remembered correctly, the Bai family had never had an omega cub before, had they? That meant this little one brought back by Bai Sheng would be the only omega cub in the Bai family's lineage over more than 10 generations from their ancestors to the present. No wonder a group of alphas couldn't resist that cub. He grabbed the report and headed straight out the door. Is the third young master Bai currently in the hospital? Yes, Director. Compile all the data and download the complete examination report. Then send it to the third young master Bai. I'll take the printed version and go there myself. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, the temperature had risen sharply. Though the feverish cub was still afraid of needles, with his dad holding him, had gotten a shot in the baton, so now, embarrassment outweighed fear. His round little face was still flushed, a blue cooling patch stuck to his forehead. His eyes were dazed, and he was half buried in his dad's arms. His curly hair was messy, and his big eyes blinked, but he didn't close them to sleep. At that moment, the cub didn't show much resistance to being there. That was because when Bai Sheng had first brought the little one back, had sensed the cub might dislike hospitals. So from then on, this private hospital under Bai Sheng's management had cleared out a room and turned it into a children's room that didn't feel like a hospital at all. Assistantly, who had hurried over from the police station after receiving the news, stood to the side with Aunt Feng, watching. Aunt Feng was worried sick, her face creased with concern as she gazed at little Bai Noah, whose eyes were still moist. The cub's body temperature had spiked at an alarming rate. At this age, high fever in children could easily lead to convulsions and serious problems. Luckily, they'd arrived in time, and the shot had brought the fever down. Now the temperature wasn't as frightening, but the cub still looked dazed and out of it. I checked on him just 10 minutes ago, and he was fine. Aunt Feng brought over a glass of water. Muttering with concern that we were just starting to see him put on a little weight over the past 2 days, and now it'll take a long time to build it back up again. Bai Sheng let the cub lie on his chest, holding him that way, while he scribbled on a tablet in his hand. Hearing Aunt Feng, he turned to look at her. Bai Sheng, not known for his good temper, took the water glass from her and his tone turned sharper. The doctor said kids can get scared and have nightmares, which can cause this. He pressed his lips together, then lowered his head, gently bringing the water glass to the cub's lips. It was clear he wasn't used to doing this. When Bai Sheng took the glass, Aunt Feng immediately noticed, but seeing how careful his movements were, she didn't stop him. Drink some water. Bai Xing gave the little one a few sips, noticing that the cub wasn't closing his eyes. Instead, he stared at him blankly, as if afraid Bai Xing would disappear if he fell asleep. By now, Bai Xing was pretty good at ruffling the little one's curly hair. What's with those big eyes? Isn't your head spinning? Aren't you tired, Dad? The cub, who had seemed dazed from the fever, finally spoke in a soft, hoarse voice, still a bit muffled. No forgot to feed Dodo dinner. The cub seemed to be gradually coming to his senses, his slow little brain starting to work. It's okay. Grandma Fong can feed Dodo for No, okay? Little Bai Noah pursed his lips, hanging his head low, looking dejected. No is sick, just a little issue. Little Bai Noah pouted where Bai Xing couldn't see. Medicine was extremely precious in the apocalypse, more important than candy. Other than his time in the lab, the cub had never seen real medicine. During his long, wandering years, he had gotten sick once. He had been in pain for a long time, felt miserable, and at one point thought he was going to die. So after that, little Bai Noah was very careful, because of his chaotic past. He couldn't afford to get sick. Thus, the cub cherished his current life even more, but his caution made him treasure it carefully. He always wanted to be good, even better, to deserve the delicious food, the warm, clean water, and the dad who would hold his hand and take him for walks. But No was sick. The feverish cub's mind was a mess. Before Bai Xing realized it, tears started falling down his face. He sobbed and whimpered, clinging to Bai Xing's clothes. No is a bother to Dad. Sob. Bai Xing had been about to say something funny to coax the cub to sleep, but he hadn't expected the little one to suddenly start crying again. He froze for a moment. Listening to the cub, who was coming to his senses after the fever broke and was even trying to suppress his sobs. Bai Xing experienced for a moment what the phrase a heart-wrenching ache really felt like, that strong feeling that something was off he had felt from this exceptionally well-behaved cub who wasn't picky hit him again. What exactly had his cub gone through in the past? But whether it was today's criminal or that lab, Bai Xing gently patted the cub's back, his expressionless as he though the really needed to rethink things. Had he been too gentle with these people? Should he have just kicked that guy away outright instead of acting civilized because the little one was nearby? That might have saved the cub from getting scared. Kids learn from their parents, but for a cub like this, normal parenting methods obviously wouldn't work. Bai Xing thought, it's okay. They'll come up with a plan and take care of him slowly. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression had softened slightly. He leaned back in the chair, looking at the little cub sobbing in his arms. While Aunt Fong fussed behind him, and assistantly also came closer. No thinks protecting Dad is a bother. Little Bai Noah, still with teardrops on his long eyelashes, looked up. He was still dazed, but his slow brain thought about the question for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Then it's no trouble, Bai Xing directly concluded for the young cub. No is still small. He'll be very strong in the future. No will be very strong. The cub blinked, his soft little face flushed with a sickly red from the fever. Tell Dad what you like to eat. I'll make it for you from now on. No will grow up tall and strong. Bai Xing propped his chin on his hand, making empty promises for the little one. Aunt Fong and assistantly both looked over. Have you ever even been near a kitchen in your life? And now you're saying you'll cook? Is that how you capitalists are? Always promising the moon when you can't deliver. Also Bai Xing tapped open the tablet where had been doodling. This is a training plan. Once you're better, well start. Then no other kid will be able to beat you. Anyone who messes with you, you can just punch them. Didn't you say you weren't a villain? This sounds more and more like one. Assistantly glanced at the packed training schedule his boss had laid out for his little cub, hesitating before speaking. Boss, the young master is still young. Isn't going all out from the start a bit much? Oh, that's for the later stages. Well, take it easy at first, no worries. Bai Xing tapped the cub's cheek. A cub can handle it. By building the little one's confidence now, he could take it easy later after getting him a bit more lively. The cub, the little guy repeated in his soft, babyish voice, tilting his head. Can handle it? No will be strong. No can do it. Bai Xing nodded, satisfied. His phone kept buzzing, so he settled the little one back into his arms. Okay. Had been successfully soothed. Time to sleep. Still dazed and feverish, the little cub snuggled into the warm, solid embrace that he thought, oh, right. Those days of wandering and the pain of being sick, they were already in the past. Meanwhile, Bai Xing glanced at the messages still coming in on his phone unexpectedly, from Bai Jingyun, from asking about the cub's condition to the results of his actions. The old man had taken a hands-off approach, only asking one question at the very start and then nothing else. The name Bai Jingyun irritated Bai Xing more the longer he looked at it. He frowned, finding it annoying that the man kept popping into his head, but before he could react further, someone knocked twice on the door and pushed it open. Instinctively, Bai Xing turned his head, still wearing a sour expression, and saw Su Chuan, slightly out of breath, clearly having run over, holding a printed document in his hand. At the same time, Bai Xing's phone buzzed with the hospital's full checkup report. Boss. Su Chuan panted as he strode quickly inside, his breathing uneven and his words jumbled. He handed the printed report to Bai Xing without explaining. Why are you panicking? Bai Xing frowned as he looked down at the report. His heart tightened. Was there something wrong with the checkup? Wasn't it just basic good health, aside from known issues like malnutrition from the lab? What else could there? Wait a minute. Bai Xing's eyes went wide. He had been holding the cub casually, one hand keeping his head against his chest, but now he sat up straight, staring at the last line. Omega. Bai Xing turned, hesitated, then carefully tilted the little cub's chin up to take a closer look. Still dazed, the little guy hadn't caught on, mumbling feverishly, Dad, no train, no be strong, no is, a strong a cub, protect Dad, no, hold on. Let's pretend Dad never said that. Oh, an Omega cub. So this soft, adorable little thing that made his heart melt was a sweet little Omega. Having never even raised in a cub, Bai Xing went blank. His first instinct was to grab his phone and look up how to raise an Omega cub. Just then, he saw another message from Bai Jingyun. Bai Jingyun, I know you've seen this, but I'm texting you for reasons unrelated to you. Grandpa found out about the cub you got because of your earlier slip-up. He's furious and on his way to Ong City now. Bai Yan, their grandfather and Xiao Bai Nua's great-grandfather, had a quirky, strict personality, a textbook perfectionist. After stepping back from the Bai family's power center, he settled in a coastal province, growing flowers and raising things, running a small business he found interesting to keep himself busy in retirement. Though head withdrawn from the family's power center, the old man still called the shots in many areas: connections, resources, everything. And Bai Jingyun didn't think the old man would go easy on this little cub. After getting the news and worrying about Xiao Bai Nua, he couldn't help warning Bai Xing to be prepared, but the next second, his phone buzzed. Bai Xing had replied. Bai Jingyun was a little surprised. His expressionless face turned to his phone and opened the message. The words didn't sound like Bai Xing at all. Bai Xing, how did you know no is a cute little Omega cub? Author's note: Dad, forget if he'll be a weak alpha later. First brainwash the cub. Anyway, I doubt anyone will dare bully my cub once I'm around. Wait, what did you say my cub is? Bai Nua confidently. No is a strong a cub. Bai Jingyun, already bitter. Chapter 17. Bai Jingyun only glanced at it at first. After all, he knew well that nothing good could come out of Bai Xing's sharp and caustic dog mouth. Then he suddenly froze. What? It took him a few seconds to realize what Bai Xing had actually said. Bai Jingyun. Bai Jingyun, are you crazy? Bai Jingyun, are you joking? How could this be possible? You know our family has never had a cub that wasn't an A, right? Bai Jingyun, really? It was clear that Bai Jingyun was stunned. He sent several messages within a minute, even saying our family to Bai Xing. Bai Xing held the paper report in his hand, still cradling the dazed cub in his arms. He shot a slightly mocking sidelong glance, but seemed to be in a good mood. Even the sight of Bai Jingyun's name seemed a bit more pleasing. Now that he had said what he most wanted to say, Bai Xing had no intention of communicating further with Bai Jingyun. That he couldn't be bothered if the other guy was furious tonight or able to sleep. He looked down at the Baijit Cub. In just a few days, the new dad had gotten one shock after another. First, that he had a cub. And then that his cub was actually a cute little Omega. This cub had turned his life upside down in such a short time that even Bai Xing was a bit overwhelmed. That he let out a long breath and stopped his frantic behavior. He gave up searching online for how to raise an omega cub. He put down his phone and looked at the training plan he had just spent a lot of time working on. Delete, delete all of it. Little by Noah was actually still running a low fever. By this time, it was well past the cub's bedtime. He was fighting his sleepiness, but the little cub was too sensitive and was keenly aware of the stares of the people around him. Earlier, just a moment ago, after Dad saw that paper, the uncles and Grandma Fong had been staring at Nono. There's something on Nono's face. Or is there a problem? Little by Noah had always hidden his unease well, but in this vulnerable moment of illness, it showed easily. Dad, he had just called out in his childish voice. Startled by the way everyone's faces suddenly lit up and they couldn't help but move a little closer. He stared around with wide, dazed eyes. The little one had always been cute, but because of Bai Sheng, people held back. Even if they liked him, they wouldn't show it too obviously, but now this was a rare and precious little omega cub. Not only were omegas scarce in the alliance, with alphas and betas being the standard, but even in the Bai family, the appearance of an omega cub was unheard of. So it was inevitable that they showed their emotions more openly. Bai Sheng noticed the cub's anxiety. Bai Sheng finished deleting quickly and saw the little cub, with water droplets still on his long, dark lashes, looking at him pleadingly. Dad, why did you delete it? Nono is a powerful A cub. Nono will protect Dad. Dad had just personally said that. The little one looked at Bai Sheng as if seeking confirmation. Not an A. Bai Sheng remained the same as usual. He leaned back in his chair. His eyes on his little cub, and casually tousled the little cub's curly hair. Nono is a little O cub. The whole ABO thing was too complex for a little cub who came from an apocalyptic world. He only had a vague idea, just a general concept. The little one blinked his eyes. O cub, the little omega cub was soft and warm. When sick, he spoke even more slowly. He tilted his little head in confusion while in his father's arms. Not powerful? No, omegas can definitely be powerful too. Bai Sheng's attitude remained the same as he spoke seriously to the little one. It's just a bit different, like pulling a rare item from a box. The training plan just can't be the same as before. The little one nodded without thinking. Maybe because the atmosphere was so familiar and the attention wasn't as intense, the little one soon got sleepy in Bai Sheng's arms. Since he truly hadn't felt any change in Bai Sheng's attitude, he just repeated quietly. Nono is Dad's rare pull. Bai Sheng wrapped the little one in a light blanket to keep the wind off him, then responded, you can barely keep your eyes open. Go to sleep, the cub muttered sleepily. Nono's eyes aren't closing at all tomorrow morning. When Nono wakes up, then Dad and Nono made a promise. The tiny cub finally fell asleep soundly in his father's arms. Bai Sheng let out a long breath, then turned his head to look at Su Chuan. He lowered his voice, give me all the details of the exam. As Su Chuan spoke, Bai Sheng looked over the full exam report on his phone and thought to himself, easy to handle. Over the past few days, little Bai Noah had always been a very well-behaved and easy-to-handle cub. He also didn't obsess over the training plan Bai Sheng had made. Of course, there was another thing. Bai Sheng was almost glad the Bai family had only ever had a cubs in the past. This kid was more sensitive than Bai Sheng thought. He was still naive now. But he might have already sensed the difference between alphas and omegas. Bai Sheng even began to wonder, if he had known from the start that this cub was an O cub, what would his reaction have been? Would he have paid more attention? Not necessarily, but this perceptive little one might have been even more uneasy. Would he only be cared about because he was an O cub? And now, at least little Bai Noah could clearly know, that wasn't true. So he could fall asleep peacefully, because Bai Sheng's attitude hadn't changed. Bai Sheng wasn't the type to share or talk much. If no one asked, he wouldn't bother to explain. Bai Jingyun had simply run into the line of fire, which quickly killed Bai Sheng's desire to talk about it. As for whether little Bai Noah was an A cub or an O cub, did it make any difference to him? Bai Sheng thought carefully. Apart from realizing how sweet and cute his cub was, there seemed to be no difference. He's my cub. After all, after roughly listening to some precautions and learning that there might be registration and other procedures once the results from the Federation come out, everyone in the ward filed out of the room. Bai Sheng gently cradled the sleeping cub in his arms and lay down sideways on the bed. It was a long day. time to rest. But right before he drifted off, BLXing checked his phone again. Besides BLJingyun, who was still obsessively texting him to confirm the news, there were hardly any messages from anyone else. Guess there really is a difference. BLXing pulled the blanket over himself, rubbing his chin and muttering softly. The usually arrogant, sharp-tongued, bad-tempered man had an unusually soft look in his eyes. She was the one with an omega cub, the first in the entire BL family. Even knowing his strict grandfather, the kind who might just whip out the family code over this, was thoroughly pissed at him. It didn't dampen his mood one bit, not that he was showing off. BLXing simply thought, as the clock neared 1 a.m., that Xiaoyu usually texts constantly, so why is he so quiet now, at the same time that I am the city center of Angsha, at the Shingang University Research Building. The constant hum of various lab instruments filled the air. A bunch of grad student research slaves were still grinding away in a lab on the first floor. A man in a protective suit stepped out of the room. He took off his mask and gloves, turned his head, and looked at the person next to him. Second young master of the BL family, BL Liang, was an honorary professor at Shingang University. The family's dedicated researcher, he rarely went home, preferring to live in the lab. He had short, neat hair, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and appeared gentle and refined. His voice was as warm as a spring breeze, but his eyes were utterly flat. What's wrong? The old master is returning tomorrow. He's learned about third master's situation. Grandfather is coming back. BL Liang raised an eyebrow. It's just a cub. Why all the fuss? He hadn't even bothered to go back and take a look at this random nephew he hadn't even met. I'm not sure, probably grandfather had high hopes for that kid. BLXing. Now that the strongest of the generation has turned out to be the biggest disgrace, the old man's losing face, BL Liang spoke with a smile, ripping into BLXing without mercy. I hear the Liu family tried to screw BLXing over on that foreign contract using this as leverage. Did he shut them down? After all, some foreign partners really hate this kind of messy drama. BL Liang's assistant frowned instinctively. Anyone who had worked with foreign business partners knew how annoying some of them could be. All right, got it. BL Liang waved his hand casually, took out his phone from the password-protected box next to him, pushed up his glasses, and rubbed his temples, looking a bit sleepy. Since grandfather is coming back, they'll make a trip back tomorrow too, just going through the motions. BL Liang thought offhandedly, what could be so special about some random little cub that just pops up out of the blue, and BLXing, who had the strongest sense of detachment from others, couldn't possibly turn into a doting dad over a surprise cub, right? Now that would be a nightmare. Early the next morning, the curtains in the room hadn't been pulled shut properly. The sun had risen, and a ray of light streamed in through the window. After sleeping off his fever, the little cub groggily opened his eyes and sat up. Xiao Bai Nor rubbed his eyes with his little hands. His tiny mind was still fuzzy. He instinctively looked around, trying to remember what had happened. And then spotted the hand that had slipped down beside him. Xiao Bai Nor blinked. No, really did see Daddy when he opened his eyes. Daddy kept his promise. Meanwhile, downstairs in the hospital, BLJingyun, who hadn't slept all night, couldn't hold back anymore. He had looked at the unusually quiet main building during the night and realized the problem was he the only one that bastard BLXing told about no being an omega last night. And the little guy had been sick too. Thinking enough time had passed, BLJingyun quickly went upstairs. With dark circles under his eyes, he followed the directions given by assistant Lee, who had a complicated expression, and rapped gently twice on the door of the ward. Of course, the hospital room wasn't locked. He pushed the door open gently and looked inside. He was taken aback for a moment. The little cub was sitting in the sunlight that spilled through the curtains. His soft curls dusted with a thin layer of gold from the sun. A fever patch was still stuck askew on his forehead. He looked like a sweet little angel bathed in sunlight, but he wasn't there to soak up the rays or curiously explore the room. The adorable little omega cub was sitting in front of BLXing, who was still asleep, blocking the sun for his sleeping dad. When he heard the sound, he blinked and looked over, quickly putting his little hand to his lips. His tiny, milky voice dropped to a soft, low whisper as he said, "Big uncle, author's note, Dad, I'm such a dignified man, so why didn't a single person check up on me at 1 a.m., big uncle, who tossed and turned all night, the air is sure sour today lemon." Chapter 18 The scene before him was incredibly peaceful and beautiful. It was as if it had soothed the constantly racing minds of the Bai family, slowly relaxing the nerves that had been taut during the long-standing conflicts. Standing there, Bai Jingyun, who had been up all night and had stormed up with a belly full of resentment, his brain seemed to shut down for a few seconds. Perhaps because he had so many younger siblings, all hot-tempered top-grade alphas who would clash at the slightest disagreement, that Bai Jingyun didn't particularly like children. In fact, with the alpha pheromone levels in the Bai family growing higher and higher, their generation of alphas couldn't really trust anyone but themselves. It's natural for someone who has never experienced normal familial affection, someone with almost abnormal emotions, to be stunned to suddenly witness such a scene. As for Bai Xing's claim that Xiao Bai Noa was an omega, Bai Jingyun hadn't mentioned it to Bai Qian before leaving. After all, who knew if that guy was trying to set him up again, but now a little omega pup. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Were all omega pups like this? No. Maybe that was just how Xiao Bai Noa was. This was an exceptionally soft and well-behaved pup. The uncle who had tricked the pup into licking a lemon earlier now felt even guiltier, but his expressionless face didn't show it. Maybe he should coax the pup out first to make amends. Bai Jingyun lowered his voice as the pup had wished. I heard from Aunt Feng that your little monitor is still charging at the hotel. I've had my assistant go get your little monitor. Can we step outside and talk? The pup, bathed in the morning light filtering through the curtains, blinked. Hearing about getting his little monitor, the little one was a bit tempted, but then looked down at his father with a troubled expression, shook his head, and said softly to Bai Jingyun, but Daddy's not awake yet, it's fine. Bai Jingyun said without hesitation. A little sunlight won't wake him up. Never doubt the ability of the top alphas in the Bai family to kick each other when they're down, but just as Bai Jingyun finished speaking, a large hand reached out, landed on the pup's back, and gently but firmly pressed the little one towards him. The bewildered pup was pressed down into the thin blanket. The little pup let out a soft wah and looked up from under the blanket, confused. Daddy? Bai Sheng had already opened his eyes at some point. He yawned sleepily, his slightly curly hair resembling Bai Nuo's a complete mess. He propped himself up on his elbows, turning his head impatiently to look behind him. Are you done yet? What are you saying to someone else's omega pup? Bai Sheng thought lazily, mentally stressing the words omega pup. Bai Jingyun wasn't surprised by Bai Sheng's reaction at all. After all, a top-grade alpha's vigilance was no joke. The moment Bai Jingyun pushed open the door, Bai Sheng must have already been awake, or maybe even earlier when the little pup woke up and sat up. He had probably been awake, but this guy was smugly enjoying having Xiao Bai Noa block the sun for him, just teasing the little one. Such a scoundrel. As for Xiao Bai Noa, he flailed his little hands and feet for a moment but couldn't manage to get up. Bai Sheng pulled off the cooling patch on his forehead, and the little one instinctively squinted his eyes. Then, lying in his father's arms, he held up his small hand high to shield Bai Sheng's eyes and asked with concern, Daddy, are you awake? Nono was blocking the sun for you. Yeah, I'm awake, Bai Sheng said lazily, yawning again that he hadn't slept much at all. He had never experienced a child having a fever before, but he was better off than Bai Jingyun. At least he hadn't stayed up all night. In the middle of the night, he had helped the nurse, using a dry towel to wipe the sweat off the little one, changed his clothes. And then still couldn't sleep. It was only when dawn broke and he was sure the little one's fever had subsided that he finally lay down. He probably hadn't even slept for 2 hours, and the little one had woken up in the middle. Bai Sheng had been especially attentive to the little one's movements, so he naturally woke up immediately. But because he was sleep-deprived, he hadn't opened his eyes. He wasn't intentionally teasing the little one. He honestly hadn't expected the pup to obediently shield him from the sun. He never found a good time to open his eyes until that someone showed up. Bai Sheng got up, had Aunt Feng come in to take the little one to freshen up, and then leisurely changed clothes. After getting himself ready, he looked at Bai Jingyun, who was still sitting in the hospital room waiting. This guy hadn't left. Bai Sheng raised his chin slightly. What are you doing here? Bai Jingyun's icy face contorted into a forced smile. I'm just dying to know. After getting a message like that in the middle of the night, could you really sleep? Where's the examination report? Bai Jingyun held out his hand. He insisted. Bai Sheng wasn't annoyed. In fact, he was in a fantastic mood. He handed over the paper copy Su Chuan had given him yesterday. "Grandfather is coming back tonight, and you don't seem the least bit anxious," Bai Jingyun said coldly, quickly flipping through the paper report, his eyes lingering on the last entry about the Omega pup. "What's there to worry about? At worst, he'll get the family punishment and learn my lesson." "Who's afraid of that?" Bai Xing smirked. Despite his words, he instinctively glanced toward the little one to make sure he hadn't overheard, then turned back to Bai Jingyun, raising his chin slightly, still looking arrogant and handsome. He was clearly in a good mood. He even went ahead and said, "Wanna stay for a meal? You didn't bring food, did you? I bet Nono wouldn't eat anything you brought." Bai Jingyun, it was the same cocky and laid-back attitude as always, but somehow different, as if he was saying, "Look. My Omega pup, cute, isn't he? Envious, he's even wary of you. Doesn't that get to you?" Bai Jingyun felt his back teeth itch. He ground them lightly, wasn't bothered at all, not one bit. Daddy, Nono is all clean and smells nice. Grandma Feng put some nice-smelling stuff on Nono's hands. At that moment, the little one, fresh from washing up, came pattering out of the bathroom attached to the hospital room, holding out both little hands and raising them high, his milky voice urging his father to take a whiff. The tiny white hand still bore faint scars from past injuries. Su Chuan had specially brought over a tube of children's care cream for Aunt Feng this morning, for Xiao Bai Nua. This was something they'd never seen such a thing, let alone applied it. After putting it on, there was a very light berry scent, sweet and delightful, which made the little one love it so much that he just had to scamper out and share it with his dad right away. Though still a bit weak, he was no longer sluggish and sickly, which put Bai Xing's mind at ease. Bai Xing picked up the little cub and sniffed the fragrance on his hands, responding with a simple, "Smells good." Bai Jingyun turned his gaze back to the medical report he'd already skimmed through once. "Kids, realize so inexplicably happy over nothing." Couldn't wrap his head around it. The father-and-son duo continued their exchange. "Nono thinks it smells good too." The cub giggled happily, settling into his father's arms, and that's when he caught sight of his poker-faced elder uncle, the tiny brain word, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He looked at his dad, then at his uncle. Were they fighting? His uncle didn't seem all that bad, just looked a bit intimidating. And had odd tastes, but still, "Uncle," after some hesitation, the little one extended an invitation. Bai Jingyun looked up at the childish voice, the cub's reflection mirrored in his pupils. Xiao Bai Nua stretched out his little hand, his big, round eyes with slightly drooping corners sparkling, sitting in his father's lap, still backlit by the sun, bathed in light. "Do you want to smell it too, Bai Jingyun?" "Yes." In the end, enduring Bai Xing's mockery and his own discomfort, Bai Jingyun stayed for the meal. The meal was a light hospital diet. The top-tier alpha of the Bai family had little appetite for food and didn't care much about what he ate, never fussing over such things. The cub, however, devoured everything with relish. In memory, aside from meals at their parents' main house, the two brothers had never eaten together so peacefully. Neither Bai Jingyun nor Bai Xing thought of the other as someone they could share a meal with without dropping their chopsticks and starting a fight. But now, watching the little cub munch away happily, the atmosphere inexplicably softened, though their inner thoughts were probably, "Bai Xing, look, my Omega cub. Bai Jingyun, my younger brother might be a jerk, but my nephew is so sweet calling me uncle, so he'll bear with it." Bai Jingyun spoke first. "Are you taking him to work with you again today?" "No need to cling that tight right from the start. Not going today. The office is too noisy. He just got over being sick and needs rest. Plus, I need to tell Dad that Nono is an Omega," Bai Xing replied, scrolling through his phone to check if the Federal Public Hospital had sent any messages. Nothing yet, probably meaning the results from the public hospital would come a day or two later. "Oh, right, you don't know this. Nono insists on hugging my leg every morning and going to work with me, Bai Jingyun." Bai Xing said it in the same tone and with the same attitude as always, yet today it felt 10 times more insufferable than before. The cub blinked, not quite catching the banter between the adults, but Nono agreed with his daddy. Xiao Bai Nua nodded his little head. Go to work with daddy. With that adorable cub and that irritating father combo, Bai Jingyun stared at them for a long time. After receiving a message, he seemed unable to hold back any longer, turned, and walked away. Bai Sheng, thoroughly satisfied by this voluntary visit from Bai Jingyun, didn't even lift his eyes as he peeled a boiled egg for the little one. Come and go as you please. As for the cub, full of question marks, he only had time to glance at his uncle before his whole heart and mind were on the egg waiting to eat. About 2 minutes later, Bai Jingyun returned and handed the small monitor brought by his assistant to the little cub, who was now full and content. Do. The cub pattered over to Bai Jingyun, took the small monitor, and looked up with his tiny head, his childish voice enunciating clearly, "Thank you, uncle." Bai Jingyun paused for 2 seconds, then responded with a simple mm. He crouched down to be more on eye level with the cub, but before he could say anything else, the little one was scooped up from behind by Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng had already sent the medical report to Bai Qian. With his phone in one hand and the cub in the other, he headed out. Let's go home. Meanwhile, Bai Qian, eating breakfast, stared blankly at the report. What the? Was his eyesight failing him? Though his brain hadn't caught up, his hand had already honestly forwarded the report to his wife, Sinji, who was far away abroad. Then he saw the red exclamation mark, Bai Qian. Bai Qian's eyes widened almost imperceptibly in anger. He turned to his assistant. She blocked me. Assistant, madam probably didn't want to hear you reporting every little detail to her and wanted a proper vacation that I told her this cub is an omega, and she blocked me, Bai Qian said, then hesitated. Meeting his assistant's stunned gaze, his stern face went blank for a moment, as if finally realizing what had said. Omega, author's note, no shields daddy from the sun no good. Daddy unceremoniously pulls no down daddy bad scattering flowers, grandma, blocking that chatty old man, enjoying a lovely vacation, grandpa, so mad he's widening his eyes. JPG. Wait a minute, that doesn't add up. Chapter 19 Bai Qian's cold and stern expression slightly changed. And he lowered his head to confirm it again. This was indeed the first omega of the Bai family. Bai Qian thought it over carefully in his mind and arrived at an answer. The Bai family had always produced top-tier alphas, which led to their default mindset. Even though Xiao Bai Nua had never shown much aggression from the very beginning, he was still assumed to be a little alpha. Bai Qian felt that he had no particular attachment to omegas, perhaps it was due to his age. Although he found the little one adorable, the Bai family had never been so emotionally overflowing as to dote unreservedly on a younger generation just because they learned the child was a precious little O. No matter how they appeared on the outside, coldness and aloofness had always been the core of their personalities. Except Bai Qian lowered his head again to look at that glaring red exclamation mark. Sinji had never been one to give up easily. She had considerable assets under her control. And she wasn't a female omega who could be pushed around by the Tsin family. Originally, she didn't need a business marriage, but she was somewhat unwilling to accept. She didn't believe the Bai family only produced alpha pups. And since the Bai family were all top alphas, that meant they were outstanding in every aspect. At least back then, Sinji found Bai Qian quite agreeable, but after 5 alpha pups, Sinji gave up. She started complaining that Bai Qian was not up to the task, and since theirs was a business marriage with little affection before marriage, both of them spent most of their time traveling far and wide. So even though they had 5 children, this strange pattern of interaction continued to this day. It was common for Sinji to block Bai Qian when she didn't want to listen to his overly direct and charmless comments, and she would simply block him and enjoy her own leisure and travel, just like now. Bai Qian frowned, and this time instead of sending a message, he called her. He was blocked there too. You tried every way and got blocked every time. Bai Qian was at his wit's end. He sent the file to the family group chat, which had long been buried under other messages, and added a note, "Your grandfather is coming back tonight. He'll be back in a couple of days. Those of you who are free these days should come home and meet our new family member." He got a quick response, Bai Liang. It's an omega. Did Bai Sheng have a genetic mutation? Bai Jin, I don't have time these days. I'm out of province for a competition. The day after tomorrow. Both A and O are pups, aren't they? Isn't it just that third brother let his guard down and ended up with this? Third brother eagerly brought him back himself. Don't jump to conclusions about third brother's genetic mutation. First check if third brother has been body snatched. Bai Jin was the fifth young master of the Bai family. 18 years old and studying at Shingang University. Although his second brother was an honorary professor at Shingang University, Bai Jin and Bai Liang rarely saw each other and had completely different areas of expertise. Bai Qian waited a while longer but didn't see any reply from Sinji. He was sure Sinji definitely didn't check the group chat either. The last to respond was the only female top alpha of this generation in the Bai family. Because of some previous issues, she had fallen out with the family and rarely came home. Although surprised, she hadn't met the pup yet, so she quickly replied, "Bai Qi, no time, won't be back recently." "I'll call grandfather." Neither Bai Xing nor Bai Jinyun reacted. Bai Qian casually sent the file to the old man's assistant, then put down his phone and took a sip of his congee. That he stood up and walked around the open-air balcony a couple of times, confirming that Sinji hadn't responded. His face grew darker by the minute. After a moment, he heard his assistant speak, "Chairman Bai, third young master is back, and eldest young master came back with him." Crazy? Bai Qian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Had the two of them fought their way back? "Do you want to go and see?" The assistant automatically ignored Bai Qian's remark about being crazy. He asked with a hint of anticipation, "An Omega pup?" It was an Omega pup. The little young master was a cute little Omega. And the only one in so many generations of the Bai family. In the assistant's view, third young master could rise in status thanks to his child. "Ah, well, that wasn't quite the right way to put it." Bai Qian took a step forward instinctively, then stopped before speaking. "What would I go see? It's just that the secondary gender has been accurately determined." "Isn't it still the same pup as yesterday?" The assistant said nothing more. He looked at Bai Qian's face and thought bitterly. Madam was right. The Bai family has nothing else but stubbornness. Even if the sky falls, Chairman Bai's stubbornness will hold it up. But the next second, he heard Bai Qian speak again. "Tell them to come over for lunch." "Okay." Bai Xing took the little pup back to the old family estate, and when Bai Jinyun tried to follow him in, he drove Bai Jinyun away. Bai Jinyun wasn't annoyed by being refused entry. The cold-faced eldest uncle waved goodbye to the little pup. He saw that the little one, after he had brought him his companion Dodo, seemed less wary of him. One hand held by his father, the other holding the little monitor that couldn't climb the steps. The little pup turned back to look at Bai Jinyun. Since he had no free hands, he could only try his best to nod his little head. He had just recovered from a fever and was wrapped up warmly, though not thickly, just enough to avoid the wind. But the way he wobbled forward, following the adults while looking back, was still ridiculously cute. He looked like a round little bundle bouncing forward. After saying goodbye to the eldest uncle, Bai Xing had some urgent documents to deal with. He left the study door open. Apart from occasionally checking the little monitor, he would look up and see the little one following the monitor around the second-floor hallway. The pup had already gotten used to the monitor's company and kept saying, "Hello, Do-Do," but having a little monitor as a playmate wasn't really ideal. He needed to find some same-age playmates, and more children's toys and books. Bai Xing rubbed his temples tiredly. Since the urgent documents were taken care of, he didn't plan to go to the office today. It was still early, so he intended to clear his mind for a while, and then the tiny pup came trotting up to his study door. He poked his little head in and asked softly, "Daddy, can Nono come in?" He had been sick not long ago, and his face was still a bit pale. But he remained exceptionally well-behaved and understanding. Bai Xing hummed in response, watching the little pup trot inside. He held on to the corner of the desk. This little one wasn't even as tall as his office desk. Thinking about this, Bai Xing smiled for no apparent reason. Then the little pup looked up at him. "Daddy, Nono saw that Daddy yawned so many times this morning. Didn't Daddy sleep well? You'll have no energy. Do you want to sleep for a little while? Nono will keep watch for Daddy." The pup patted his own chest. "Nono slept really well and has lots of energy." Where did he learn the word keep watch? Bai Xing thought to himself, then picked up the little one and headed toward the bedroom. This level of fatigue was nothing to him. A short rest would be enough. But the way the little pup patted his little chest was too cute that he felt like it would be a waste not to let him keep watch. So he decided to sleep a little, but before sleeping, he looked at the little one on the bed struggling to pull the blanket over himself, then glanced at his phone. There were still some work matters, and besides the fact that the news about him having a new pup had been suppressed, the trip to the hospital had been rushed and seemed to have been photographed by someone. Bai Xing frowned deeply, cursed sick under his breath, and then saw a message from Xiaoyu. It was the usual greetings, along with questions about when the kids could meet. Bai Xing quickly typed a reply. By the time he finished, the little pup had satisfactorily covered him with the blanket. The little monitor, unable to track anyone under the bed, was spinning around in a panic. Nono blinked, reached out, and gently pressed on Bai Xing's furrowed brow, saying sweetly, "All right, Daddy can sleep now." Bai Xing, who had been pressed onto the bed by the little one and had nothing to do, blinked his eyes. Then thank you, Nono, you're welcome. In the apocalypse, Nono was really good at keeping lookout too. Nono protects his villain dad, and his villain uncle can count on him too. Nono is very useful. The little one smoothed out the furrow in Bai Xing's brow. He gently placed the child back on the floor, finally closed his eyes, and said softly, "Some toys are coming later. Go play with Aunt Fong. Dad's just gonna sleep for a bit." Aunt Fong stood at the door, her eyes curved into a smile as she looked inside. She watched the little boy tiptoe and say softly, "Okay." It wasn't her imagination. After that night, the father and son were getting along much better. It seemed the third master was finally getting the hang of being a father, and was even starting to enjoy it. Even she felt a little jealous. How could there be such an angelic kid? At the same time, at the Xie residence, the kindergarten was closed today, so the kids were playing at home. Xiaoyu was stuck babysitting and had a splitting headache. Of course, he knew what had happened yesterday, but he figured Bai Xing was probably busy. So yesterday, he only sent one message in the afternoon, and when he got no reply, he stopped. That was until now. Inside the house, the three little ones were plotting loudly. "Brother Yen. Dad said we're gonna meet a little brother soon, and if we get into trouble, having a brother means well get spanked less." Xiaoyu. When did I ever say that? What a great son you are, Brother Yen. Dad said we can do whatever we want with little brother. Xiaoyu. Stop spreading lies about me. Another childish voice, a bit more serious and tinged with confusion, asked, "Anything? Hee, let's take little brother to dig up grandpa's flowers. I heard the roots look like potatoes. What should we play today? Hey, would mixing soda with juice taste good? Let's try it today. Then we'll give it to Dad to drink. Dad's tough, he can drink anything. Please spare grandpa's precious flowers and your poor old dad." Xiaoyu, exhausted in both body and mind, listened to his two little demons chatter. Luckily Yu Chuyen was a bit more sensible, but the next second, a voice that sounded more logical than his own kids rang out, "Adding juice is meh. How about adding milk? Are you a devil? Can't be sensible at all." Then Xiaoyu received a string of replies from Bai Xing. He looked down expectantly. Come on, join the Alpha Kid Victim Alliance." Bai Xing, "No big deal, don't worry about it." Bai Xing, "I've looked over the kindergarten info. Everything else is fine, but there are too many as." Bai Xing, "Oh, right, you don't know yet. Nono's secondary gender came back and Xiaoyu, the secondary gender came out, and you're just casually mentioning it." "What? Bai San, you brat, what did you just casually write?" Wait, calm down. Isn't it just an O-kid? Isn't it just a precious, adorable little O-kid? I'm not jealous at all, you see. Bai Xing can't experience the joy of having a genuine O-kid. Ha, it's just having an O-kid. Xiaoyu tried to calm himself with inner monologue, while listening to the experiments going on inside. He glanced at the screen again, at the words O-kid that seemed to describe an absolute angel, and recalled little Nono who had obediently handed him an apple that day. Seconds later, the three kids inside, busy with their experiments, all turned to look outside. Xiaoyu, with tears in his eyes, cried out, "Why does Bai San get to have this?" A serious-looking, adorable little boy's hand twitched as he looked out the door. "Uncle Xie, what's wrong?" Xie Qing shook his head. "No idea." Xiaoyu blinked, looking at the strangely colored drink in front of him. "I know. Dad heard us, and he can't wait. Author's note, Grandpa, his body moved on its own, but his mouth stayed stubborn, the only person in the Bai family who has always wanted an okid grandma. Missed out big time, trembling with regret. Xiaoyu looks alive, but he's been dead of jealousy for a while now. Lemon great grandpa is about to enter the battlefield. Let's congratulate Mr. Bai-san on climbing the social ladder thanks to his son. Haha no. Confused clapping. JPG Chapter 20 Thus, this early morning was spent amidst the bustling activity of the Xie family and the quiet calm of the Bai family. Meanwhile, in the Federal Public Hospital, where the equipment was slightly inferior to that of the Bai family's private hospital, the person in charge of the case happened to come by for a check. Are the results out? Almost there, should be available by tonight. How's it going over there? The interrogation is almost done. But the ones we caught here are just small fry, the real bigwigs are probably abroad. When you pull up a turnip, you get mud. We can also deal with some well-hidden illegal research institutes this time. Plus, we've recovered some of the materials they previously destroyed. Parents should be informed about these things too. The Bai family. Yeah, they probably wouldn't want to know. Sigh, he's such a pitiful, well-behaved little one. Regardless, they'll send a copy of the relevant information that can be disclosed later to the third master of the Bai family. Bai Xing actually hadn't slept long this time. Alphas are energetic most of the time, let alone a top alpha like Bai Xing, but he was a bit surprised when he opened his eyes, because logically, the toys and picture books should have arrived by now, yet Xiao Bai Noa was still here. The little cub was clinging to the edge of the bed, revealing only half of his small head. His round, bright eyes and soft curly hair were visible. He was just staring at Bai Xing like that. When he saw that Bai Xing was awake, the little guy strained onto his tiptoes and reached out his little hand, saying, "Daddy." The little guy was actually very thin. Light as a wisp, but he was exceptionally good-looking. He was young, and only the baby fat on his cheeks gave him a little chubbiness, making his face round and especially cute. So cute that Bai Xing felt such an overwhelming wave of cuteness that for a moment he thought he was still dreaming. How long had he been waiting here? Bai Xing took 2 seconds to react before he got up and picked up the little guy, his voice hoarse. He asked, "Didn't the toys arrive?" Grandma Feng said they arrived. The cub said, adjusting his position in Bai Xing's arms. The small monitoring camera that had been steadily trailing him to keep an eye on the little one also rose like the little cub, emitting a sci-fi mechanical sound, which drew the little guy's curious gaze. But while looking back at Dodo, the little guy continued, "But no wanted to open the packages with Daddy." Bai Xing's mind was quickly sharpening, but upon hearing this unexpectedly, a flicker of softness showed in his eyes. He carried the cub out of bed to look at the toys. Xiao Bai Noa, just over 4 years old, naturally had the curiosity of a child his age, but he also had a real apocalyptic experience. Sometimes he held back his curiosity and was quite good at sharing, although, in a way, Xiao Bai Noa owned very little. Seeing the delicately wrapped and neatly arranged gift boxes, the cub was curious and craned his little neck to look, but he remembered what Grandma Feng had just said and reluctantly looked away. Daddy. Grandma Feng also said that Grandpa wants Nono and Daddy to go over there for lunch. Eating is the most important thing of all. Xiao Bai Noa nodded seriously. Bai Xing responded with a sound, amusedly looking at the little guy's soft and serious little face. He reached out and poked his round cheek. It's no wonder Bai Xing always poked him. He was too cute, his cheek felt great to poke, and he was really well behaved. Like he'd be easy to bully, the cub squinted from the poke, watching as Bai Xing casually picked up a jigsaw puzzle that was large for a cub and tucked it into his arms. After eating, Daddy will assemble it with you. The cub was completely attracted by the colorful packaging. He hugged the puzzle box with his small hands, looking at Bai Xing with sparkling eyes. Who knew where the little guy had learned it, but sweet talk rolled off his tongue. Daddy is the best. Daddy is Nono's good daddy. No father can refuse hearing the words good daddy, neither could Bai Xing, but about an hour later, at the dining table in the main building, Bai Xing smirked and said, "You're very free today." Bai Jingyun, who worked in the morning and rushed back at noon, sat in his seat, still wearing an ice-cold expression. Only when he heard Bai Xing's words did he look up and say, "After all, I heard you slept all morning. As an elder brother, I also need to show concern for my younger brother, Bai Sheng. That's disgusting, Bai Jingyun. Bai Jingyun and Bai Sheng once again started a taunting session with each other at the slightest provocation, while the cub was still thinking about the after-meal activity and was eating with determination. When the little guy finally finished his bowl of rice with much huffing and puffing and looked up, he saw that his grandpa across the table was also about to put down his soup spoon. Bai Qian had a stern and grim face, looking very bad-tempered. He had no appetite and had eaten very little. Xiao Bai Noa blinked his eyes. He vaguely remembered that the villain grandpa died early, as if he died of illness before the protagonist even appeared much. Xiao Bai Noa pouted. Not eating well would naturally lead to illness, but the little guy was still unfamiliar with Bai Qian. Bai Qian had noticed the little guy looking up at him again and again. Several times in a row. What was he up to? Bai Qian was originally thinking that an omega cub seemed just a little less noisy than an alpha cub, nothing else different. When he noticed the little guy's bowl was empty, didn't he get enough to eat? Bai Qian glanced at his leftover food. His dishes were certainly not heavy on oil or salt, but they weren't suitable for the little guy either. He turned his head, about to have someone bring a small portion for the little guy, when he heard the little guy tentatively call out, "Grandpa," then the little cub raised his voice a little, "Grandpa, you need to eat well." The little guy, who still hadn't put down his spoon, looked at him. Huh? Bai Qian raised an eyebrow. His face, which could almost scare children into crying, showed a bit of uncertainty. This little guy was telling him what to do. Then Xiao Bai Noa said in a soft, worried tone, "Grandpa ate a lot less than yesterday. You'll be hungry soon." The dining table quieted down a little. Bai Jingyun and Bai Sheng, who had been exchanging attacks with each other, also fell silent and looked at Bai Qian, who always did as he pleased. Bai Qian. "Ha, as if I'd listen to a 4-year-old brat like you." Bai Qian locked eyes with the little cub for a few seconds. In the end, Bai Qian, still holding his soup spoon, scowled and took several more bites while the old housekeeper watched in shocked delight. The little guy was like a little supervisor, watching Bai Qian eat until he had consumed about the same amount as yesterday before he nodded in satisfaction and wiggled his little legs. Bai Sheng was a bit clumsily using a baby wipe to clean the little guy's mouth, wiping almost his entire face in the process, and beside them, Bai Jingyun was speechless that he also wanted to ask, "Dad, are you on drugs or something?" But moments later, the little cub was set down on the floor. He trotted over to Grandpa Butler, took the colorful puzzle box from his hands, and turned to Bai Sheng with anticipation. "Daddy, Daddy," Bai Sheng responded quickly, "Coming." Well, it was about time. He needed to get to the office too. Bai Jingyun glanced at his phone, and just as he was about to stand up, he heard the little one's slightly hesitant invitation, "Uncle, do you want to play together?" Bai Sheng took the little cub's hand and led him outside, clearly planning to let him play outdoors, not on the open balcony, but on a small lawn outside the main building, surrounded by flower beds. At that moment, the sunlight was perfect, and the scenery was beautiful. Hearing the little one's invitation, Bai Sheng didn't even look up. "Your uncle is very busy," but about 5 minutes later, the first after-meal activity in Bai family history began on the small lawn outside the main house of the Bai family mansion, and 10 minutes in, it escalated into a heated clash between the cub's father and the cub's uncle. It was mainly because a giant puzzle meant one thing: it was probably a huge pain to put together. "You've got to be kidding me, Bai Sheng. A 4-year-old cub, and you picked a puzzle of this difficulty?" "Ha, of course I grabbed the one no looked at the most." "Sure, you wouldn't understand since you don't have kids. Besides, is it that hard? Can't you solve it?" Xiao Bai Noa watched the puzzle battle between his father and uncle. When he realized the puzzle was really tough, the family butler had already brought over a simpler one. The little one was fiddling with that, while the hard puzzle ended up in Bai Sheng and Bai Jinjian's hands. By the time the little one finished his own puzzle, they were still arguing. Xiao Bai Noa looked at his completed picture, got up, and when Bai Sheng paused his taunts at Bai Jingyun and turned to him, the little one asked softly, "Daddy, there are so many flowers over there. Can Nono go take a look?" He pointed to a spot a little farther away on the lawn, where a few servants were trimming branches, some for pruning, others for flower vases. In the apocalypse, the little cub had seen very few flowers, let alone pick them. Had heard someone talk about how to weave flower crowns, but being so small, had never found the materials and had never tried. Bai Xing glanced at the distance, nodded, and watched the little one patter over like a curious little bird. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Bai Qian standing not far away. Bai Qian was indeed watching from a distance. Still not having received a reply from Chenji, his expression was grim. His workload wasn't as heavy as Bai Sheng's or Bai Jinjian's, but had just finished his own work and come out. He saw the little one look up, get some flowers, sit down, and clumsily weave a rather ugly flower crown with his small hands. That it was terribly crooked and uneven, Bai Qian thought, but he stepped closer. Halfway there, he heard the little one let out a wah, and hurriedly clutched the flower crown as he ran out, nearly crashing into Bai Qian. Bai Qian saw a butterfly fly out of the flower bush, heading straight for the grandfather and grandson. Bai Qian instinctively hissed, grabbed the little one by the clothes, and stepped back several times. The little cub was set down, blinking in confusion. He let out a huh, and looked up to meet his grandfather's eyes. Bai Qian, his face darkening, Bai Qian composed himself, and with a stern look said, "You didn't hear anything just now. There was no such thing as being startled by a butterfly." The little one was too dazed to follow his grandfather's train of thought. He nodded, then asked quietly, "Grandpa, are you in a bad mood? How can you tell? Was it that obvious?" Bai Qian unconsciously touched his face. "Because you didn't eat well." The little one lifted his head, looking at his grandfather, then at the flower crown in his hand. He had originally planned to give it to his father, but now, the cub made a difficult decision and raised the flower crown. "Here, Grandpa. I'm giving this to you. Don't be sad, okay? Who would want your ugly little flower crown?" But Bai Qian watched the little one let out a resigned breath, though he didn't have time to say anything. Before he could speak, the little one continued, "Grandpa, if you don't eat, you'll die." His little voice was earnest, tinged with sadness. "Grandpa, please don't die." Bai Qian. "Who's dying? What are you talking about so seriously?" Almost laughing in exasperation, Bai Qian crouched down. He wanted to scare the little one, but looking at his round, big eyes, he felt it pointless to argue with such a small child. His phone buzzed again with a message. Bai Qian glanced at it. Work-related. Not from Chenji. The little cub also leaned over, remembering his father saying that Grandpa couldn't reach Grandma right now and was probably in a bad mood. "Grandpa, please don't die so soon." Little Bai Noah's tiny brain worked, and suddenly, he trotted over to his father. "Daddy, Daddy, can we help Grandpa contact Grandma?" "What?" Bai Sheng was momentarily stunned. He looked up and saw his old father wearing that ugly flower crown, staring at them in shock, his dignity thoroughly exposed by the little one. Bai Sheng had been arguing with Bai Jingyun, but now he felt like laughing. He pulled out his phone and handed it to the little one. Of course, meanwhile, in Country M, it was night. At an evening fashion show venue, Chenji sat in the main seat, looking very unhappy. She had run into an old rival from her youth, who had been working abroad and had a 9-year-old Omega grandson. The rival was bragging about how smart and talented her young cub was. And the people around couldn't help but be curious about the Omega cub. Amid the voices, Chenji's expression was blank. She was about to get up and leave. That woman's Omega cub. She had no interest in hearing about it. Just then, a video call ringtone sounded. That it drew everyone's attention to her. "Chenji, who is it?" Chenji's sharp, striking eyes looked at her phone, radiating authority. "Bai Sheng, what does this brat want?" To remind their great, devoted old mother that 5 alpha cubs are eagerly waiting for her, she should have blacklisted these brats from the start. Author's note: No helped Grandpa borrow his phone to call Grandma. Shower of flowers, shower of flowers, shower of flowers. Grandpa's face and pride are both ruined. "Grandma, in principle, I don't want to contact you guys when I'm on vacation." Chapter 21 Chenji thought to herself. Initially glancing at the call and intending to hang up the video call directly, the person beside her spoke, with a bright smile. "Seniorson, is there something urgent at home? It's still early, you can't be leaving so soon, can you? My little grandson always says he wants a chance to learn from you, to become a very capable Omega too. He says such things in a serious little adult way. It's too adorable. I'm just wondering if you could fulfill a child's wish. We plan to return to China for development later, and he wants to study in Ang City. The speaker was Ishue, the one who had a precious, highly intelligent Omega pup that was widely praised abroad. She had been a year below Tsunji in university. It was said that she had initially intended to form a marriage alliance with the Bai family, but in the end, the Bai and Sun families joined forces powerfully, leaving no room for the Ying family. The Ying family had to slink off abroad to develop, and by chance. They had done quite well that at an occasion like this, given Tsunji's status, no one would say anything unpleasant. But seizing this rare opportunity, Ishue couldn't help but approach with a champagne glass in hand, who didn't know that Tsunji had 5 alpha pups in a row and desperately wanted a clever, adorable little Omega pup but had never been lucky enough to have one. Moreover, the Bai family was currently in internal turmoil, with top alphas engaged in tit-for-tat confrontations fiercely and dangerously. Most of the time, they focused their attention on each other, causing some businesses to go bankrupt and be crushed to dust in the internal strife. But quite a few noble families had seized the opportunity to grow and make a killing. She couldn't help but flaunt, both openly and subtly, "You, Tsunji, have everything going your way and get whatever you want, don't you? You're the top Omega, aren't you? But even the top Omega, so what? A clever, adorable Omega pup. The welfare and support that comes with having an Omega pup in the family, you, Tsunji, just can't have it. You're even worse off than me, an Omega with a low pheromone level. Of course, even thinking this in her heart, she had to put on a dignified and respectful front on the surface. We're not that familiar, are we? Tsunji was slightly taller than the average Omega and always projected an aloof and proud image in public. With this nonchalant remark, Ishue, who had just been surrounded by a crowd seeking her favor, stiffened slightly, because the number of Omegas is small, and Omega pups are even rarer, and research has shown that little Omega pups can soothe the irritability and aggression of alphas. Every country places great importance on Omega pups. Among those gathered here, 3/5 were betas, naturally extremely curious about the adorable little Omega. Most of the time, even if there was some subtle showing off, everyone thought it was harmless, after all. She has a cute, underage little Omega. If I had one at home, I'd shouted from the rooftops, but Tsunji's reaction was indeed cold. Tsunji certainly liked Omega pups, but she herself was a top Omega. Perhaps it was the influence of staying in the Bai family too long, where the Bai family's cold and indifferent streak had rubbed off on her. To put it bluntly, although little Omega pups were cute, they had nothing to do with her. She had no interest in fulfilling the wishes of someone else's Omega pup. Tsunji was too lazy to say more, but her hand, about to end the call, instead swiped to answer it, ready to let her family's constantly bickering top alphas experience the fury of a mother whose vacation had been interrupted. Excuse me, she walked toward a quiet area of the venue, away from the crowd, glancing at the screen. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. On the screen, the person she had blocked had a grumpy face. And on his head, where white hair was barely visible, sat an ugly floral wreath. What's he playing at? Had he finally realized the serious route wasn't working and decided to go for comedy, and having just been openly flaunted with an Omega pup, Tsunji got angry just looking at that face. This good for nothing, Bai Qian, what are you doing? Using Saner's number to call me? You really have the nerve. You'd better have a good reason. And what's that weird thing on your head? Although Tsunji still found his face pleasing to the eye, in truth, the two of them could hardly be said to have a falling in love after marriage relationship. In Tsunji's heart, their bond was more like a close partnership. Before Tsunji could finish, she watched Bai Qian put the phone aside, make a motion as if scooping something up, and lift something from beside him. Then, Tsunji heard a soft little sound that sounded like a very young pup. 2 seconds later, a beautiful little face, almost like a doll's, replaced by Qian's grumpy look. The little pup's eyes like black grapes blinked, looking a bit flustered as he turned back to see the grandfather who had picked him up, then turned back to the screen. He was shy and adorable, his little body swaying slightly in the screen as Bai Qian held him up by the armpits with both hands. He said in a babyish voice, "Guanma, Grandma, no, Tsunji, what was this adorable little thing?" Tsunji's eyes widened slightly, and she leaned forward. She heard Bai Qian's voice. Bai Sheng's kid. Of course, Tsunji knew about that kid, but, so cute. Baixing wasn't this cute when he was little, his pheromone test came back. He's an Omega. Omega, Tsinji's eyes widened in shock. Has the Bai family's ancestral grave finally sprouted smoke, Bai Qian? Can you not put it so harshly? The little pup looked at his grandmother on the screen, then turned to look at his grandfather, who looked awkward. He turned back. Being held like this wasn't very comfortable after all. Bai Qian didn't know how to hold a child. Ask why, with 5 alpha pups, he didn't know how. Back then, he'd just grab alpha pups by the scruff, but even though it was uncomfortable, the little guy didn't fuss. He just said in a soft voice to his grandmother on the screen, "Grandma, Grandpa misses you. Don't stop talking to him, okay? Grandpa misses you so much he can't even eat." Bai Qian, hey. Don't talk nonsense, little one. Tsinji didn't take it seriously either. In that pause, Tsinji took a good look at the little pup. Nono looked a lot like Bai Sheng, but his temperament was completely different. He was clearly a cute, good little pup. What sound does a heart bloom make? That was the sound in Tsinji's heart right now. Her lips curled involuntarily, completely ignoring Bai Qian's protests. Her originally somewhat cold voice turned syrupy sweet as she said, "Oh, is that so? No, right? Grandma will talk to Grandpa from now on, okay?" The little pup gave a little nod, smiling with pursed lips that he rarely received such direct softness and kindness from elders. It was still unfamiliar, but very warm. So the little guy looked for a while and then said in a babyish voice, "Grandma, you're so beautiful. Have a great time outside." Grandma's heart had already taken off. Tsinji almost instinctively clutched her chest, feeling like she'd been hit. Wasn't this the adorable little Omega she had always wanted? Why? Why didn't anyone tell me? What? I blocked all my notifications. Oh, never mind then. I knew it wasn't Mites Bai Qian who can't handle it. No, wait at home. Grandma will be back soon. Okay, then Nono will make a flower crown for Grandma too. Oh, that's the flower crown our Nono made. It's really beautiful. Bai Qian wearing the flower crown, the little one finished in a soft, babyish voice, then swayed his small body, signaling for Grandpa to put him down, and finally waved goodbye to Grandma. "Grandma, you can chat with Grandpa now. Nono is going to find Daddy. Nono is a clever baby. Nono figured it out. Grandpa actually really wants to talk to Grandma." Bai Qian set the little one down on the floor and watched as the kid picked some more flowers from those trimmed by the servants, holding them in his arms, and then padded over to Bai Xing's side, fiddling with the crooked little flower crown again. "Bai Qian, a minute ago you said it was a weird thing, now it's really beautiful. You really know how to play the double standard game, don't you?" "Can't be bothered to argue with you," Tsinji snorted. "How could a flower crown be the same no matter who makes it?" She started messaging her assistant, then said, "Alright, I'm going to book a flight back. That's it, Grandma's little Omega. Grandma's coming right home, without the little one." Tsinji ended the conversation crisply. Bai Qian's expression screwed up for a moment. He hadn't finished speaking, and Tsinji still hadn't removed him from the blacklist. The next second, his phone notification sounded. Bai Qian looked down, the once bright red exclamation mark was gone. She had accepted the file had sent earlier about Nono's checkup report. Only then did Bai Qian quirk his lips almost imperceptibly. Tsinji neatly turned around, gathered her things, and wore a smile on her face, looking in a great mood. "That I have something to take care of, I'll be off. Next time you're in the States, we can chat if there's a chance." "Boston, are you heading back to the country so soon? Weren't you planning to vacation here for half a month?" Tsinji casually raised her hand to flick her curly black hair, her elegant skirt swishing gracefully, explaining in a good mood, "There's a cute little Omega at home waiting to see Grandma." "Huh? When did my family get a little Omega?" "No. Of course I didn't have another baby. It's my little grandson, my saners." "Alright, I won't keep you all anymore. I've asked my secretary to book the earliest flight." Tsinji left briskly, cutting off the chatter behind her. "The Bai family actually has an Omega cub. Isn't their infighting still fierce? Won't the little Omega get hurt? I feel like the Bai family isn't good at raising kids." "That's true, but judging by Sister Sen's attitude, if anyone hurts her little grandson, she'll probably rip their head off." Seems about right." The Bai family's Omega cub is destined to be a top Omega, right? More than likely, yeah. But I really want to see him. Their third master is very good looking, so his cub must be adorable too. The topic gradually shifted. Yishui, who had been surrounded and treated like the center of attention, was now excluded from the conversation, her expression stiff. The Bai family has an Omega cub, how is that possible? She almost lost her composure, but it's fine. She finally suppressed the intense irritation and displeasure. Her little Omega, Jiang Liang, had been recognized as a prodigy in the US since he was 3 or 4. No unknown little Omega could hold a candle to him, not to mention that the Bai family's infighting was constantly draining their strength. So many top alphas fighting for power, ruthless and merciless. The signs were already visible in Bai Qian's generation. The Bai family would end up tearing each other apart, and maybe their luck was about to run out. Even her little grandson could see that coming. Yishui thought this. Her irritation slightly subsided, and she smiled again. What do you mean I miss her so much I can't eat? Don't you go feeding that little thing a bunch of nonsense. Bai Qian tossed his phone to Bai Sheng, glaring with a hint of irritation. This tone was rare, not the usual cold exchange. About half an hour later, the little one was taken by Aunt Feng for his nap. Bai Sheng and Bai Jinjian's puzzle showdown came to an end. Bai Jinjian left sulking, but before leaving, the little one had tucked a flower into his suit pocket. However, Bai Jinjian still felt the difference in treatment because the little one had carefully woven a new flower crown and placed it on his father's head. Both Bai Sheng and Bai Qian got flower crowns. When it came to Bai Jinjian, he only got a single flower, clearly still bearing a grudge. When Bai Jinjian left, there was none of the usual resentment or irritation from being treated differently, only the lingering regret about his past self. Why did I have to let the little guy taste that lemon? Now, whenever the little one mentions uncle, he remembers how uncle's lemon got him. How is he supposed to win over a kid like this? Is he now the little one's least favorite? He didn't really care. But it was still kind of annoying. Bai Sheng was the last to leave. Hearing his father's words, he glanced at Bai Qian and put his phone away. Dad, the way you just held Nonohe was uncomfortable. What? Bai Qian was taken aback, not following Bai Sheng's thought process. Bai Sheng didn't intend to explain. He just waved his hand and headed back to his place. Next time, learn how to hold a child properly, or don't hold him at all. I need to go work on Nono's new training schedule. I'll be off. Bai Qian shook himself out of it, watching Bai Sheng's retreating figure. Rivalry among top alphas wasn't just between siblings, it also crossed generations. He muttered under his breath, little punk.at that moment. Bai Qian realized, the little guy was uncomfortable being held but didn't say anything because he saw Bai Qian was unhappy, including the way he used the phone to offer the flower crown, because that little one is soft-hearted. That's what Bai Sheng was driving at. Bai Noah is the kind of cub who would put himself out for others. The little one might be used to it and wouldn't see it as a problem, but as Xiao Bai Noah's father, Bai Sheng wasn't happy about it. He didn't say anything this time, but Bai Qian caught Bai Sheng's unspoken meaning. If he did it again next time, Bai Sheng wouldn't let him hold Xiao Bai Noah again. That it was unexpectedly protective of his cub. Bai Qian's expression turned odd for a moment. Like anyone wants to hold your kid, boss. The assistant stepped forward and asked in a low voice, let's head to the office. Bai Qian came back to his senses, coughed lightly, and said, and tell the old master not to stir up trouble. Okay. The assistant hesitated for a moment before responding. As they returned to the main building, just before getting into the car, Bai Qian spoke again. By the way, find 2 people with childcare experience to come over. Isn't it just learning how to hold a cub? What's so difficult about that? Couldn't he learn that? Assistant, didn't you just say you didn't want to hold the young master? But the assistant didn't say that out loud. Okay. Until the afternoon, several cars slowly drove into the Bai family's old residence and stopped in front of the main building. Did he really say that? A slow, elderly voice with a hint of authority sounded slowly. Inside the car, old master Bai Yan, his hair gray, asked casually, but his relaxed demeanor couldn't hide the shrewdness and indifference in his eyes. At this age, old master Bai was still relatively robust. But with the conservatism and stubbornness of the older generation, he sometimes appeared particularly eccentric. Bai Qian was the second son. He had broken through the previous by-family power struggle and taken actual control, while Bai Yan had long since retired to the background. Bai Yan thought he understood his sons and grandsons very clearly, but upon hearing such words, he was still somewhat surprised that he of course already knew that the cub Bai Xing had unexpectedly obtained was an Omega, but since he had lived to this age, he had seen everything there was to see. Even though it was the first Omega cub in so many generations of the Bai family, he was only stunned for a moment at first, and then he was curious about the impact that little cub had had on Bai San in just a few short days. Yes, old master. The second master said so. It seems third master really cares about that little young master who appeared unexpectedly, the old master's personal assistant said softly. Silently worrying about Bai Xing in his heart, after all, this old master's upbringing was much harsher than Bai Qian's. In fact, those who could win the final victory in the brutal sibling rivalries were not the soft-hearted kind, and it was hard for warmth to exist. More than their own affection for a younger generation, they valued interests and abilities. They were even cold to the point of being extreme if someone lacked the ability to take over the Bai family. They would rather see the Bai family destroyed at its peak than let it slowly crumble in the hands of an incompetent person. The car door was pulled open. A man dressed elegantly bowed slightly, with his usual gentle, fox-like smile on his lips. Grandfather. It was the second young master of the Bai family, Bai Liang. Tonight, Bai Qi and Bai Jin were also not returning. So it was Bai Liang who went to welcome the old master. Old master Bai nodded. He got out of the car and walked in front of Bai Liang. He entered the courtyard and, through the glass, spotted a little cub running back and forth inside. Tap tap tap. He stopped briefly, frowned slightly, and observed. Bai Liang, who was also seeing Xiao Bai Noa for the first time, stopped as well and looked over curiously. He was a bit surprised, because in his field of vision, the one closest to that little one was not Bai Sheng, but Bai Jingyun. Bai Liang almost doubted his own eyes. The eldest brother and the third brother's cub are close. Ha, how could I ever dream of that? Is this world crazy? Not crazy, inside, because the great-grandfather was coming. The little baby monitor was left by Xiao Bai Noa in his room to charge. At this moment, he had a small water bottle filled with water hanging around his neck, exploring the main building. Just then, he was stopped by Bai Jingyun, who had just returned home. Today, Bai Jingyun had been wearing that flower and asked several people, finally concluding that cubs wouldn't refuse candy. Actually, he didn't really want to do anything, but being at the bottom of the little one's impression list bothered him, given the Bai family's strong competitive streak. So, when the colorful packaging was taken out from that cold, stiff suit, the cub was still clutching his warm little water bottle, not quite catching on, until Bai Jingyun unwrapped the package. They say these are the most popular candies among children these days. Candy. The cub's eyes lit up. He held his small water cup with both hands. Although he had recovered quickly from last night's sickness and now showed no signs of having been in the hospital yesterday, he was still bundled up tightly by his dad and told to drink more water. Xiao Bai Noa said in a milky voice, "Is it for no?" Bai Jingyun nodded. Bai Sheng was sitting on the sofa not far away, occasionally glancing at his own cub. Opposite him sat Bai Qian, who also kept watching the little cub now and then. The little one was once bitten, twice shy. He blinked, first looked back at his dad, and after Bai Sheng nodded slightly, he took several candies from Bai Jinjian's hand and said in a serious, milky voice, "Thank you, uncle." Then the cub happily ran tap 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 to the sofa. "Daddy, candy. Look. No has new candies again." Bai Sheng ruffled the little one's curls, hummed in response, and watched as the little one bowed his head and struggled to unwrap a candy. He looked around the room. Bai Sheng thought to himself, "Oh, is the first candy for Daddy? Of course, Daddy doesn't really like sweets that much, but since..." Then the little one held out the candy to Bai Qian. Grandpa, hey, raise candy for you." Bai Sheng, "Not for Daddy but for Grandpa." Bai Qian was stunned for a couple of seconds. He wasn't into sweets. But it was rare to see Bai Sheng's slightly stunned expression as he half stood up. He didn't say no, just lowered his head and took the candy with his mouth. His usually stern face had a little bulge from the candy, and his sharp eyes swept over Bai Sheng with a flicker of pride. Then he heard the little one ask, "Grandpa, is it sweet?" "Why ask that?" Bai Qian was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, it is. Then he watched as the little one cheerfully asked his father to hold him, so he could peel a candy for his dad. What a twist, Bai Qian. Hold up, you little brat, are you using grandpa as a guinea pig? Bai Qian bit down on the candy in irritation. Somewhere in the distance, the eldest uncle sighed internally, someone get me out of here. What does this kid think I am? I'm not some villain. Bai Sheng was relieved. His cheek also bulged a little as he watched the kid feed him a candy and then pop one into his own mouth. Then, cheerful, the kid climbed down and kept exploring. Like a kitten marking its territory, still wobbly on his feet but already rubbing his scent everywhere, Bai Sheng checked the time and mumbled, "Don't have too much candy, okay, Daddy." The kid trotted off, unwrapping another piece of candy. When Bai Sheng said that, the kid trotted over to his deflated eldest uncle and shoved the candy into his mouth. Bai Jingyan ate it that he watched the generous little guy carry the bag around and hand out candy to everyone nearby, people he knew and didn't know alike. In the end, the little one held up an empty bag, just as happy, logically, faced with this distrust, he should scoff, stop caring, and let it go. But here, now I must be losing my mind, Bai Jingyan muttered under his breath, candy in his cheek, then suddenly turned his head. Every alpha in the room turned to look at the door. The door had been opened, the old master entered first, his face odd as he looked around. Beside him, Bai Liang was rubbing his chin and clicking his tongue. Bai Liang wanted to say the same. What the hell is going on here? Had only been gone a few days. How did the house turn into this warm, candy-sharing paradise? Isn't it terrifying to see a bunch of top-tier alphas sitting around eating candy? The little one, done handing out candy, clutched the pretty, colorful wrapper and blinked his big eyes as he looked over. Dad, Grandpa. Everyone, those on the sofa and those crouching nearby, all alpha stood up. Bai Sheng noticed Bai Yan studying the kid. He naturally took the kid's hand and tucked him behind himself. Bai Yan stooped. He had a jewel-encrusted cane that thudded on the floor, making the little one wary. The kid peeked out cautiously that he was really cute, the kind that makes people go soft. His tone gave nothing away. This the new family member? A little Omega. He could have said it harsher, but Bai Yan was also surprised to see that not just Bai Sheng, but even Bai Qian, who'd just won his battles, and Bai Jingyan, usually at odds with Bai Sheng, all had subtle reactions to the kid. He adjusted his tone a bit, deciding not to press on where the kid came from, but deep down, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. Having gotten this far, he knew the rule: be suspicious of anything that feels good. It might be a trap meant just for you. He'd need to make a final call later. When Bai Yan offered his hand, the kid looked up at his dad, then let go. He stepped forward, looked up at his great-grandfather, and said, "Great-grandfather, no." The kid reached out and touched Bai Yan's hand that he flinched at the icy cold. Bai Yan pulled his hand back, face unreadable. He was a little surprised and even more convinced this kid wasn't ordinary. Seemed like he'd seen big things before. No kid his age would be so chill and quick to adapt otherwise. Then he heard the crinkle of the candy wrapper. The kid clutched the wrapper, fumbled to take off the tiny water bottle around his neck barely bigger than an adult palm, and shoved it into his great-grandfather's hand before he could pull away. In Bai Yan's momentary confusion, the kid looked up and said sweetly, "Great-grandfather, your hand is so cold. Warm it up with Nono's water bottle." Summer hadn't come yet, the night was still cool. The kid had actually forgotten everything about his great-grandfather after that. He just remembered that when his own hands got cold, had hold up his little bottle and asked Granny Foam to put slightly warm water in it. Holding it for a bit would warm him up. Bai Liang, standing next to Bai Yan, gave the kid a weird look too. After a second, he smiled. "I'm your second uncle, too many people." Xiao Bai Noa was a bit overwhelmed. He nodded, meekly called him second uncle, and instinctively sidled toward familiar faces. He backed up to his dad, grabbed his pants, and looked up with big, gleaming eyes at Bai Sheng, waiting for approval. Bai Sheng lazily put his hand on the kid's head. His posture was indeed casual, but everyone there understood Bai Sheng had fully claimed this kid as his. Bai Qian glanced at the kid before speaking. "Let's eat first. We'll talk about everything after." Bai Yan nodded. The meal was a little tense. Xiao Bai Noa naturally picked up on the tension, but to the kid, wasting food was the most shameful thing ever. he gripped his little spoon and worked hard to clean his plate. When everyone cleared out and his dad put him on the open balcony to play, the kid didn't fully listen this time that he reached up and wrapped his little arms around his dad's neck, keeping him from leaving. In a soft, nervous voice, he asked, "Daddy, does great-grandfather, not like No-No?" BLsheng froze, gazing into Xiao Bai Nuo's big beautiful eyes. "Of course not. Great-grandfather's just here for a few days. Don't overthink it. Go play. Your toys are over there. Can't read the books. Just check out the pictures. Dad'll come down soon and take you home." "Okay," the kid let go and nodded, all obedient, but he didn't feel like playing with toys. Watching Grandpa, Dad, and Uncle go upstairs, and the new great-grandfather and second uncle go up too, the kid paced the balcony twice, then headed for the stairs and quietly crept up. The old butler, who had been watching the child from behind, wiped his sweat. Even Bai Qian had said to let the little one play on his own, so he hesitated, unsure whether to restrict the young cub's movements. "Young master," but as soon as he spoke, the little one was very agile, and with a few quick steps, he went pattering upstairs. The butler quickly followed. At that moment, on the second floor in the study, a round of pointless arguments about how to raise the cub had already taken place. Bai Yan's idea was the same as Bai Sheng's original thought: provide all possible material conditions but not to get too attached to him. This stubborn little old man, even after seeing the cub and feeling a slight waver in his heart, still insisted on the Bai family's traditional ways, and obviously, Bai Sheng was no longer someone he could control. It was hard for anyone to truly know how much the young cub's status had changed in Bai Sheng's heart in just these few days. If you protect him like this, what will you do when you have other children later? Can you protect him for life? How will he compete with his younger siblings? How will he get through the conflicts with them? Why can't I protect him for life? Bai Sheng hated the old man's string of arguments. After patiently refuting Bai Yan's suggestions one by one at the start, he finally couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and retort. Bai Jingyun, who had been standing nearby the whole time, shot Bai Sheng a pointed look. In fact, the old man had already tacitly acknowledged that Bai Sheng would prevail in this generation, naturally treating Bai Sheng's offspring as the next battlefield for the Bai family's power struggles. In the past, resentment, anger, jealousy, and the faint inferiority he would admit to would have come sweeping in like a wildfire. But at this moment, Bai Jinjian's expression was subtly different. Not only were those emotions absent, there was no schadenfreude either. Instead, there was even a hint of approval. "Well, protecting him for life isn't out of the question, is it? If Bai San took on the responsibility as the Bai family's leader and couldn't manage, let me take care of this little one." Bai Qian's expression was unreadable, but he sat to the side without speaking. However, if you looked closely, he was tense all over. Ready to act at any moment even against his father, who could not challenge the true power holder of the Bai family at this moment. Bai Liang couldn't get a word in. He was still quite surprised by Bai Sheng's defiance because of that little cub. Bai Sheng wasn't even willing to pretend to be distant in front of their grandfather. I think you've really lost your head. Grandfather had such high hopes for you. Do you want to see the Bai family slowly fall apart? I think that child will bring you down sooner or later." Bai Sheng, the most carefree and also the strongest among the top alphas of this generation in the Bai family, said, "Grandfather, I never cared about what you said." For Bai Sheng, living in the Bai family was one way of life, and leaving the Bai family was another. In the past, if the Bai family offered challenges, he stayed. But if the Bai family no longer suited him, he wasn't dependent on them. "Grandfather, that little one is actually quite well behaved." Bai Jingyun couldn't help but interject. Bai Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. "The eldest brother is butting in? And isn't this adding fuel to the fire?" Sure enough, Bai Yan glanced at Bai Jingyun, never expecting him to speak up for Bai Sheng. He was incensed. "Worthless. Is there anything else? If not, grandfather, you should rest early. As for the cub, I only need No-No. Would the little one get hurt in struggles with younger siblings? Would he not be able to treat them equally? Possibilities existed, so why not just not have biological younger siblings?" Bai Sheng thought casually, but the old man was so angry he laughed. He threw his walking cane at Bai Sheng. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Smack, the cane landed on Bai Sheng's shoulder. Bai Sheng didn't dodge. And the door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Bai Sheng turned around in surprise. None of the top alphas had noticed the little cub hiding by the door. Now the little one had already pattered in and rushed in front of his father, shielding him. The little one looked at the cane, then at his stunned great-grandfather. His big, dark eyes filled with a mist of tears. "Don't bully my dad." The moment the cub ran over, Bai Sheng grabbed him and lifted him up. Bai Sheng's face darkened. How did this little thing get up here? The little one hugged his father's neck, looking at his great-grandfather. "Don't bully my dad and my uncle." Even though Bai Sheng and Bai Jingyun were the ones scolded, it was the little cub who felt wronged. "Dad is not a bastard. Uncle is not worthless." The little one saw the faint red mark on Bai Sheng's shoulder, visible above his collar. And tears fell pattering down. "It's all Nono's fault that it because Nono was too greedy and did a bad job. But Nono really likes Dad, and Nono really wants a family. Actually, Nono should have been obedient and not come out, but no one is allowed to hit Dad." No one. Bai Sheng's expression changed instantly. He didn't look at the old man, whose face was blank because he hadn't expected the little one to catch them. He simply turned and left decisively. Bai Jingyun paused for a few seconds, as if just snapping out of the words "Uncle is not worthless." All right, grandfather, take a breather. It's still early days, and suddenly talking about things far in the future, it's all uncertain, isn't it?" Bai Liang smoothly stepped in to mediate. He exchanged a glance with Bai Jingyun. "You'll go try to talk sense into your third grandson." That he smiled with narrowed eyes, adjusted his glasses, and gestured to Bai Jingyun. The two of them also exited the study quieted down again. Bai Qian, who had also stood up earlier, sat back down on the sofa, calmly picked up his tea, and took a sip. He looked at the old man and gave a silent smile. Although he didn't entirely agree with Bai Sheng's words at this point, he was also quite exasperated with this stubborn, traditional old man. "Dad, sometimes you have to accept that you're no longer at your peak as a top alpha. Can you still control that kid?" And at this moment in the study, they could faintly hear the little cub's sobbing voice from downstairs. "Great-grandfather doesn't like Nono. Nono doesn't like great-grandfather either." The old man's face flickered with various expressions, finally settling into a gloomy, dark look. "Outrageous." Bai Qian stood up. "Just let it be, Dad. Rest early." On the other side, Bai Sheng carried the cub, his face dark, walking in front. Bai Jingyun and Bai Liang were 5 or 6 steps behind him. Bai Liang was truly shocked. He looked at Bai Sheng, then at Bai Jingyun. Of course, it wasn't because he had a good relationship with these two, simply wanted to see the show. He gave a mocking laugh. "Unprecedented today. When have you two ever been on the same side?" Then he saw Bai Jingyun's ice-cube face take on a subtle expression. After brief thought, Bai Jingyun softly said, "Thank you, grandfather." Bai Liang, "What? No comparison, no harm." Bai Jingyun thought that I am no longer the Bai family member this little thing hates the most. "Grandfather, thank you for drawing all the fire away." Bai Liang, "You've all gone mad." Bai Sheng walked ahead. His phone rang several times. He looked down. The results from the Federal Public Hospital about the Omega had come in, flooding in with countless messages. One message caught Bai Sheng's attention, and he took a moment to read it. "Mr. Bai, if you have time, would you please take a look at this video? It's a short clip of this precious little Omega cub at the Research Institute. He's really looking forward to having a home. This is also our personal wish. We hope the Bai family will treat him well." Apart from various documents, they had also sent a video. Bai Sheng didn't have time to watch it yet, because he found he couldn't suit the cub in his arms. In the past, the little one was easy to comfort, but now the cub carefully avoided the fading red mark on Bai Sheng's shoulder, hugged his neck, and lay sadly on his shoulder, not crying, just silent and heartbreakingly sorrowful. Bai Sheng had no idea what to do. He poked the little one's cheek, just like before. The old father raised his eyebrows and suddenly lifted the cub high. As the cub's eyes widened and met his, Bai Sheng spoke. "What's with that expression? Dad was just letting your great-grandfather win a bit. He's old, and I didn't want to make him sick. See? It's nothing at all. The little one stared for a long moment, then suddenly seemed to make up his mind. As his father pulled him back into his arms, Bai Jingyun and Bai Liang caught up just in time to hear the little guy speak in a soft, choked voice, still sniffly, "Dad, if great-grandpa kicks you out because of Nono, just abandon Nono." Nono could survive anywhere. Bai Xing stopped in his tracks. He looked even more annoyed. Abandon you? Where? As if your dad couldn't manage if he took you with him. His own cub had no idea how capable his old man really was, how many businesses he owned. Bai Xing thought this, his face blank, and indeed, the cub didn't know much, just that the whole Bai family were villains. He blinked, pressed against his father's chest, thought hard for a while, then finally clenched his little fists and mumbled, "Dad, if great-grandpa kicks you out because of Nono, then Nono will pick up trash to support you." Bai Xing's face went completely blank. What? Nono nodded firmly, in a baby voice. Nono is really good at picking up trash. That was how he had taken care of himself before. This time, Nono would work even harder, because Nono wasn't alone anymore. Nono had a dad. Author's note, the scruffy little trash-picking cub. Nono will support Dad. Clench his fist. Dad. Cub, don't pick up trash. Cracking. The stubborn old great-grandpa still needs a lesson from the cub. Bai Jingyun, thank you, Grandpa. Hands clasped together. Bai Yan. Chapter 22. This remark was even more sad than the earlier. Then Daddy, you can just throw me away. The reason is simple, the Bai family members were truly worldly. Xiao Bai Nuo's blood test results had been posted directly in the family group chat. The Bai family's pharma business was well developed, and a casual glance at some of the numbers gave a rough idea of the little one's past living conditions. A weak body, malnourished, lacking all sorts of nutrients. And it looked like he barely ever saw the sun. Even Bai Liang, who had only come to watch the drama, fell silent for a moment, disturbed by the images that instantly surfaced in his mind. Even he, the troublemaker who liked to stir the pot, thought it was basic decency that no matter what, you don't lay a hand on a kid. The brief silence between the brothers didn't stop the little one from continuing. When it came to scavenging trash, Xiao Bai Nuo was quite experienced. It was practically the cub's wheelhouse. The little cub pulled himself together. Nono is very good at knowing what's useful and what's not. Daddy, don't worry, Nono will protect Daddy. Nono already said, Daddy just needs to wait at home for Nono. Nono will work very hard and will definitely be able to support Daddy. That he could also eat a little less. That wasn't a big deal for Xiao Bai Nuo, because just a week ago, having 3 square meals a day was still a luxury for him. So, the cub spoke earnestly. His small hand gripping Bai Xing's clothes, while staring up at him pleadingly. So, what Daddy said about not throwing Nono away, that's for real, right? Because you see, Nono will be very useful. Nono will work hard so Daddy doesn't end up like the villain in that book. That way, can Daddy always be Nono's daddy? Bai Xing's expression darkened slightly. He couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly pinched the cub's nose. Xiao Bai Nuo blinked, and after being pinched by his father for a few seconds, he couldn't help but open his mouth to breathe, which finally shut him up about scavenging trash to support his daddy. His little face puffed out a bit from breathing through his mouth, his eyes wide open. Like a dazed little goldfish. That's not the brightest. So I'm supposed to just sit around at home and burn through my savings, waiting for you to support me. By scavenging trash. He would be quite comfortable then, huh? Bai Xing smirked slightly. Then his face went cold. He let go of the cub's nose and pinched his cheek, this time with a bit more force, turning Xiao Bai Nuo's little face slightly red. That he was clearly furious, angry that this little thing could actually say such words, and angry at himself for letting the little one think such things, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to use too much force. Behind him, Bai Liang laughed. This is great. I've already thought of a social media headline for you. Breaking. Famous Bai family heir Bai Xing loses inheritance qualification, lives off his 4-year-old's trash picking. Where is the juvenile protection law? Where is morality? How about that? Seems like it could go viral. Bai Jingyun, to be honest, Bai Jingyun said with an utterly deadpan face, a kind of eerie deadpan humor, sending you to be a professor at Shingang University is a waste of talent. You were born to work in the internet. They had already entered the courtyard of Bai Xing's residence. Aunt Feng, who had been waiting for them to return, was pacing at the door with the fully charged little monitor, trying to decide if she should bring the little monitor to the cub. After all, Xiao Bai Noa had treated the little monitor as his little buddy, never forgetting to feed Do at any time. She hadn't expected that when they left there were one adult and one child, but when they returned there were 3 adults and 1 child. Moreover, Bai Sheng had pinched the little one's cheek. Under the courtyard's lights, Aunt Feng clearly saw the cub's cheek quickly turn red. The whole cub, pinched without any resistance, looked dazed and obedient, with round, drooping eyes glistening with tears, an extremely aggrieved expression. Aunt Feng's heart ached instantly. What happened? Why are you pinching Nono's face for no reason? Third master, the little master's face is super delicate. If you pinch without care and leave a red mark that doesn't fade for days, won't you feel bad? Aunt Feng stepped forward with the little monitor. Bai Sheng, who had been suddenly scolded like this, rubbed his nose. Even though he hadn't used much force, he was already starting to regret it. Was he getting angry at this little guy? What could the little one possibly understand? But the little one snapped out of it and leaned forward to defend his daddy. Grandma Feng, Daddy didn't use much force but his voice was cut off. Bai Sheng reached out and pinched the cub's little mouth shut. He pressed the little one back into his arms, then picked up the little monitor and stuffed it into the cub's arms, saying lazily, "Hello, Do, hello, what can I help you with? Turn on recording." "Okay, recording has been turned on. It will start recording automatically in 3 seconds. Please get ready." 3, 2, 1. Xiao Bai Noa tilted his head up, holding the little monitor, looking at Bai Sheng in confusion, and heard Bai Sheng say, "Daddy will fulfill Nono any wish. Anytime, including not being thrown away, including staying with Daddy forever, and even more." As long as Bai Noa dared to think it, Bai Sheng didn't think there was anything he couldn't accomplish. What about this? Would this make him feel more secure? The Bai family had never made such promises, otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many generations of infighting in the Bai family. But now, compared to this little one, the past thrilling power struggles suddenly seemed meaningless to Bai Sheng. Rather than beating his brothers and sisters, Bai Sheng was now more interested in how to raise such a special cub well. Even if he raised him to be a little Terordo. Put it bluntly, Bai Sheng truly cared for very few people. Even if Xiao Bai Noa turned into a little bully, he would stand behind his own cub without hesitation. That if Xiao Bai Noa knew what his daddy was thinking, he would probably marvel that sure enough, his daddy was a villain daddy. Under Bai Liang's completely astonished gaze, Bai Sheng told the little monitor to end recording and save it, then handed the guarantee over to the little one. Daddy always keeps his word, but this kind of thing was indeed effective. At least in Bai Jinjian's view, the little cub was soothed. He breathed a silent sigh. Bai Sen really had a way with things. How could he be so wholehearted about raising this kid? It was truly regrettable, no, truly astonishing. Now, we're home. Bai Sheng pushed open the door, set the little one down, and then turned to look at the 2 brothers blocking his doorway. In fact, Bai Sheng was slightly taller than Bai Jinyun and Bai Liang, which naturally made him more imposing. He raised an eyebrow. "What are you 2 still doing here? Isn't there still something we haven't seen?" Bai Liang smiled and glanced at Bai Sheng's phone. Without a shred of guilt about prying into the little one's information, just from one night's observation, Bai Liang had already determined that this little one was a wild card for the Bai family. Even Saner called this place home, and his innate desire to investigate and his obsessive-compulsive nature naturally made him want to understand more clearly. Of course, there was also the element of enjoying the show. Bai Liang shamelessly pushed his way in, still wearing a gentle smile. He looked around and was even more amazed. Xiao Bai Noa had already been led away by Aunt Feng to wash his face, and the room was filled with traces of the little cub's activities. The slightly skewed tablecloth given Xiao Bai Noa's love for food, it was probably pulled askew when the cub leaned against the table to look at the fruit in the dish. Piled in the distance were colorful toy boxes and picture books, most of them still unopened, with only the top few having their packaging torn open. One picture book was lying face down on the floor. Further away, the house, originally simple and tidy, now had a safe wireless power source. placed right where the little one's tiny arms and legs could reach, apparently set up to charge the little monitor that followed him around. It was so full of life. BL clucked his tongue in amazement, but the next second, he nearly got thrown out by Sheng. BL stumbled a step, his gentle smile fading, his expression cooling slightly. But he turned his head, his tone betraying no dissatisfaction. After all, this is my specialty. If there's anything, I'd understand it better than you two, wouldn't I? Besides, I'm heading back to Shingang University tomorrow. Fourth sister is coming back, and I'd rather not run into her. If Bai Sheng and Bai Jingyan barely had anything to say to each other. Then Bai Liang and Bai Qi had old grudges that wouldn't die unless one of them did. Bai Sheng's eyelids twitched. He glanced at the little one whose face was being wiped by Aunt Feng, and finally moved aside to the adults. With no other elders around, the three brothers gathering together so peacefully was a rare sight. Some things obviously couldn't be looked at in front of the little one. Bai Sheng pointed upstairs to the study. Just then, the little one, after his dad comforted him, finished having his face wiped and came pattering over, a tiny figure diving into Bai Sheng's arms, with the little monitor whirring behind him. The little one's worries didn't seem to last long. The little one cheered up again. He turned his head doubtfully to look at his first uncle and second uncle, who had come in, and asked in a small voice, looking up, "Dad, why don't first uncle and second uncle go home? First uncle still has things to discuss." Bai Jingyun crouched down. He looked around. Picked up a piece of candy from the table, and held it out, beckoning the little one. Since first uncle had just been scolded by the bad great-grandfather too, the little one nodded in understanding, his eyes drawn to the candy in first uncle's hand. He couldn't help but take a few steps closer to Bai Jingyun. All kinds of food could grab the little one's attention, especially candy. So, the little one understood why first uncle was staying. But what about second uncle? Xiao Bai Noa had never met second uncle before and knew nothing about Bai Liang. After thinking for a moment, he whispered to first uncle, "Is second uncle not going home because he doesn't have a home here?" As the little one reached out his tiny hand to take the candy from Bai Jingyun heard this and almost cracked a smile, but the little one looked innocent and cute, and even asked in a very hushed, earnest tone, mainly because Xiao Bai Noa had never seen second uncle here before, "Bai Liang. You call that whispering? Might as well shout in my ear whether I have a home to go back to." Bai Liang was sure now, this was Bai Sheng's child, 100% Bai Sheng's child. Sometimes they said things that were just as infuriating. Bai Liang was so angry he nearly laughed. Just as Xiao Bai Noa was about to get the candy, Bai Sheng, who had been using the opportunity to open a file on his device, suddenly remembered something. He looked up at Bai Jingyun with a warning look in his eyes. Bai Sheng didn't say a word, but his meaning was clear: it's too late. No candy for him. Catching on to Bai Sheng's meaning, Bai Jingyun suddenly realized the time and instantly closed his hand over the candy. The little one's hand had already touched his palm. Bai Jingyun looked up to see the little one's eager, confused expression. He paused for 2 seconds, then said calmly, "It's too late. First uncle just happened to pick this up. Let's set the candy aside for now. What else do you want? First uncle will open it for you." Bai Jingyun glanced at the toys and picture books behind him, trying to divert the little one's attention, but the little one was still fixated on the candy. Clearly, he still wanted it. The slight status boost had gotten from old master Bai Yan earlier seemed a bit shaky. Bai Jingyun quickly shifted the blame, handing the candy to Bai Liang. "Let your second uncle decide." "Can you have the candy?" Bai Liang hadn't expected to be dragged into this. He was taken aback, but instinctively took the offered candy and gave a refined smile. "Can't have it, right? Kids eating candy at night, their teeth will rot." Bai Jingyun, see? Second uncle says first uncle shouldn't give you candy. Bai Liang, what? Bai Sheng, right? Bai Liang, huh? What are you two agreeing in unison about? Are all you capitalists who wade through business wars this devious? What does this have to do with me? He's not going to cry, is he? Bai Liang was suddenly overwhelmed. Watching the little one warily. He really disliked children. Little ones were too noisy and troublesome, not friendly to someone whose work was mostly scientific research, but Xiao Bai Noa smacked his lips, only glancing at Bai Liang. The well-behaved child didn't cry at all. He hadn't eaten much candy these past few days. He was very restrained. No one had fed him candy at night, and in his previous resource-scarce environment, there was no such concern, and no one had taught him about it. So the little one was quite logical. He turned to ask the little monitor, his voice milky, "Hello, Do-Do, how can I help you? Can No-No have candy tonight? Little ones can't have candy at night. Also, you need to brush your teeth before bed, or little bugs will get into your teeth and make No-No hurt." The little one said oh, then obediently and sweetly thanked Do-Do, such a smart kid. BL, look at that. You two top alphas can't even teach a kid as well as an AI. BL ignored BL. He crouched down, let Aunt Fong play with you for a while. Then go to bed obediently. Grandma is coming back tomorrow. Do you want to pick her up? Xiao Bai Nuo remembered Grandma's pure affection for him, and the day's unhappiness seemed to fade away. Can No-No pick flowers tomorrow? No-No wants to make a flower crown for Grandma. The little one's eyes lit up with anticipation for the next day. Of course, BL nodded, happy now. BL watched the little one nod and snuggle close to him affectionately. The little cub was already thrilled when he heard BL say he could fulfill any wish, because No-No had already thought about what he wanted. Aunt Fong watched from a distance, wanting to speak but holding back. That it was clear that BL truly didn't know how to comfort a child. Or perhaps all the alphas in this house were clumsy at it. Aunt Fong noticed the little one had been crying, likely upset about something. When they got home, just as she was stopping the eldest young master from giving the cub candy, BL could have directly said something, but he probably feared upsetting the little one and didn't know how to comfort him, so he stayed silent. The eldest young master was even more flustered. Who uses candy to coax a child late at night? It was fortunate that these single alphas had encountered such a well-behaved cub, otherwise, these clumsy top alphas would have made him cry countless times with their awkward attempts. But what surprised Aunt Fong even more was that despite their clumsy parenting, it still carried a warmth unusual for the BL family. Not happy. Why? Did someone upset No-No? The one who suddenly spoke was the little AI monitor Do-Do, who hadn't finished his previous conversation and was diligently listening and analyzing. Seeing his father was busy, the little one obediently let go, crouched in front of the small monitor, and earnestly spoke to it in a childish voice. Do-Do. No-No is not unhappy. When people wrong you, don't hold it and scratch back when it's called for, so you'll feel good and grow up healthy. The light on the small monitor flickered as the mechanical voice spoke, stiff and formal. The three top alphas of the BL family, about to head upstairs, were taken aback. What the? Their first thought, this is a little AI that guilt trips people, but then it dawned on them, no, hang on, what do you mean? Give them a scratch where it's due. Who told you to change? Let it slide to scratch them. The cub blinked in confusion. Scratch? The small monitor flickered once before speaking. That I assume you're asking about the meaning of scratch. It's a verb. BL. He started recalling the warnings that popped up when he activated this voice assistant, something about the system's speech patterns being tuned to side with the user completely. BL was silent for a moment, then decided that as long as it wouldn't hurt, it was fine. BL glanced back, his face expressionless. As for BL, who had just praised the monitor as better at raising children than BL, this is an artificial idiot. The cub listened to the monitor's explanation, let the knowledge pass through his mind, and blinked blankly. Thank you, Do-Do, you're welcome. Do-Do will always be No-No's most caring friend. Their conversation wasn't even on the same wavelength, yet it somehow looped back. The surroundings fell silent. Soon, no longer hearing any sound, the monitor shut down its voice. The cub, still holding the monitor, noticed they hadn't left yet. He looked up at them, puzzled why his father, uncle, and second uncle were all staring at him. After a moment's thought, he took Aunt Fong's hand and said softly, No-No will listen to Grandma Fong. You go ahead, Dad. Can No-No come find you later? Of course. BL snapped back to reality, told Aunt Fong a specific time, and led the two upstairs. BL, already aware this was a well-behaved cub, followed closely, but BL was still processing. He stared at the little one's obedient figure, still holding the candy BL had handed him earlier. As he walked last, this was BL's first real encounter with a sweet little Omega cub. He tossed the candy in his hand a couple of times, stole glances repeatedly, and finally clicked his tongue as he entered the study. Bai Jingyun could hear him. Bai Liang muttered strangely, "Why does Bai Xing get all the luck?" He had never seen a cub say they'd behave and let their parents go about their business, but thinking that, Bai Liang was self-aware that he was just here to observe, to confirm what impact this unpredictable element might have. As for the rest, he didn't care how Bai Xing raised this little thing. An Omega cub was probably most desired by their mother Mistsen, not by top alpha uncles, aunts, or anyone else. Now then, the files and videos by San. You've downloaded everything, right? Reviewing the relevant materials, they found little difference from what the Bai family's hospital had examined. In fact, the Bai family hospital's records were more comprehensive, adding the day's test analyses, the toxic substance injected into the little one, and an analysis of the cub's genetic parent. Since it originated abroad, it couldn't be identified. Legally, on a federal level, Bai Sheng was the cub's sole guardian. It was clear the other party also took a liking to Xiao Bai Noa, especially since Bai Noa was a precious Omega cub, so they had been very thorough. Bai Sheng had already reviewed the reports on the little one's malnutrition and other issues. Reading them again, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Finally, he opened the video, seeing the content. Bai Sheng froze. Bai Jingyun and Bai Liang also came over. Bai Liang, initially curious, sobered as he watched that it was a surveillance clip from a lab. Seemingly before the Federation arrived. The tiny cub writhed in agony on an experimental bed, painful tears streaming down. At first, he struggled, but soon he gave up, curling into himself, trying to hold himself together. When Federation members arrived, amidst the chaos, the little one opened his eyes dazedly. He seemed to think the people around were hallucinations. His small hand trembled as he reached out, trying to touch the voices nearby, until a Federation medic grasped his hand. Someone shouted for an antidote after the examination, someone else called for undestroyed files to determine whose child he was, who his family was. At that time, they couldn't yet confirm the cub was born in the lab. When the word family reached the little one's ears, he, who had been curled up silently, let out a soft, heartbreaking sob. Slowly, he withdrew his hand, light and obedient, trembling as if responding through the pain. There isn't any, no has no family. He curled up. Amidst the noise and shadows around him, as if it were all illusion. Only the pain was real. He shivered, his curly hair soaked and drooping with sweat, silently asking, "Why must anyone endure such suffering? Don't be afraid. We'll help you find your family." The Federation medic said that, and the little one's eyes showed both hope and caution. This was Xiao Bai Noa before Bai Xing brought him home. The subsequent treatment must have been rough on the cub, so the video ended there, but it was easy to understand the sender's intent. This was a very good child who desperately wanted a family. He was strong. He almost died, but still fought to live, and tentatively reached out toward the family he longed for. He doesn't need his parent to take any special initiative to approach him, he only needs his parent to reach out and hold that scarred little hand. By the time the video was halfway through, the room had gone totally silent. And it stayed that way until the end. Bai Sheng's face darkened a little, but before he could do anything, a soft knock snapped him out of it. Bai Sheng looked up in surprise as the door was pushed open just a crack. The little guy poked his head in, his soft, squeaky voice both familiar and different from the one in the video. "Daddy, what's wrong? Shouldn't this little one be in bed?" Bai Sheng spoke, only then noticing his own voice was a bit hoarse. Right, the kid had said earlier he wanted to come see him before sleeping. Bai Sheng watched as the little one pushed the door open bit by bit, holding his small pillow and little baby monitor. The little one glanced at his two uncles, not quite understanding why the atmosphere was so tense. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Bai Sheng with eager eyes, lifting the little baby monitor higher. "Daddy said he can make one wish come true for No, anytime." The little guy looked at Bai Sheng hopefully. "Can I sleep with Daddy? Just like yesterday? Please?" No didn't care what Daddy's promise might mean later on. He just trusted that Daddy wouldn't toss him away. The little one who had just found a family didn't care about any bad guy, only about Daddy. Author's note, little monitor. When someone messes with you, what do? Scratch M where it counts. Serious teaching little one, parents, huh? Forgive and forget. You kidding? Move aside, Buddha, let this kid handle it. Hey. That doesn't track.